I'm just changing the words. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the store, or welcome to the show. I don't know why I said that twice. I was trying to think of a second word, but I couldn't think of one, so I just said the same thing again. I'm gonna mute myself. Go for it, D. Do that thing that you so ex.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Tuesday show. Brains. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. Let's knock it out.
It's Saturday.
Saturday. Oh, it was a takeover.
That's it. Today's
Oh
takeover
shit. Yeah, wow.
day. You're the boss, D. See, this is why you want leaders who do not crave power. If he were a dictatorial shitbag or something, you'd know it. He would be hungering after authority. He'd be counting the days until it was time to take over again. Instead, he's like, "Oh shit, I'm the boss again. God damn it!" That's the ideal. That's the ideal kind of leader, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. Plato talked about the philosopher king. What he did not talk about is the stoner king, because he just didn't know. He didn't know about cannabis, probably. Anyway, imagine the Greeks just a lot more stoned. I wonder if Alexander would have gotten all the way to Afghanistan. Probably not. He probably would have just hung out in Persia and smoked hash. Anyway, ladies and germs, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. I haven't opened up the chat yet because I'm apparently logged in on Fumidoro, or no, the other way, Fumidoro and Flavors. Anyway, please do like, share, and subscribe to the stream if you would like to. If you enjoy the show, that would be super helpful. Tell your friends. That's the most helpful thing, honestly. This is the kind of channel B, basically, or channel 2, I guess, of the network. Channel A is, of course, Fumidor and the Flavors. If you're not subscribed to that, please do subscribe. That would be super helpful. That channel has been stuck in time for a long time, so I would really like to get a few more subscribers. I'd love to break over 2,000. Wouldn't that be delightful? Anyway, once upon a time, that channel was a lot more, grew a lot faster, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I was also thinking before I bounce here and give it off to D, we might do a giveaway. I don't know why it's so weird for me to talk lately. You know why, actually? Because I'm not doing my mushroom teas lately. I realized I was so assiduous about basically drinking those mushrooms teas, and fuck, for the last probably 6 months, I really haven't drank them. I should start drinking them and see if there's a difference. Hey, let's do a giveaway. I need to go over to the place where I have my seats and maybe go just pick something at random, and we can give it away here in the next couple of minutes. Maybe at the 20. Let's do it that. Let's just do a giveaway right at the 20. In the meantime, let's say hello to our friends. Go for it, D. Take it away, my friend.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the takeover. That's not Tuesday. Do you see? I was gonna start doing the friggin' thing again. I'm all mixed up. Wow. It's this cannabis I must be smoking on. That's crazy. Welcome everybody to the Saturday show. Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for those people that tuned in earlier to the pre-show on my channel, which is dzombie_745. Come check me out there. I do live shows there. Pre-shows before these shows. Know what I'm saying? I'm a poet and don't even know it. Cheers, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night. Top chat, live chat. Everybody chatting experience. Yeah, man. I am smoking on something. Oh, pink mango. Cheers.
One of those
Smash.
shows I've heard about. I've never actually seen.
Good. I'm all mixed up over here right now. Holy shit.
Oh, I guess I'll go. What up, everyone? I hope you're having a great night. Thank you for joining for Smash 20 on everything. I got a live event coming up June 29th in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. Hit me up at the address. Cheers. Well, I'm smoking a salad. It's got a little bit of apple fritter cross and a little bit of fire cross.
Nice. You know what? I'm gonna roll a salad up too, Smash. I got a mix right here in this container. It's a good idea, buddy. I
Started.
smoked Sorry, go ahead.
I trimmed down all the plant that I'm going to use for pre-rolls. I got my tubes already, so I'm going to let it dry out for another day or two and start packing tubes.
That's cool.
Right on.
Cheers, by the way, folks in the chat. Of course, if you're like me, or if you would be like me or something, that's a weird promo. But anyway, I recommend, I guess probably a better way to say it, switch to live chat like I just did. Big Terp is first in the chat. Congrats, Big Terp. I think, as far as I know, that's your first thing in the chat. I don't know if you care, but we always just amusingly kind of call out the firsts. It's not like you win anything or whatever, you get to be first
Oh,
today, I guess. And if Get Up Gal comes, just make sure that she knows that you were first, honestly, not she. Like you were first and that she was not. Cheers, J5. Good to see you as well. Second in the chat, actually, right
the fighting word.
behind. Patricia walks the house. Welcome, Patricia. Good to see you as well. Of course, D Zombie rep in the chat, one of the main moderators in the entire house. So don't mess with Zombie, ladies and gentlemen. Bud Kilowatt's giving us the green light. Good to see you, Bud. Welcome, my friend. Grant Widener's already here. He says, "Hey, that hurts." Presumably the electric shock that he just got from Bud Kilowatt. Well, he had to wake you up. Gonna do. Doc Diesel's in the house. Welcome, Doc Diesel. Welcome to the show. Johnny, summertime. We haven't seen you in a little bit. Welcome, my friend. What's going on? Still growing, still taking delightful pictures and so on. Johnny, if you guys didn't know, is a actually professional photographer and videographer. Maybe he's more of a videographer these days. Perhaps he'll share the eye with a lens. My internet connection is apparently unstable, so fuck that very much. But anyway, welcome, folks. It is the Zombies show, so honestly, his rules apply. So we have been basically, I've been posting the link, but it's not quite as open of a door as it used to be. I just figured what's a little bit more scarce is a little bit more valuable. So essentially, you guys have to ask nicely and ask first before you join the show. But of course, if D wants to change those rules a little bit, he's welcome to do so. If he says no guests, or if he says even your mama is welcome or whatever. That's honestly his rules, as long as he doesn't violate the channel rules and stuff. He's kind of familiar with the whole system. So, ladies and germs, whatever he says, pretty much listen to him. So basically, in the next, oh, we're probably going to miss the 20. Well, anyway, starting now, we'll just consider it was the 20 because it's stoner time. Say something in the chat. Welcome. I don't know. Hello. Tell us what you're smoking on. Tell us what you're puffing. Tell us what you're growing in your garden. Say something. Say hello. Say hello. I am so and so. If you've never said anything in the chat before, we're a friendly bunch. We're not going to eat you. I mean, D might. He's partial to your brains a little bit, but I mean, just a little. He's just going to nibble a little bit. He's not really going to. You're not greedy, right? You're not going to eat the entire frontal lobe or something. Just like,
No,
I don't know, like part of the back cerebellum or something. Just
you're
maybe
not
just
gonna end up with
nip
like a
into the
lobotomy
blood-brain
or something.
barrier. He'll figure it out. What's that, D?
You're not gonna end up with like a lobotomy or anything.
You
Don't
see,
worry.
he's a nice zombie. He's a friendly zombie. Anyway, but say hello, ladies and germs, and win. I didn't say a pack of Black Knights Light. It was fortuitously, it was the first thing that I grabbed, but it's something that I quite enjoy. It's definitely my breeding. That's another reason why I like it quite a bit. It's the Black Prince Ruby that I selected out of a good number of Black Prince Rubies. I think it was about 100 females, like 99 females or something, call it 100. Anyway, because there was like one dud. So it was like it was going to be 100, but there was like one dud. Anyway, what was I going to say? Cross to the Coot Special number 3. That Black Prince Ruby that I selected, I really enjoyed the kind of multifaceted nature of it. First of all, it was sort of the ideal shape of a Black Prince Ruby. It had this very sort of torpedo style and really just a really good yield, a very vigorous plant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That goes without saying. Kind of the whole Black Prince Ruby line is sort of renowned. I think a lot of people in the chat will actually agree with that for vigorousness and for resistance to pests and so on, kind of like Morgana. Anyway, that particular Black Prince Ruby was spectacularly gorgeous. I have pictures. I actually have them. They're a little bit misplaced, but I do know where they are. So hopefully I'm going to start posting pictures of those. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? It's more of a strawberry jam, actually. So the original Black Prince Ruby, call it Black Prince Ruby number 1, I guess the Black Prince Ruby, let's call it, because I was selecting from the Black Prince Ruby stock. That I had bred it for the strawberry candy kind of terps, basically. The original Ruby Jack, the Ruby Jack number the strawberry was number 7. The reject number 7 was basically like the little strawberry candy everyone's grandma basically had, with the kind of gooey center. You probably know what I'm talking about, right? They come in that little strawberry wrapper. Anyway, it really tasted like that basically. Anytime I would smoke it with somebody, even in the rosin, they'd be like, "Oh my God, this tastes like that," and I'd be like, "Yeah," I'd smile, I'd be like, "Yeah, like just like those strawberry candies." Anyway, the one that I selected was a lot more like a strawberry jam, distinctly more like preserves basically on bread. And this particular one, so I selected a couple. Unfortunately, thanks to fate, I don't have either one of them, but they were both strawberry jam. Uh, Actually, they were number one and number three, weirdly enough, out of a large number. It's ridiculous how often my favorites are number three or number one, number two. Anyway, uh, strawberry jam with this really noticeable, first of all, kind of an earthiness underneath that was, uh, uh, yeah, but I don't know, percentage wise, let's call it like 20-25% basically earthiness, basically on the ground, a little bit of pine needles, basically like distinct pine needles. And then this really not overwhelming, but noticeable rose scented. You guys know how much I love rose, like rose water, not rose. Um, uh, Probably a lot of people don't know. Think of a fresh rose. Think of a fresh rose, basically, in those kind of aromas, but in a rose linen. So if you were to imagine like a French laundry or something that uses roses, that kind of aroma. It was really very, very interesting, in my opinion. Anyway, so I bred that, of course, to that aggressively lemon pine and actually quite dominantly lemon pine Coot Special number three. And so far, I've gotten a chance to smoke two of them that I grew. The high, but that I can't be humble about that. That's basically the high that I was looking for. If you want to really just bop tunes, if you want to turn the stereo up and just fucking just rock it basically to your favorite fucking music, if you want to have a great time with friends, if you want to just basically sit there and do a hobby and just let the time fly away for several hours, that's honestly the high that you want. That's the weed that you want. So it took basically the best of that Black Prince Ruby, smashed a lot of that special, that aggressive, just heady sativa. It's some good shit, honestly. I'm really, really crazy about it. So one of these days I'll have a chance to select. I have a few little seedlings growing, but one of these days, hopefully when I come back, I'll have a chance to select properly again from this line, honestly, and then work this forward because I think it's a worthy, especially since I don't have the original selection anymore, just because of fate. I think it's a worthy successor, basically, that I've brought in these interesting new sativa lines from Thailand and South India. I think it really
Oh, thank
strengthens
you.
and adds a lot of flavor. What was that, D?
Oh, nothing.
We're, oh, sorry. So anyway, the fuck was I trying to say? I was trying to get to so far, I've gotten a chance to grow quite a few. Well, not quite a few. It would always be nice to grow more, but I've grown a few of the Coot Special crosses so far. The Surf Grape, the Black Knight's Delight, Pacifica Days. By the way, now I've gotten a chance to grow and smoke both Pacifica Days 1 and 2. Really loving both of them in individual ways. What else have I grown so far? I have grown. Fuck, I haven't grown that gaffer tape. That's one that I really need data from. I should have given a giveaway on gaffer tape because I still don't have enough info on that one. But next time we'll do a giveaway maybe on Tuesday or something.
Is
Uh,
that the Gorilla Glue
fuck
#4?
else. I think I had a figment in there. What's that, D?
Is gaffer tape Gorilla Glue?
Yes,
We
that's
cross or
right.
something?
Gorilla Glue number four or GG4, I guess, for legal reasons, and cross to, of course, that same Coot Special number three male. The reason why I
Nice.
said number three is because I had a total of four males, but I ended up using three, and I ended up just basically, I think, not really using the seeds from the second male. Why did I not? I don't remember for the life of me now why I didn't, but I really liked the number one and number three males. The number one male was more Thai leaning, and the number three male, in my opinion, was a little bit more Kerala leaning. When you look at pictures of Kerala online, kind of has this spear shape. It looks honestly like I don't remember what it was, a weapon, a medieval weapon, the flail or something. It's this basically like a corn cob with spikes on it. Anyway, the Kerala looks more like that. Whatever the name of that implement is, looks a little bit like that, kind of spiky, basically. Anyway, so from that perspective, leans that way. Still very aggressively lemon pine, and I guess I didn't finish saying that the Coot Special crosses so far kind of predominantly, basically everything that I've grown from the Surf Grape to the Black Knight's Delight, and mind you, Black Prince Ruby is not a very dominant genetic. Sort of the reason why I grow it is actually that it doesn't sort of dominate the cross. But anyway, it holds up its own, but the Coot Special just still predominates all the crosses, basically. So far, even the Figment, the Forbidden Fruit to Coot Special one, the Forbidden Fruit tends to be somewhat dominant. People assume that it's a weak genetic or something. I don't know why, because it's very resistant to bugs. It's very resistant to pests and pathogens in general, powdery mildew. Like it's a strong plant, actually. I think people just have this idea that purple plants are weak plants. Anyway, still, that forbidden fruit gets swallowed a little bit in that lemon pine cleaner of that Coot Special. So you get these crosses that are like 40% the mom, 60% the dad. It's kind of interesting, right? A lot of times when you breed, for example, when I breed with the Black Prince Ruby, basically the Black Prince Ruby sort of hides in the background and gives some sweetness. So it's still basically a 50-50 cross, but it sort of lets the other cross shine, basically. Whereas the Coot Special, really, you can tell it's really in the front there. It's really funny. I'm honestly puzzled at why Coot is so unwilling to have people cross with it, because it's such an interesting thing to cross with. But he has his reasons, I suppose. It is what it is. But what was I going to say? I think you'll really enjoy the Black Knight's Delight, and of course, whoever wins this will get it for free. So, holy shit, I've been talking about it for like 9 minutes. Well, anyway, not too many people have said anything in the chat, so the odds are going to be spectacular. Folks, I'm going to give it maybe another minute or so that you guys can say something in the chat, say hello, say whatever, say a joke, tell us a joke, tell us what you're growing, whatever Patricia Walker said Black Prince Ruby, whatever, ladies and gentlemen, you can say whatever you want. By the way, I didn't post the link just in case someone does want to ask nicely and come and fucking join us. Come on, notes. Open up, motherfucker. No, not calendar. Open up, you fuck face. There we go. Helps to swear at it.
Oh, wow. I don't know why. This extra joint is awesome.
What's that, D?
Oh, I just rolled this joint, and it's freaking awesome.
I forgot to make you co-host.
Cheers, Pet G. Cheers, everybody in chat.
Co-host. Boom. All right, Pet G joined, so that's good. Nice. Pet G says Caribbean love, so it's always nice to have a few other people. By the way, this is international, so I can send it worldwide, no big deal. Just don't sign up if you're going to get in trouble. Like, it's legal for me to send it. It's just fucking seeds. There's nothing on it. But if you get in trouble, that's a different story. That would be bad. So please use use your head. Keep your nose clean. Shit. It's just freaking seeds. It's not worth going to jail for or something. What was I gonna say? You know what? Let's call it. J5 just said that's she said, Pat. I'll give it like 10 more seconds. I'll type something in the chat. Nice. Got J Patrick in there.
Cheers, everybody.
All right.
Don't eat bites. Still alive.
Stop. After this, doesn't count. You can keep talking, but it's not going to count in the participants because I'm pulling it right now. Good odds.
Pulling your mama.
Somebody's going to win these. Oh, I probably should have opened up the duck race.
Cheers, Sultan. Sultan C Seeds in the house.
Solstice Seeds hanging. Solstice Seeds won something recently. He's apparently growing some of it now. Can't
Right
remember
on.
what it's Sour Morgana or
Sultan Seeds should hop on. Come hang out. Wait a minute.
Motherfucker. I'm gonna grill some steaks after this. Isn't that exciting?
Oh,
It's always fun to have steak. I always feel bad for the cow, but What can I tell you?
Oh my God, that sounds so good.
Right?
I would ask
We're
Smash
gonna
to pour me
do air fryer French fries. By the way, that's my favorite new way to make French. Did we just lose for smashed? My
Yeah.
favorite new way to make French fries. Just very lightly coat them in oil, and the air fryer is a convection fryer. Or at least you can use convection. You can get a nice crisp skin. In fact, you get this interesting puffy skin if you do it right. Uh, like the skin puffs up basically like a really hot oil. Anyway, yeah, I like it quite a bit. And quite a bit more healthy than French fries, that's for sure. Who
We
doesn't
don't
like
have
regular
one of those.
fries?
We're not fancy as
French
you guys.
fries, I can't remember.
He's back. He's
Well,
back.
like a tablespoon of oil is, I think, 150 tablespoon or 150 calories. So if you were to have a half cup of French fries, who doesn't have a half cup or more of French fries, you'd probably end up consuming a good 2, maybe 3 tablespoons of oil in that. So do the math, probably 300, 400 calories just in oil. Fuck was I gonna say? Why can't I do this? It's because I'm not paying attention. That's why.
I was watching car jujitsu.
Car
It's
jujitsu?
so so fun to watch. Just two dudes in a car. They start with their seatbelts on, both on the driver and passengers. It looks like the
So
steering
basically, it's
wheel.
like car jousting.
Dude, look it up. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's two dudes just going at it in a car.
That's a no line. Never mind.
Someone just checked in, just turned on the show right then. They're like, "What's Smash talking about?" Ladies and geranium. Oh, I can't do that because the thing is too. Oh, that's
I
cool.
usually hit shuffle characters once or twice, so it's recommended.
Oh, right. I haven't done that in a while. Wait, there we
Oh, there we
go.
go.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
very random. Oh, it's shuffling the character colors. Look at that.
Pink.
I
That's
didn't
pink.
notice that it changes their
That's pink.
costumes. How funny. All right, that's a good mix. Oh no,
Well,
we have a fucking Trump. There's no Trump. There's no Trumps allowed
Yeah,
on
well,
this
that one,
show. I
do
have to
that
be
one.
frank with you.
good. I'm
Uh,
bad looking
there
pink
we go.
again.
We got a strawberry. We got a
Everyone
peach
has their own.
stars. We got snowboarding duck with the hat. We got Sherlock duck. I like it. All right, let's go. Good luck, everybody. This is for all the marbles, aka Black Knight's Delight. This is my selected Black Prince Ruby to Coot Special number 3, arguably my selected Coot Special number 3. I think you will enjoy it. I certainly do. The high is spectacular, and for what it's worth, even if you are not like for example, Smash would be a lot more into super heavy indica. Probably wouldn't be up his alley. This would be nothing like any of the shit that he's growing. I can guarantee you, and that is often worth its own weight in gold. Anyway, good luck, everybody. Right, right.
Hmm.
Salt and sea seeds out at me doing the Christopher Reeve.
I don't know how I did it, but the weather's been crazy, and I've been watching the weather. And the day, like the next Saturday, it looks like it's going to be really nice out. So
Hmm.
I think I
Well, it's
lucked
been a
out.
crazy heat wave over most of the country, honestly, hasn't it?
Yeah, we had a heat wave, but we've also been having rolling thunderstorms in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had rain all day. Thunderstorms, heavy rain. Tastes like an anorexic. Okay, guys, enough.
It was foggy.
Uh,
I'm
oh, that's
hoping it clears up. I gotta set up that tent. I want to mow the lawn one more time too.
Hmm.
what's the longest time you can do a duck race?
You
What's the
have a
longest we
lot.
can do one? I don't know. It looks like
Like
we
an
can
Nine,
do
hour?
hours.
nine.
An hour?
They
No,
just do it all
dude,
night.
you could put nines in the whole every column.
Oh fuck. Stay tuned, see if you won. Come back in 9 hours.
Long show.
Oh, that would be funny. Do a
9
live
hours.
stream of
Holy
a duck
cow.
race. I might do that one day. Just have
That would be funny. That would be honestly funny.
set up like a 3-hour duck race and not just leave it on so people can come in and out.
When they
No, if
flip
you're gonna
their
do it, do it full hardcore. Do a 99-hour duck race.
Does that
99
stupid
people and do it for 99 hours. That would be hilarious. That'd be a great show. It would take 8 days to upload when you're done.
There's a lot of names I haven't seen.
Good luck, everybody.
A couple names I haven't seen.
Oh, here comes Zombie.
Who's it gonna be?
He's not gonna win.
This is for everything.
Glassworks. There's someone else gonna pull out. Right
Look
in
at
the
that.
end.
Skunk Ape Glassworks. Skunk Ape Glassworks. Congrats, buddy. I think you're a first-time winner, as far as I remember. I don't remember you winning anything, so congrats, buddy. Email me, fumidor@chronictable.com. Oh, shut off that goddamn duck. That's a weird duck, Fumidor. Skunk Ape, email me, fumidor@chronictable.com. You can also, I think you're on our Discord.
Is he really?
So DM me on Discord. That's probably the easiest, actually. And then third option, for some reason, everyone insists on doing this. That's the worst possible way to contact me. Instagram. Sometimes you guys don't follow me, or I don't follow you, or whatever the case is. You'll have a private account, and then it'll be in like message requests. Jesus H. Christ. Come on. Just fucking DM me on Discord or email me, fumidor@chronictable.com. Instagram legit is the last option, please. So try to use the first two options first. Okay, fine. If the only way to reach me is the other one, that's fine. Skunk Ape, I'm gonna write that down because otherwise I'll forget.
Use smoke signals before you actually contact
Seriously,
people or I
remember the thing from Crocodile Dundee where the Aboriginal guy,
Yeah.
or no, where Mick goes up on the hill. That would be better than a fucking didgeridoo would be better than goddamn Instagram.
Didgeridoo. Hey, speaking of didgeridoos, let's see something.
These are the didgeridoos and don'ts. That would have been a good show.
See here.
Skunk Ape Glassworks. EKE.
Anyone, what are you guys doing for the 4th? Well, what are you doing for the 4th?
Don't know really. I'm gonna be down in California, so goofing off down there, I guess. We'll see.
Definitely something going on.
Oh, he's not
Oh,
here.
for sure. Yeah. I have to be honest, I'm not much of a 4th reveler most of the time. So a lot of times when I've been in California before, I'll just go up on the building, and you're not really supposed to, but I go on the top of the building and just kind of look around. You can see literally all the fireworks from like Beverly Hills, Brentwood, fucking like there's all these
Get
little
up high.
downtown, like you see them basically at the same time. You see like 40 different displays. It's kind of a trip, honestly. I might honestly just do that. Go up there with
There's shots of
allegedly go up
Oklahoma.
there with a joint and a glass of beer and just goof off.
There's shots of like cities in Oklahoma on the 4th where it's literally 360. You can be standing in the middle of the town and you can see like fireworks like off for like miles. It's 360. It's crazy.
That's cool. I guess New York is that way because New
New
York
York
City has their own
City.
fireworks, and then New Jersey,
How you doing?
Newark has it. I don't remember. I'm not familiar with all the towns there, but anyway, the Sopranos area basically they all have fireworks apparently. Yeah.
Hey, how you
The thing
doing?
is,
Brunswick and all those places. I don't even know.
most like Massachusetts,
Gabagool.
it's illegal, but we're right next to New Hampshire's legal. We're illegal, and Rhode Island's legal. So like we're just like it'd be hard set not to come to Massachusetts and see fireworks from someone. The cops don't do it like well,
Yeah, the
most
West
cities,
Coast is.
the cops don't say shit.
I don't remember what the rules are in Washington, honestly. I feel like they're still also strict, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because it used to be that Washington had way looser rules, but I think tightened down tremendously. Now, basically on the whole West Coast, you can't really get any fireworks that shoot off at all. So it's all kind of like sort of bullshit fireworks. But they're still expensive, obviously, because the firework materials are really expensive. It's the same shit that we end up fertilizing our plants with. Well, I guess with synthetic more. Kind of funny, the explosive industry turned into the agricultural industry. So first we had the explosives, and we had so many left over after World War One. They were like, "Oh shit, we could put these on plants," instead of the other way around. Instead of blowing up the,
Calling in nitrate.
people are. First, we invent things to kill each other, and then we use that for some civilian purpose, like we could have in the first place. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? I think people, when they want the really crazy fireworks, they go to like Idaho and shit. Which, ironically, don't get caught with weed in Idaho. Holy fucking shitballs! They'll throw your ass in a cage. They'll throw your ass in the dungeon, just like bury you underground. It's crazy.
Same thing. I feel like that's
What
like
side?
Utah too.
Utah, ironically, has a medical program. Yeah, Idaho's the one that's just like fucking balls to the wall. Crazy. Well, I'm gonna
So
hand it off to you guys and go grill some steaks because shit, it's steak grilling time. And hope you guys have a good show. Like I said, D sets the rules. D, when you hand it off to somebody else, make sure whoever you hand it off to knows that they're the boss at that point. Because
Yeah.
I don't want them to just hand it back to me or some shit. I don't know. So I should, in the meantime, make you host. Let's make host. Boom, the host the most. There it is. So D, or folks, listen to D. He has the authority. Like I said before, you guys are welcome on the show. Just please ask nicely in the chat. Whatever D's are, honestly, is our. Don't forget to visit my website, ladies and gentlemen, fumidoro.com. I wholeheartedly recommend Sour Morgana. I think you guys will enjoy that tremendously. If you're willing to take a 70-day cross, Black Knight's Delight is something I really recommend. That was something that Skunk Ape Glassworks is going to get to enjoy. Gaffer Tape, of course, with that GG4 cross, or like I mentioned earlier, Figment with the Forbidden Fruit cross to the same Coot Special Mail. Lots of flavors in that. Wonderful, spectacular highs, almost certainly unlike anything you've grown before. There's a number of breeders out there that talk about sativas. When you look at the actual process they're talking about, they're not really that aggressively sativa. These are going to be what you're looking for. They're going to be heady and racy without paranoia, without the super long harvest times that you have to oftentimes get for like 100 and 120-day hazes. Sorry, folks. For a lot of us, that's just too long. But that's what she said too. But in the meantime, if really aggressive high, something that you really notice and really gets you high as opposed to stoned, try the Coot Special crosses that are up on my website.
Come on.
And like I said, of course, Sour Morgana or Lime River Rose version 2, or of course, Morgana version 2. Anyway. Don't forget, of course, ladies and gentlemen, use the coupon code BRAINS, BRAINZ. I almost misspelled that. How do you pronounce that, D?
Brain.
There you go. Easy mnemonic, ladies and gentlemen. It helps to say things out loud. Here's the handing off the show to D.
Cheers. Cheers, everybody. I'm just trying to get this scented glass skunk work. Skunk Ape glass work. There you go, buddy. Humidor at chronictable.com. If anyone else has a guest request or like to cool guest up here, use that email or joke. Check them out. Cheers, everybody in chat. Need to get a coffee. Come on and join us, you regulars. You know who you is. Captain, we speak your name, Captain. We speak your name.
I gotta grind up a bunch of weed. I'm probably gonna grind up like a full ounce. And I got 100 cones, so I'm just gonna go and I don't know if I'm gonna have enough keef for all that, but I will have enough keef for like 20. I think.
Right on. What's my battery in? What's my battery? 19%. So I guess that's enough to make a coffee, man. Yeah, very. Right on. Yeah, that's coming up, eh? That's exciting, dude.
Yeah, 1 week.
Smash this throwdown.
1 week. I gotta
That
start
might be.
getting ready. I gotta go to the grocery store Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta make. I'm probably gonna make. I don't know, depending on what I get. I might get chicken and beef, but I'm gonna
Damn.
make shish kebab. My cousin's bringing ribs, pork chops, mac and cheese.
Shit, eh?
It's not really like an eating thing. It's more of just like a chilling thing. The eatings are just people because I figured people would be hungry at like 4 p.m. and
Yeah. Right on. That's awesome, Smash. Now I really wish you really did have a squirrel suit. So I can borrow it and come and hang out, man.
uh, yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's a good amount of people coming.
Right on, dude. Gonna get some
Yeah,
water.
I just stuck with 3 music artists right now. I might do more next time.
Mhm.
And I did mostly DJs, so they could like
Oh no! Oh
just
my
kind of fill
fucking
in the time.
god! Mm. I'm not having a good night. I just spilled water all over the fucking floor. God damn it. Oh,
So I'm finding like
yourself. Oh,
random seeds every once in a while in my butt. So that definitely was a herm that I pulled out, and
yeah.
it did seed, but it only got a couple. Well, every plant got a little bit of pollen, but there's only I don't know 4 or 5 seeds in it.
Oh yeah, right on.
The wheat's really good though, so it makes up for it.
What strain was that again, Smash?
Critical Kush is the one that hermed out on.
Yeah, right on. Fuck's sake. Yeah.
I need to stop raining. I want to go check out in the outdoor. I have 4 backup plants just in case the plants outside
Wait,
don't grow. I have a couple extra plants I could put out there to feminize.
right on. Fuck Morgan signals. Fuck piece of shit. Cheers, Sultan.
What's up?
Long time no see. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah. Oh wow,
Yeah, buddy.
good to see you guys. Sorry. Whoa, that was a good
All right, let's try this again.
spot. That hit hard. I'm putting some blueberry Kush in the flour probably
Nice.
within the 2 weeks. Then I gotta pop some more seeds.
Well,
Heck yeah. Just pop some stuff. Black Knight's Delight and grape, surf grape. Hi, might have said it wrong. Yeah, surf grape. Jesus, smoking out of 3 months. I haven't popped anything. Got stuff going. I got stuff in flour and in bed right now. Yeah. I'd like to get more stuff in flour. as soon as possible. So probably give them another week or two. They're in 1 gallons. Just I'll pot them to 3s and throw them in.
Yeah, I learned a valuable lesson. You get more out of flowering than you do out of veg. I just love to veg my plants really big sometimes. Then they outgrow the room, and then I
Me too.
got an issue. I got to learn to flip my plants faster. It's my problem.
I'm with you on that. I used to just try to do like 2 or 3 big grows a year, but it didn't never lasted.
Right? Still runs out. Well, it still runs out. Doesn't matter how big the plants are. I'd rather
I
do a
could produce
smaller.
4 pounds and it won't last me until my next harvest.
Yeah, that's crazy how fast it just disappears.
Plus, like,
Yeah,
I don't know, Random Family Farm's got it fucking figured out. Dude's harvesting every week.
right? Yeah, but then you're always trimming too, and that's the issue. Unless you got a machine, then I'm down with that. But I don't have a machine, so I don't
Yeah,
trim like that.
he trims everything right when he harvests it, puts it right in those machines.
Fucking crazy. I could do that. It'd be nice.
I've tried his weed, man. It's like it's really good, but he always has good weed, and he always dries in the herbs now.
Reserves now. Yeah, my brother got one. He's like, nope, I'm not doing it. I'll just use a cardboard box and a fan. And I was like, fuck. Yeah, can't fit enough in there. First thing he said. So even doubling the racks, I still can't get my whole harvest in one time. So I still have to use box anywhere. So that was his problem.
I've seen. I think you can put like 4 racks in there.
I think you could double it, dude. I've seen him with 10 racks, I think. I think I've seen freaking, what's his name, put 10 of those fuckers on there. Miranda Family Farms. So that's when I was like, yeah, double your racks. And he's like, I did that already, my friend, my brother. And he's like, yeah, I can't use it. Not good. Yeah, everybody has a preference in drying. Mine's a big cardboard box. And the wardrobe boxes from U-Haul. The metal hangers that come with it.
I just hang it up in a room.
Yeah, I do that with my seed stuff. I just leave it hanging on the wall. Just a wall with hooks.
I actually gotta
Oh, shit. Oh,
move my dehumidifier.
yeah, that's one thing I don't deal with out in the desert. Out in the desert, I don't have nothing to do.
And there's so much extra water to account for.
It's crazy. There's no water where I live. I'm like, I'm trying to create that extra water. Like that's why I grow with big beds, so I could put extra water in the bed.
Sending air.
I'm using a dehu right now just to suck water out of my basement where we live.
Yes, like minus. There's no humidity here. Maybe inside at 56% it says right now. So I feel a little bothered. But other than that, it's 76 degrees inside. Happy with that.
Oh, you little shit. Get back
You
here.
have so many stems and like trimming and just like I I harvested 2 harvests and I haven't cleaned my trim room. So I'm going down there tomorrow, sweeping up everything. I got a bag over here. I'm putting everything in one bag. Then I'm gonna burn it all and try to get high from it.
Sounds fun.
I'm gonna start a nice little fire, let it get cold up, and I'm just gonna dump all of it on.
Heck yeah.
Right on.
Give it back to the earth. Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I burned up like 4 whole plants because they had PM.
Gotta be done.
I started a fire, and I was just like, yeah.
I usually just bury my plants. I already dig a hole and just bury them. Then
Yeah,
come.
dead body status. Damn, bro. You're ruthless with that shit. I'm just gonna bury you. Fucking A. It's a good idea too, though. I never thought about burying
Dude, I lucked out, man. Like, we got thunderstorms all the way up till like Tuesday or no, Monday. And then it like clears up for another couple days. And my party is right in between those days.
So,
Perfect timing.
Gotta fucking set up the tent. I haven't done it yet.
Oh, you didn't try it out?
Dude, my ADHD kind of like, I don't know. Sometimes it makes me like I'm super fixated on it, but I can't ever get to go do it because I have so much other shit to do.
I'm there with you. Problem.
Or I get stuck. I get stuck a lot too. People don't get understand. Like sometimes I'll be sitting there just like thinking for hours.
Yeah. Oh, like 6 hours will go by sometimes. I'll be like, oh my God, I got to do something today. Jesus.
Yeah, just stuck there. And then your mind's like, oh, you need to go do this. You gotta go do that. And you're like, oh. Then it gets so stressful. You're like,
Yeah. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. I'm tired already. Fuck. Yeah. So, bleach.
well, I found today, which is pretty cool, a $50 gift card, ultimate dining gift card. That was from like Christmas, from last Christmas.
Nice.
And you can get Swiss Chalet, Montana's, East Mario's, Harvey's, and a couple other places that you guys probably never heard about.
I know one of those places you just named.
Which one?
Did you say Arby's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard that. I was gonna say Arby's or I was hearing things, but yeah,
Swiss Chalet is pretty darn good.
yeah, I've never heard of it.
It's a chicken
my
place.
dad used to like going to Arby's every once in a while.
No, not Arby's, Harvey's. With an H.
Hardee's?
Harvey's.
Hardee's.
Harvey's. It's a
Arby's.
burger place.
But we
Man,
don't have
We have
that shit.
no.
we have an Arby's here too, though. Arby's is pretty darn good.
I don't need it. I haven't eaten it in a long time.
Yeah, like when you're hungry, stop that shit. I'm gonna stop talking.
I had Texas Roadhouse tonight.
Oh man, that sounds decent. What do you get from there?
Steak and shrimp.
Nice, yeah. Same
Damn,
thing. Every
dude.
time. You get the same thing every time?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I get the
If I'm
same
going
thing.
to a steakhouse, I'm definitely gonna get a steak.
Yeah, or I get the ribs if I don't get the
Or
shrimp.
ribs.
Yeah, I get the ribs and the
So
steak, the combo.
I'm a combo person. Like normally,
Yeah,
I'll get either ribs or I'll get the shrimp, depending on where it is. Because some places have the shrimp that's not good.
right.
Oh my God. That sounds good.
Yeah, I fuck with Texas Roadhouse. The bread's not the greatest, like everybody says, and
I
there's
love
butter.
that bread, dude. It's so good.
It's just basic bread. I could eat a whole damn thing of it. That's the problem with the shit.
It's the
Don't give me
butter.
that much
It's the
bread. Yeah,
cinnamon butter.
the cinnamon butter is the fire. That's where the fire is. Yeah,
But
you
their
can eat
bread
that.
also is sweet too.
It's
When
sweet
you eat
as
the
fuck.
bread by
Yeah.
itself,
Yes, it's very sweet. That's a problem, dude. You can just eat the whole damn thing. Like order extra box to go. Yeah, box to
J-Pack.
go.
it's funny if you go to Texas Roadhouse, you can get peanuts and just throw like the shells on the ground.
We got a couple of places like that here.
Imagine not knowing what it was and having a peanut allergy.
Oh shit! Walk in there and you just
Like a
instantly
severe one. Can't even like
Throw
breathe.
up.
That's fucked up. Yeah. That could be dangerous,
I
right?
bet you kill someone.
Yeah, even
Unless
somebody
well, they probably have
walking
their
there.
EpiPen, but
That's, yeah, dude. If you go to somebody else's house after you've been there, you stepped in
there's
all those peanuts. Damn.
you can't even bring a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to school anymore.
Yeah, they stopped
I
that shit
know.
a long time ago. Damn.
Dude, I used to bring sardines to school for lunch.
I used to bring a pack of cigarettes to school for lunch.
Yeah, I saved my money and skipped lunch all the time too. Like I would skip
I'd buy
lunch.
one big ass cookie or two cookies for like $1.
Cookies in the morning were good. Cookies and milk in the morning.
Nah, they had them at lunch.
Right.
They were so fire until like my sophomore year or junior year. They started to do like the healthy
Oh,
school lunches.
that's
Changed the recipes to the cookies, so they were complete. They were so much worse. We had a I had a guzzler machine. You know what guzzlers are? Like a
Nice.
sugar drink, a juice.
yeah.
We had a guzzler machine in the school.
That's crazy. No, see, our high school had the soda machines and all that shit, and we had a Wendy's. Like we could order Wendy's or
No, we
Domino's.
didn't have any of that.
Wendy's and Domino's from our fucking lunch, bro. And everybody's getting all fat and shit. And I was like, nah, I'm just gonna save my money, and I'll just buy weed with my money allegedly. That's be like, I'm not getting lunch here. My mom would bring me lunch after school, and she picked me up and bring me lunch half the time. Get some weed.
I played sports, so like a lot of the time I was after school, and I would just have my mom bring me some food if it was a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to like to go Carl's Jr. after school. So I'd start walking over there, and then I'd see my mom. She'd pick me up and take me the rest of the way.
Take 5.
You weren't supposed to leave for lunch. Even seniors weren't allowed to leave anymore.
I do it. Fuck that.
Yeah, they stopped everybody for doing that because people would just go get high all the time, come back all wasted. They wouldn't even go
But
to
if you were 18,
they just go fucking get stoned. So it was awesome.
yeah, they did. You, I mean, I've definitely had my friends sign me up or like write me fake notes and stuff.
Yeah, I used to call for one of my friends. He'd come over all the time, be like, "Hey, call me in sick today for school." Act like you're my dad. Like,
I
for
had the
real?
resource officer show up at one of my homies' house, and he was like, "Nah, you don't have to come back."
Truth officers. I was on homeschool, so I didn't have to worry about it half the time because I had the little card that they give you to show that you can be free whenever. So I just showed them that. Fucking, they let me go and they fucking harass whoever I was with in the middle of the day. And we're just walking around. Like, they got to go back. I don't. It's like, shit, I'm allowed
I
to
was
be out.
I was at a point in school where they knew I didn't want to be there. I showed like I still don't wake up in the morning. I would show up late every time, like every day. The only reason I graduated high school is because I ended up doing night school.
Nice.
But like at one point, my like junior senior year, I could just be like, I want to leave, and they'd be like, all right. And if they said no, I'd tell them to go. I'd tell them to fuck off, and then they'd be like, you're suspended.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Our teachers would be like, do whatever after like they were a certain age because we don't get paid enough to try to fight you to stay in class. So if you want to leave early, you just fucking leave early. Nah, I don't get paid enough to fight you guys.
I used to go outside to smoke cigarettes, and they would be like, "Yo, you're not allowed to do that." I'd be like, "All right, so you want me to rip him in the bathroom?" Like, you got two fucking options here. I can walk outside and be respectful, or you can hold me hostage in here and I can smoke it in your bathroom.
The place.
These are the James Dean.
Everyone's
Everyone's in the pause.
Yeah, the basketball courts, everybody smoked there and just threw their butts right there. Just left them on the blacktop.
Dude, I was never the kid to smoke weed in school. Like, you could smell that shit. Like, I'd smoke before I came in or like at lunch when I left or something, but I'd never smoke in the like bud in the bathroom. You'd be like, you could smell it a mile away.
Yeah, I was the watch out. I was never smoking in the restroom either. Though. I was like, I'll look out for you guys and whistle if anybody's coming, but it's just like you said, too loud. Way too.
Dude.
I already have a pocket full of it to sell it. I'm not trying to get caught smoking it in school, but allegedly.
You could walk outside and go behind the gymnasium too. That's where like all my homies showed me where to go. Like, listen, the art side of my school was like free zone. Like they did whatever the fuck they wanted, really. The art kids, like in art classes and shit, they were always outside. They were always walking around doing weird shit. So like my homie did drama for a little bit. He's like, yo, come here. And he brought me into a class, introduced me to the teacher, and anytime I wanted to just get the fuck away, it was a completely different wing to the school. You know what I mean? It was the farthest wing away from the office. No one ever walked down it. Like I would go there and it was like a different world. It was crazy. I like and they would let me I definitely was a writer, like a doodler on desks and stuff.
Fuck me. Fuck me.
You were
Like,
scribbling. You
in
were
the art classes, they would let me write on the walls as long as it wasn't like dirty or anything.
no profanity and keep it respectful type shit. That's pretty cool.
Dude, the whole art wing was covered in pieces. It was crazy.
Yeah, they didn't let us do that kind of stuff in our school, really.
My school was weird. It had like we had a big like a big theater for like drama. And they did plays and all that. But we also had a CTE section, Center for Technical Education, where you could take like plumbing and
Nice.
electrical or fucking HVAC.
Real skills, life skills. That's awesome.
I started at HVAC and I ended up in plumbing. I never did anything with it.
I don't have the crack for it.
I just didn't. If I were to do plumbing, I would want to do new plumbing, not old plumbing. Like brand new pipes that haven't touched poop once.
Virgin pipes. You don't want to touch them.
Like
Oh
I'll
my.
go build your Best Buy or your Kmart for you. That's pretty much what that job would be. It would be commercial fucking plumbing. Putting up Walmarts and buildings like that. I always wanted to learn to weld.
I took welding class. That shit's fun. I like welding.
I have the basic idea. I feel like if I had a welder, I could do it.
Yeah.
Or figure it out at least. But I just never been. I don't know. I don't have enough stuff to weld. I don't need to buy one. It would literally be for me to play with.
Very cool.
The only time I ever needed something welded is when I was doing like exhaust on cars. And at that point, I would just put fucking one of those rubber gasket things on it.
Mm-hmm. $11. That's what she said, J. Patrick. It's
Yeah,
harder than
I can't see chat.
Yeah,
It says
I'm
it's harder than that.
not liking chat either. I'm neglecting chat today. Not reading that shit. It always takes me out of the conversation. I get in my own head after and start getting self-conscious for no reason. Like, what the hell, dude? You've done this 1,000 times. Why the hell would you care? Because I
I'll
start reading.
stop spreading those rumors about you then.
Ugh.
Cream smells fire still.
I hope it's nice tomorrow.
Yeah, I've had enough of this rain. It rained for really hard today. So I'm ready for nice hot weather again. 100 Fahrenheit.
Oh no. Could come vacation here, man. Hot.
91.
I'm good at
Wasn't it?
80.
I can't check the temperatures on this phone. Shit.
I'm literally turning my other phone on right now just so I could look up the weather.
Let's see, I'll turn this phone
Yeah,
on.
that's to turn my camera.
I'm probably just confused.
4:30.
This phone to go live on YouTube for my party and just leave it live streaming. And then I'm gonna bring my I don't know. I'm gonna be live streaming. There's a couple of DJs if you like house music. Miranda Family Farm just doing a rap like remix set.
Yo, that's cool.
Come on, turn on. I like EDM music. I've always been. If I had the choice to go to like a rave or Dead and Company jam band type shit, I'd go to a rave.
Heck yeah.
Sorry, that was
Especially
my
if
fault.
it's Tiesto or someone. I still want to see Stevie Aoki.
All right, so note to self. No, go ahead, Flash. Sorry.
I'm just saying, come on, my phone's taking forever.
Well, note to self: don't do no more air sirens on. Well, Salton Sea's on. Freaks his dogs out. Cheers, chat. Cheers, everybody watching.
You know
34
what's funny?
people.
I just got a new tripod, and I want to get a tripod that can hold two phones. You know?
That's what Mrs. D calls me. Tripod. Not for the same reason. I got one of those camera sticks. It's like it looks like it's pretty good. Looks pretty good.
I actually
for-
recently lost one of my selfie sticks.
That's it, selfie sticks.
I don't remember where I put it.
Right on about kilowatt. I'm really medicated with cannabis. This stuff's pretty darn good. Don't remember what I'm smoking. Oh, pink mango.
Have you seen that? There's a kid going viral right now from Toronto. Have you seen him? He carries a speaker on his head.
No, I haven't seen this guy yet.
I don't know. I guess he hangs out downtown. And he like spins a speaker, like a JBL speaker on his head and shit.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Some
Some
Chinese. I don't know.
one of my buddies,
Maybe.
one of my buddies probably knows him. He lives in Toronto. He lives in downtown. He knows everybody. Pretty much.
He just got. I don't know. It's pretty interesting how he balance that thing on his head.
Right on. We had
Look,
a
it says thunderstorms to Monday. Monday. Tuesday, the 25th is supposed to be nice.
nice. Right on. Pet G, don't get me started with pizza, motherfucker. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. We used to have a Jamaican guy ride a bicycle by my house, all the time. He used to have like a little sound system on the back playing Jamaican music while he rode by. It's pretty funny.
I can see chat.
Right on, Bug Kilowatt. Watching this is a dead show. Him and who else? Oh yeah, J5. Pete.
J- I, I fuck with all types of like dubstep, but like I really got into hard style, which is like 120 BPM, kind of fast. I like how music.
Casper and Rusco back in the day. This is almost like 20 years ago, I think. Jesus Christ. This is a fucking long time ago and I used to listen to dubstep at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna post.
Well, everyone knows Afrojack. He was one of the biggest artists in the early 2000s. It was Afrojack, Stevie Aoki, Avicii.
15 years ago. Yeah. Let me see.
Skrillex.
Yeah.
Knife Party was fire. If you've never listened to Knife Party.
Oh wow, there's a whole video of that. Well, this is short.
Freaking sweating from just going outside.
I think either today or yesterday was the longest day of the year.
I think yesterday.
I don't know.
So the solstice with the strawberry moon. It's yesterday, 21st. I missed it somehow.
That's not very short. What's so short?
See what seeds I had popping. Have some bog sour grape going in a baggie right now. Probably have to check.
Nice.
That's purple sugar apple from buddy, I can't remember what it is. Seattle Chronic Seeds. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
So Instagram still won't let me go live.
Not really.
For real. I don't know why. I've emailed them. They don't answer me. So I think I'm gonna try to go live on my second Instagram for my party.
What the fuck is this? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know why. Instagram's been fucking with me the last couple of months.
right here. There it is.
So if no one knows my second Instagram, it's ITZ_smashed. It's smashed. It's got a picture of a doll, like a double-headed doll demon.
Right on.
I'm gonna probably go live there for the 29th, and I'll be live.
DJ Smoke one. Shout outs to him. He's one of my favorite DJs growing up because he was my best friend. Because he was my best friend.
Right on. Uh-oh.
But hella parties for free because
Anyway, that's to turn off quick. But those are guys scratching with a cassette deck, cassette tape. It's crazy. Right on. Oh.
I really don't believe how much DJ equipment really is.
Yeah.
Cassette deck. Shout outs to him. Was.
Ricka. Rubber dub.
This other phone sucks. So I realized why I got another phone now. Thing is so slow.
I don't know the joint. Anyway, I think I have some hash. Hash time. Hash time coming. Here's Dabby. Dabby J says first day of summer. Oh no. Okay, so I got papers. Get low. 1, 2. We only got 4 papers left. I'll have to go to the gas station and grab some.
I just ordered 100 cones off Amazon.
What's that, Smack?
I just ordered 100 cones off Amazon.
Right on.
Came with a little filling tool to help me fill them up.
Nice. Here's my filling tool right here.
I thought about buying that 6-shooter that Raw made. You put 6 cones in it, then you put the weed in it, and you swing it around, and the weed goes into the holes.
Crazy. Next. 7. Not good. Right on. Next.
move out of his way to climb.
I don't want to be the silly home. Right on.
I'm in charge.
What's everybody in chat smoking on? I'm smoking on pink mango. And some hash. Some like hard hash where I have to actually light the hash up to soften it. That kind of hash. I think J5 and Bug Kilowatts is drinking the same Kool-Aid tonight. Maybe they ate the red licorice. No, they're watching the morning.
I've actually been smoking the Wilson Otter Pops. Really good for like all around smoke.
Right on.
Wait, what's it good for? I just fucking spaced out.
Like an all around smoke.
Nice, because I have one of them going. I just heard
Um,
something that I was growing. And I was like, wait, I'm
It's
growing
like a
that.
sweet smell. I got another one.
Autopod.
Wilson Otter Pub. Yeah, I got one
Autopod.
going. So
And
it's
then,
good.
oh, it's good.
Nice.
It grows weird.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope I got a different female. A weird one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the second one I have downstairs is growing fine.
No, I only popped one out of the three. I was just doing it for head stash for the next one.
I only got 2 seeds to go. The other one didn't go nowhere.
That's
But
crazy.
I'm about to. Oh yeah, I gotta keep on my camera. I'm about to smoke some of my papaya rum cake cross.
Right on. That stuff smells like fire.
It has like a Kool-Aid or what, like wine note.
Right on.
That sounds awesome.
Where's my hat? Here's my fake nose. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Trying to get
Here's
all
my
the seeds
fake
out.
nose.
Extreme cream. Mendo bread seed. Still taking out.
I'm like, got it? Yeah.
I'm growing a whole bunch of blueberry cross to OG Kush.
That's awesome. I like both of those. Especially
What
blue.
blueberry?
Yeah.
I got DJ. Oh wait, hold on. I'm mixing up 2 statements. And then I got this strain called Cindy Cake. It's a
99.
wedding cake, dark heart clone, crossed to a Cindy 99 Brother Grimm, crossed to their male Cindy Cake.
Crazy. Speaking of cake, there's oh shit, what's that one? I gotta find it. Lava cake. Lava cake's a really good one. Someone
I
was
can't
talking about that in the pre-show earlier.
Lava cake. Yeah, we're talking about it on here. Lava cake. I haven't had that for years.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, since I lived at my grandma's.
I
Damn.
was only I was only able to get it once, and then I called the guy back and says, "Hey, I want to order some more. Like we're out." I'm like, "Oh shit!" And then I kept calling them because they kept putting it on the website. It was still up there. I'm like, "Can I get this?" They're like, "No, we're sold out." I'm like, "Well, why don't you take it off the website then?" They're like, "Holy shit!" It's great. It's great.
Yeah, I'm excited for some stuff. A few things. Too many.
It's just hash up.
It'd be cool if I could get weed delivered to my house.
They don't have
That's
delivery
pretty
over there?
good.
That's crazy.
Dude, there's so many gray markets up there in Canada. Like
No,
just
we
like
get deliveries from
middleman
the other
distributors.
shop. Fuck. Let me see. One of the shops got delivery. You have to buy a certain amount. Here's a 60 minimum.
I think you could get it if you're a bed patient here.
Shit, am I making a mess? I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could get delivery. Smash.
Um, I'm gonna make 28 Planet of the Grapes pre-rolls.
Dude,
Oh, you
my
do that.
address.
With Planet of the Grapes Keef.
That's fire. Ethos. Lightning. Nice. Jabby J says he has some lava cake on board. What, in the process of growing, Jabby, or you got some there smoking?
What's that cut at? Where's that cut? Growing it? Are you growing it? You have to have a cut of it.
Heal box, G's on me.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it right there.
Yeah. A. Egg glue number 51374.
Yeah, I got some cool shit. I just can't remember any of the names right now. There's so many cool things that I have going. Yeah, I'm too high to think about it.
Let me see. That sounds good.
Mental Breath Banana God by Buddy Kilowatt, still my favorite one out of the Accidental Cross.
Oh,
Just let my cut go, so now I have to find a new one. So now I have to pop more.
yeah.
So good things out of that. Coco, stop looking at dogs like anything.
I gotta find. I might have to go buy a new grinder. I kind of want to just buy a fucking coffee bean grinder and put all 28 ounce in there and just whip it
What
up.
about those big ass Phoenicians? They have the Phoenicians like this big. The brand Phoenician freaking grinder. They have a gold one too, pretty hard with a gold tray that it snaps onto.
Hmm.
Oh shit, Buddy Kilowatt.
I trimmed it all up, letting it dry out a little bit more. I'm probably gonna start processing them tomorrow. Like processing it tomorrow.
I'm gonna. Yes,
So you can make the keef too.
So I did it. Like I trimmed up a plant. They were really small autoflowers. I trimmed up a plant and a half, and then I took a half a plant and all the trim, and I put it on my screen.
Oh yeah, yeah, you got the screens. Nice. Oh man, I sucked it too.
So everything that there's a couple big ass buds on there, drying out, still a little bit right now. But I need to get it all into cones, and then I gotta do the keef stuff.
Croutons.
Yeah. The, doing the keef on the outside.
Yeah.
Nice. They're not that bad that way. Putting the resin first, the rosin, then the keef.
Yeah,
I'm cheaping out. I'm just gonna mist them with a little bit of water and roll them in the
Cheaping out. I love that. I didn't get it till after you said mixing it with some water. I was like, I get it now.
I bought like an actual like mister, so it's not like a lot of water, and I'm literally just gonna mist the outside and roll it in the keef and let it dry.
Hey, it works, dude. If it holds on, it works.
yeah, no.
I don't know. I don't have access to distillate like that. I'm not buying rosin for fucking pre-rolls I'm gonna give away.
Right. Yeah.
What up, bud?
Cheers, bud.
Howdy, green fingers, D,
What? Oh,
Nash.
Crouton.
set break of the Dead show, so I came on.
Right on.
Had a hectic day. I'm supposed to pick up my friend that's flying in from Belgium, and she deals with a lot of immigration things. Like she overstayed her visa for like fucking 20 years and only has so many months to rectify it, and that's part of what her coming back. And she
Holy
like
cow.
even going from Brussels, she went to Dublin, Ireland, because word has it that's the friendliest immigration point, to come over. And so she calls, like, yeah, they interviewed her for almost 3 hours. She said it was like this guy that she might file a complaint on that was like, I don't know, what put her through the ringer, was like suggesting she was lying about shit. Basically took her green card that I guess isn't really, maybe that's what's in question, right? Like seized it, which is a big thing, and then made her an appointment in LA on July 22nd. But through all that, she missed the flight left, right? And there's only the one flight a day on that airline from Dublin. So then, all right, she have to catch the flight tomorrow, but at least got the immigration thing worked out. And then I took my dog to get groomed. Yeah, I have a rent a car. My good customer manages the like Avis place for like, I guess, yeah, he told me 17 years he's worked there. So for 17 years, yeah, he'll like give me like, I think $42 a day, but like always upgrades me to like the premiumest car he's got, which yesterday they gave me this thing called a Genesis M80. It's like an
Nice.
electric car. I don't even know what Genesis, I guess, is a brand of car.
Yeah.
Whether like, oh, makes the Tesla that I had like a month ago like a junk. Like this thing was luxury, and all of its things were so cool, how it worked and how fast it was. And then I took my dog to the groomer and then came back home and then was going to go have breakfast. And then my uh, low tire pressure in the back tire was on. So I went, it was down to 21 pounds. So I put it up to 35 and went and had breakfast. And then when I came home, the sensor came back on. I don't know what I was thinking, why I wasted most of the day, but I had to go meet somebody out in Temecula. And so I like put more air in it, and yeah, it wasn't holding good. So I called my friend. He's like, well, you can either come in tomorrow at 9 or you can go to any discount tire. And we have like Avis has a thing with them, right? I go, it's like 4 o'clock, and I'm coming back, and I just put in discount tires near me. They've changed their name. They're called America's Tire, but there's a bunch of places that have like capitalized on the discount tire. So after going to two different spots, and then them finally going, yeah, no, you want to go to the one that's called America's Tire. It's right here. I passed that place twice in the stretch, and by the time I pulled up, it was like 5 minutes to 5, and they close at 5 and not
Oh,
open. Right? Oh, they were cool. They fucking pulled the tire off. Hopefully, they were just going to be able to plug it or whatever. No, it had something on the sidewall, and then for them to bill back Avis, it's too late for that phone number, right? So they wanted me to pay for the tire, then get reimbursed. When I checked with my friend, he's like, dude, just fuck that. Come in at 9 in the morning or go to the airport and they'll just swap out your car, right? Well, I was afraid if I just waited till morning and parked it, I'd come out to a flat tire which would be more profitable. Fuck, it took me like an hour and a half. It wasn't traffic, but that's how far round trip it was to go down to the airport to exchange the car. Right? Hey, my homeboy, if he doesn't tell me not to smoke in the car, it's fine. Every once in a while, he'll make a very specific point. Do not smoke in this car. And that's what he did on this Genesis, because it was like literally brand new, leather interior, all this shit, right? I didn't. Even though I smoke cigarettes, I, on my way, pulled off, stopped, got out of the car, smoked a cigarette, then drove. I didn't smoke in that car. When the guy at the airport goes to smell, oh, I had my backpack with me. That smells like weed. I probably smell like weed, don't even realize it, right? But when he leaned in and he got the mileage, he came out and said, yeah, really smells like weed. Well, I'm gonna have to mark that on the thing that they might charge you a smoking fee. I'm like, dude, I didn't smoke in this car. I smell like weed. I have weed, but I didn't smoke in your car, right? He's like, I don't know what the status is. The bottom line is, it won't matter. My friend manages the fucking Avis place. He'll fix whatever the fuck, right? But so when I waited in line at the airport, now I'm at the fucking airport, a whole different vibe at Avis, right? Whatever I'm reserved for, which yeah, is always like the lowest price car, even though I end up with like premium car. That's what my friend hooks up. But that's like he's like, yeah, no, we can't give you the same car, right? And 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 in this weird way, I've driven a ton of gas cars. So in the last couple times I've rented a car, I'm like, yeah, give me an EV car. I like these things. They're badass. They are. So people can say what they want, but it's the future, and I think they're cool as fuck, man. They just keep getting better, right?
Is that rain?
And it's like an SUV thing, but it says Mustang on it. It's like the electric Mustang one. That's like as stripped down as they come. It doesn't have all the like autopilot shit and all the cameras, but it's all right. Like, so in the last month, I've been in 3 of these electric cars. The Tesla, pretty good tech wise and functionality, cool as fuck. But like suspension and like, yeah, it's junk. That Genesis, I don't know what that is. Like M80, that's what they call it, that model. I've never even heard of that car company.
Really?
That's my fucking first class car, and it was electric. Man,
Yeah,
the
it was
Mustang
nice.
one,
It's Hyundai's luxury brand.
yeah, they make regular gas cars too, right?
Yeah. Yep. They have one
Is
I
it
was
an
looking at.
American company or like what is it? Like who
No,
is it?
it's literally Hyundai.
Oh, it's Hyundai. Okay, well, they make a fucking like I remember when Hyundai's first came out, they were pretty junky, but they've come a long way since then.
Yep. It's their so Toyota's got Lexus, Hyundai's got Genesis now.
The bottom line is every major brand has a full EV car at this point. Like Tesla, a couple years ago, it was pretty much Tesla was the king of the road there. Now everybody has one. They're all just different. Like, like, yeah, I could see where Tesla had a lot of people that worked for them that came up with like weird, cool ideas that they could make an app or software, right? Where the other models don't have all that shit. Like, oh, you actually have to like punch in where to go get energy and uh, uh just little shit, right? But yeah, it was kind of stressed, but now I'm in a shittier car, but whatever. It's brand new too. It only has like 850 miles on it.
Dude,
So.
they're releasing
He's gonna
Yanko. They're releasing a Yanko Camaro with 1,500 horsepower.
Yeah,
It-
well, what's that going to cost? Like 150,000 or some shit? Or
I haven't looked at prices yet. Probably 100, a little more.
yeah, and that's a special. That's like, like even in guitars, there's this thing like called the Fender Custom Shop, right? And
No.
and or you could just buy a Fender off the shelf, right? Yeah, okay. A Fender Custom has been like put together inside the smaller shop, and uh, but they charge a lot for that. It's the same thing with anything. Like, yeah, a car like that's like how many they make. It's not like a thing. It's just a collector thing. But that sounds gnarly. I mean, the true Yankos was like this guy that had a dealership that was like the only guy in the country that would fill out the build sheets for this certain like hot rod. He knew how, and because he had a reputation, I think he was in Ohio actually, so that was closer to Detroit. They accommodated him where a lot of that build sheet thing, yeah, most dealerships, if you put in a build like that, you might never get it. But back in that day, oh, Yanko used to get these cars that were like off the factory, off the line, total built. And those are some of the most valuable hot rods at like the auctions, is a true Yanko, because there's only so many of them. There's a lot of knockoff, and people built them out to be like Yankos.
So these are built by Specialty Vehicle Engineering and equipped with the tuners Yanko's with boost the stock V8 engine to an impressive 1150 horsepower and 910 foot-pounds of torque. Stage 2 goes to 1,200 horsepower and 1,000 foot-pounds of torque, while Stage 3 is 1,500 horsepower and 1,350.
Well, yeah, I my other car is a Challenger. I still get around 15, 18 on the highway, maybe, but it doesn't get good gas mileage. Somehow, when I drive like electric car, even though you paid money and there's issues with energy, like
They're only making 50 of them.
like $5 and some odd cents, depending where you get it, over $5. Yeah, I don't know what I spend charging cars, but it's like a third of what I would spend on gas to go the same distance. I like the idea of electric cars.
I
I,
like that. Things.
I like hybrids. And I like hydrogen cars.
Well,
Um,
it's like a weird thing. Even though you got to go to these energy stations, and a couple of those are in actual gas stations, but after like, look, I'm 60 years old, been driving since I was like 15. Having to go to gas stations as part of it's like a weird freedom or something. Like when I had the Tesla for that few days, yeah, I didn't have to go to a gas station.
I
Like
love
you
the
don't have
gas
to go
station.
there anymore. You don't have to go and give
have
them
you
their
seen one of those hydrogen cars?
I think that's a good idea too. Like, you know, the
They have
one
like
thing, like
pressurized
even when
tanks.
I tell a couple of my other friends that, hey, they have money, they can buy whatever they want. They're like, yeah, how like the first thing they bring up is how long did you have to wait to charge? Oh yeah, you spend time. It's not like the 5 minutes it takes to put in gas, right? Or whatever. It like 30, 40 minutes at fast charge, or depending if you're going full charge or whatever, right? Now, having the whole charger at home and plugging it every night and being in that range. But like a couple of my friends are like, oh no, I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't, like, I'm already always late. I couldn't be late, like bothered with having to sit there for 40 minutes in charge.
And you charge it before you go to bed. When you wake up with a fully charged car, that's what we
Yeah,
had
but
to
that
do with
only
the
gives you
parts.
like 200 to 300 miles, which, okay, that's if you're staying in town, you only work 30, 40, whatever. That, but if you're gonna like drive from up to LA for a show, or even San Diego from here to like my friend that lives in Mendo's, like, yeah, dude, if I go down the city all the time, I don't want to have to spend like an hour and a half charging to go back and forth.
So Toyota makes it, the Mariah. It's 50,000 pure, innovative, cleaner power. Combines hydrogen and oxygen from the outside air to generate power.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's so much technology that is is available and out there that could replace petroleum, right? Like, ultimately, not fully. I don't think it's realistic to say we're going to just get rid of gas, but maybe get it. The gas is only like a third of the market, gas and diesel. And oh, obviously diesel, you always need diesel for heavy equipment. Hey, over at this construction, they're building this storage facility next to what my spot here. Um, there's been a couple of the tractors that they have out there. They're from Cat. They're electric, dude. They have electric tractors.
So
And then have some things hydrogen, or like have it that there's multiple choices. That's
see,
the best way to
this
have
is
a good,
cool.
healthy economy with the cost of, like, if you notice, like, oh, gas, they got us by the ball, so they could charge us and raise the price over some bullshit to ridiculous amounts, and there's not a thing we can do about it except pay it, because they got us. If there was a bunch of multiple choice things, that would change. That's all I'm just saying. I don't think one thing's going to fix or be the solution.
I think
I
these
don't.
cars are sexy though.
It's not like, oh, everything's going to go electric. Like, there's plenty of uh, people that point out that that we don't even have enough electricity for the rest of the use, let alone if everybody's car needed it. And one thing, like, even in that Genesis one, it had, like, I guess it would be like an RPM gauge, but it was energy. If you would step on the gas, you're in this one power band. It kind of goes low. But if you're like coasting, going downhill, or you let off the gas, the thing goes, and on the far end of the gauge, it says charging, because it's taking the energy of you, inertia, or even braking, like, you know, in a gas car, you really can't, there's no saving that energy or quantifying that energy. But in electric cars, I mean, all this is way advanced in Formula One. I mean, they harness the G forces. G forces equate to actual energy. So fucking G's are 2.5, 3 G's in a tight corner at whatever speed. They're harvesting that back into the battery, along with the braking, acceleration. They're harnessing the energy from every which way, which, yeah, I think
There's actually a company that uses
and
the
you can't
balance
be
of your
against that.
suspension to generate
Like
power.
the technology and human development has gotten to a point where in the hundreds of years that we had gas powered fucking vehicles or whatever, we've come to a point that we're harnessing or utilizing all all the energy, right? Or trying to get as much back out of the energy we put out. Well, how could you be against that? You know what I mean?
Oh man.
And ultimately, yeah, hybrid would be a thing where you have a small, like most people don't even realize. You see a Formula One race; these guys are going in way over 200 miles an hour if the track allows it.
You
Right?
hear about
But
Mercedes?
their motor size is equivalent to like 1,000 cc motorcycle engine. That's all the engine they got. The rest of the the agility and of the car is all this other hybrid stuff that they like. When they first introduced it, some of the biggest teams, I think, not Mercedes, they opted that first season that to go 100% aspirated engine because the weight of the battery that you had to add to the car, those cars, they thought that they could overcome that just with straight with the the rules were made to make it even. At this point, oh no, the tech is as has like if you want to see where the future next invention in regular cars is coming from, look at Formula One. Because over all these years, the things they innovate are what become like standard. A version of that becomes like in everyday cars, whether it's braking systems, everything. Now with all this tech and hybrid and energy harvesting and stuff, yeah, that's 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 where they spend the billions.
People are saying that well, actually Red Bull's claiming or they want Mercedes's car checked out.
Well, I mean, I think I'd question Red Bull's car. I mean, Max Verstappen. Well, it's not both Red Bull cars. It's only the one that Max drives, and it really is Max. But yeah, for the last couple of years, they've been just so dominant. Like where even if at certain tracks the other teams catch up, not enough.
So he
Because
actually did something very weird out of the norm. He went mid-season back to his 2022 car to drive it to see what the 2024 car is lacking.
well, I mean, they have made rules to try to inhibit Red Bull. They did the same thing for whoever dominated, you know. And right now, Red Bull has been so dominant that it's killing the ratings worldwide. I mean, Max Verstappen wins 90 some percent of every race, not just by a little, by a lot, right?
Can you bet on F1?
Yeah, I mean it's gotten kind of boring. Like, oh, you check, oh, Max won again. Oh, Max won again. Oh, there's one or two races where oh they have a mechanical or something happens. That happens, but he's so dominant that what? Yeah, unless you just want to tune in to watch the Max show, which is he, I remember when it was the Schumacher show because he was that dominant too for a long time, right? Not even close to Max. Like Max is on a level no one's ever been at as far as stats, and he's just better than everybody too. Like, oh, the car has to be right. The way he gets his car set up is for him. But when they have data where you can really show like car, data on top of each other, like two cars on the same lap, and show everything the driver does, all the controls. Yeah, Max, this like he gets that little little bit more in braking, acceleration, the lines, like, yeah. And you can't just go, oh, watch what Max does and does it, because no, it's that you have to be at that level. You either have that extra like vision and ability, or you don't. And like he's like a special person. Like you're watching a Michael Jordan. You're watching like a person that's at that
Yo,
level.
there's a huge thing right now. People are going back and watching Michael Jordan's games, and they're saying that his stats are blowing up. Like his stats aren't real.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can always second guess, but I mean, he was at a level at that time where he was better than the rest of all the folks. He was a notch up, right? And then boxing is that way, fighting's that way, racing's that way. There's always,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's
And
always a
like,
star.
what's his name? Like Hamilton. Oh, Hamilton was fucking unstoppable for a while. Oh, he's barely a mid-packer at this point, but he's gotten older and doesn't have it like he used to have it. So it's hard to like stay. Oh, it's like some people just pinnacle one time in their life, and that's it. But then other people they can dominate for like year after year after year after year, but not endlessly. Eventually, that some new guy comes along and fucking is better than you. And like most sports at this point, we've seen so many great people and perform at so many levels, whatever sport you're into, stick and ball, whatever. Yeah, it's really going to be hard to stand out even more than the people that already, you know, because some of them had long careers, like Brady. Like, okay, you can say what you want, but wait, he played a lot of years, and his stats were on the top for a lot of years. Jordan, oh, really, he didn't be that many years on top. But basketball is different. Every sport's different. But no one, I don't think a young quarterback today, even if they could be so good, you're gonna like. I know they were trying to compare that one guy that maybe could be on Brady stats. That would mean he would play at that same level for the next like 20 years straight. That's the hard part. And so when you see somebody that like is at that level, yeah, that's what it's all about in all
I
sports.
think Brady just got put into the Hall of Fame.
And things were different. Like that's like in surfing, yeah, Kelly Slater has like 11 titles.
Surf's up, man.
Like, they
Shout
don't
out
think
to the
another
Boston
surfer
Celtics
will
getting
ever
18
do
motherfuckers.
that, because to get those titles today is so different and time is different. Where back when he was whatever in the 90s and 2000s, yeah, it wasn't easy. For someone like him that was that much better than everybody, oh, it was pretty easy. Today, there's too many other people that are on that. Yeah, to win 11, that's gonna be hard, and that's the same in a bunch of sports. Like some people have like golf records, and now it'd be hard to build like a golf record like that because yeah, somebody else wins every week. It's more competitive. Is basically what it is.
There you go.
Thank you, Mrs. D.
Oh fuck. Really good.
Cheers, everybody.
Holy fuck, Professor. Oh my
The
god.
the weed called Sugar Crasher. when it grows and getting the rub off of it, it just smells like sherb, right? And then after you cure it, it's like a magic marker. It's like a pen marker, which I know there's a strain called that, which I hadn't really had any experience with that. So I didn't really like even know what that would smell like. And I did, but in weed, yeah, Sherb Crasher smells a lot like a permanent marker, or like my partner says it smells like a magic marker, not like a permanent marker, whatever that means. Like the ones that kids use, a magic marker.
Yeah. I have a couple that smell like that from the Red Pop, Red Hots crosses.
I guess that's a little bit of gas with fruity smells, and like I don't know where that it does have like it reminds. I think the root of that the marker smell comes from like the gassy OG, but spread out so many crosses, different things to create what it is today. Because what's permanent marker, Green Fingers? It's Seed Junkie, which he definitely is a guy that still seems to be doing like solid work. Like he's releasing. I follow him on Instagram, so in the last couple of weeks, mainly out of his Michigan facility and all that, has some new strains he's releasing.
Cheers, Al.
So,
cheers, everybody in chat.
My kid Robbie, he went to Europe and had very big success with this booth and his whole brand that he pretty much threw together at Mary Jane, which was in Berlin, that had over 50,000 people there 2 of the 3 days, and were sold out, meaning you couldn't get in. That was overpacked and had the most booths. It was huge. But then him and the crew that he's with, they went to Prague. And so they've been in Prague this weekend where there's this thing called the Sesh, and it was like this one event. He entered that the results are going to be announced tomorrow. But then this what he called me today about, and to go like, because I'm like he's 30 some years old. He's not my kid, but he's kind of been my kid for the last 10 years, sort of. Okay, so he still had like a pound of rosin to sell before he comes home on the 29th. So he lowered his price at this event. It was pretty much selling grams of top level rosin, 65 a gram in Prague. Czech, over there, Eastern Bloc. There's this like cannabis event thing going on there, much smaller and heady. So first day, he felt a couple weird vibes, but then yesterday the third day ahead, okay, so the guy he's with, Chris, his boss, basically, gets approached by the local guys, and basically the guys putting on the event and saying, yeah, what's up? Who's your boy? Why is he selling shit for 65? We sell things for 90 euros per gram of that quality, and he's undercutting, and he's this, and he's came in a little hot. None of us know him, right? It's a little territorial thing, right? And that happened like at after the first day, and just because they're like Mendo hillbilly fucking guys and deadheads, they heard the warning, but that only enticed them more. And then they had the real confrontation today or whatever, where, yeah, like you said, it was about 5 or 6, and they were basically speaking Russian. Okay. because he's in Prague. I warned him, dude. The Eastern Bloc dudes don't play, dude. And if you think you're just gonna go into their town and fucking set up shop, you might find out. And sure enough, that was what happened. And they took his wristband and they told him he can't come back. Like today, Sunday's the final day and everything. Cause like, yeah, he was undercutting and trying to set up biz for the future, whatever. Why you go there to network? Hey, that was fine in Germany at Mary Jane. That was a big cannabis thing. But like he said, Prague's like not as big as he thought. It's a small village. And there's like this group of people that are at this midnight sesh, or I don't know what they call it. It's it I knew about it. There's people posting and stuff. A lot of the Euro people. Well, a desperate Californian trying to like keep their cannabis dreams alive by like networking over in Europe. Yeah, that's tricky business, dude. He got him. He ran into like basically the mob. He said they were like the mob, basically, and he didn't really know what they said, but when they cut his wristband off, and then they told his partner, Chris, yeah, he can't come around. I thought that was funny.
Cheers, everyone. How's everyone doing today, or this evening, or this morning?
Technically, it's morning.
Yeah, it's 12:10 or 12:12 here in Ohio too.
Yeah, you're at home.
Oh, 12. Oh, yeah, time. You know that there's some
Yeah,
festival in Buckeye this weekend, and I didn't even know, but I got I listened to it because it was broadcast on Nugs. But Billy Strings played at Buckeye today, like the whole band, just one long set for some, I forget what it's called, something fest, and it was at Buckeye. Are you
yeah.
close?
My friend actually runs all the sound and stage and productions for Buckeye Lake.
Is that close to you or no? That's a trek.
It's uh, it's about 45 minutes east of Columbus, and you have to drive to South Columbus to get there. And that's about 2 hours and 45 minutes, 3 hours for the normal person. So about 3.5, almost 4 hours to get there.
How close are you to the Fur Peace Ranch? That's in southern Ohio, right?
My farm is within 7 miles of, or 7 or 8 miles of that place.
Well, and if you didn't know, Yorma and his
Yeah, I
Vanessa,
know Yorma.
they
I
they
know they're down
they
there.
sold the Fur Peace Ranch to a friendly family in person, and basically, yeah, it's ending. Like they
It's done.
other than mainly the Fur Peace Ranch was like,
His
what is it
music
like?
school.
Yeah, it's a music school for like advanced musicians. Like you don't start to learn how to play an instrument there. Once you're already like at a certain level,
Mastered it.
classes, they can do those remotely and online. And Yorma's like 80 some years old. Like yeah, they have a whole post where his heart felt deep because you know people thought he was crazy because he had it made in the Bay Area, lived in Marin the whole life.
And
And him
moved
and
to
his wife
BFE.
somehow decided, fuck all that. This is like decades ago. we're moving to like middle of nowhere, Ohio. And he built the whole Fur Peace Ranch there. And for all these years, it's been a big influential thing. I never got out there for any of these events, but there's a couple events before like
Hot tuna.
the final uh whatever the deal. And they're some of the, I'm sure it's all very high expensive. Some of the, he has some killer memorabilia and posters and things that are part of
Yeah.
the Fur Piece that they're basically saying they're, some of it's going to stay, but some of it's going to be auctioned.
Okay. I need to go down to this because,
Yeah.
like I said, my farm's only like it's less than 7 or 8 miles
You know how
from
to
there.
use the Instagram and all that. Fur Peace Ranch, Yorma, the website. There's a posting that he talks about all this. Him and Vanessa, they made the. It's actually been happened like almost a year ago. They just didn't know how to like.
Say it.
Yeah, like he's not a quitter, but he's sort of, yeah.
Well, maybe because of what he did to it, and he kind of turned it into like a little music festival place. And, he could have been offered good money for it, and the new owner's going to take it over and do small music.
A different business where, yeah, that's what's going to happen there.
Okay. Hang on.
Something like that. But I know you're close to there, so.
Yeah.
How are
Matter
you
of fact,
today?
I just posted a jar of seeds from down there from 1995 harvest from Meigs County, Pomeroy, where Fur Peace Ranch is in Pomeroy.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a weird trip, but there were these certain events where he would have, like, over the years, the Fur Peace Ranch. It was very limited seating. It was like a whole thing.
I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good night, guys.
Almost like
Yeah,
me and my
Later,
wife,
Smash.
we almost went out there a couple times. It's like I forget who exactly was playing, but it was like, holy moly, that you would only see something like that way out in the middle of Ohio at the Fur Peace Ranch.
And there in Pomeroy, there's only one hotel, and I think they have 14 rooms, and that's it.
Yeah.
And they're basically they're like basic storage units almost.
Well,
That's
the
how
Fur Peace
these
Ranch,
things
like,
are.
these were like master classes. There would only be a few students
Oh yeah.
that would be even fit in these classes that would be 5 days long. And yeah, you pay a certain amount of money, but they had at the Fur Piece, they had the room and board or room, and they all ate together. It was like a whole experience, right?
Exactly.
Workshops. And yeah, I wasn't a musician, but and some of the like people that went and paid money are like big famous musicians, right? But Norma had things to teach, or he didn't teach all the classes. He had there's these other people that are like pedal steel, experts, and they would give a workshop or a finger pick workshop or just different workshops. But when you used to read on the Fur Peace Ranch, like the package, you pay X amount and this is what you get. I was like, oh, that seems like the coolest thing ever. Like if I was a musician, I'd have to go to some of those. Like that would just be the coolest experience.
For me here in Cleveland, where I'm at and where Buckeye Lake is and the Fur Peace Ranch, I could probably make it to the Fur Peace Ranch 15 minutes after I made it to Buckeye Lake. And the experience at Fur Peace
Would have
would
been.
be so much better. You have to understand this area that the ranch is on. When we talk a ranch, it's not like in Oklahoma where it's all flat. The farms and what are called ranches are on top of the hills. So you're looking over all the hollers and the valleys and everything. So it's a
I hear
beautiful
it is, though.
sight. You've got a wind all the time, but you can see for miles. It's just beautiful country.
I hear it being
Microclimate,
still.
microclimate's out the ass though. My picture's a bit dark tonight. Sorry, guys. I blew a light bulb and I need to go out and buy more light bulbs.
Well,
Yeah, it's just like moving into a house. You have to buy. Holy shit, guys. You didn't tell me that, a big thing of toilet paper, some paper towels, and a couple boxes of Kleenexes were going to cost me $40.
oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
You could afford
Welcome
any of
home.
that stuff. Just use water, bro. I don't use any of that stuff. I just wash my hands after. Like, go back to the barbaric days. Use the thumb. No toilet paper.
Well, I told my mom I'm gonna put a gun in up here so I can wash my ass because in Thailand I really enjoyed that, and I didn't go through hardly any toilet paper, just enough to dry my ass and make sure there's no shit there.
Basically, when you left here, a 20 was a 20. At this point, a 20 might as well be like $1 because or a $5 bill because you need 100 where you used to like a 20 would be like, oh yeah, no, you might as well pull out 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
actually
things
bought one
like
of the
paper
wind
towels.
fans
So they have
that
like
I
super cheap paper towels, but those are like
no.
so bad that that's a ripoff. But like for a quality paper towel,
Yeah.
Viva paper towels, the only way to go.
they're useful, but like they're pricey as fuck for good ones. Like that's one of the reasons I go to Costco because they have like a decent price, or you go to a grocery store and then just buy like a 6 pack or whatever, even just one roll. The fucking price is like super high for a
Yeah.
for good paper towel. I think COVID was like certain things. Remember, like we were out
Yeah.
of
Yeah. Toilet
on that
paper.
kind of shit, and then they've never lowered the price since. Like they like
Oh.
Another thing I found too was the size of cans. Cans that used to be like 30 ounces are now like 27, 28 ounces. And they
Biden.
cost
All that
like an extra $1.50, $2
like
still.
one of the candy brands. There's like a term for it, and like in his bullshit. But months ago, he said something about like we need to do something about because all the companies, whether it's candy, any packaging, yeah, part of what they've also done is cut out a little. Well, it used to be a 16-ounce can is now only 14 ounces. They just
Yeah.
slighted a little here and there. Bags of chips are just a little smaller. Candy bars just a little smaller.
Yep.
There's a term for this type of inflation, and yeah, it's across the board. Fuck
Yeah,
them.
they should be, you know, my mom said, well, why did it take you so long? I said, because I had a box of, I like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I wanted some. And I grabbed the regular box, and the regular box has got like 14.9 ounces or 16.9. And the family box, which is double the price, only has 24.8 ounces in it.
Yeah, no, cereal's
And
another.
it's like, yeah, you're going to charge me half for the same volume? No.
Yeah, it's weird, like, because oh, if you wait long enough, things are on sale. Like, I only buy things when it's like two for whatever price, or when they finally come off their bullshit. And then, oh, if you buy a lot of those now are like, oh, you got to buy four of them to get this low ass price. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, the whole scheme they're using on us is just, I mean, you can see, yeah, it's bullshit. Fuck them.
What I basically I walked into an apartment that, you know, is furnished, but I have to furnish the dish soap, the hand soap, the shower soap, you know, the paper towels, the everything. So I ended up dropping $200, and then I had to go buy a fan. They raised my fans that I really like at Walmart from $29 to $40 now. They're
Yeah.
the wind tunnels. I love those.
And that's
Captain's
still a
been
good
going
price. You
crazy.
go somewhere else and they're getting $69 for that same fucking model. So I mean, people can bitch what they want about Walmart, but well, you know, the price of their items are at the lower end than anywhere else. You go to like Albertsons, Vaughn's, Ralph's, or Slater. Geez, dude, they're fucking highway robbery most of the time.
Yeah.
Grocery stores are mean. Like, yeah, but
Huh.
you see, like a whole basket of food is like, yeah, 300-400 bucks.
I'm gonna go for Italian tomorrow night. Chicken Marcel and
Like, holy fuck, they
Alfredo.
get any decent food like 20 to 30 bucks a meal.
Because I'm ordering the chicken Marcel, if I wanted spaghetti, that would be fine, or even cavadels would be fine. But because I want fettuccine Alfredo, they make it to order. So I have to buy two different meals. So it ends up costing me $45. And then we have to fight with the owner if we're paying the bill or not. Because he's trying to give it our meals for free, but we're taking friends out there. So, but yeah, my bill is going to be $45. But I'll eat for the next 2 days off of it.
How much is that in bought? How many bought is that?
A shit ton, man, like 1,500.
Since
That's
Ryan,
that's a good steak in Bangkok.
since Ryan wasn't here.
Yeah, man. I've only gone out a couple times. One was to take my dad to one of his doctor's appointments. Oh my God, the women. All the women here wear those yoga pants because they're the easiest thing to get on over the rolls.
You're muted, bud.
Missing Thailand.
You're muted, bud, if you're talking to us.
I picked up a package that was like sent to homeboy J5 and from I don't remember the guy's name, but a European guy from YouTube, and he sent us some samples of these cartridges, DMT cartridges.
Uh-oh.
They got some good shit over there. I'll have to say that.
Oh, man.
Bud's tripping.
Yeah,
That's fucking
like
funny.
top level fucking DMT cards, and then he sent me. I don't know. I have to read the text because it's all like it's in code, you know,
Broken.
packaging. It says CBD, CBD, but it's not CBD. I think that's like a good way you can, in case they like check your package, like, oh, CBD.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I've been rolling joints, spiking them with hash because it's like bubble hash, or it's not like full melt, or it's maybe melt, but I don't want to fuck up my banger. So I've been just rolling it in joints, spiking the joints.
Yeah.
That's really the best way to smoke hash anyway.
Yeah. That's how I do it.
That's how I've had to been doing mine lately because I've only got a little bit of cannabis. A friend stopped by today and gave me like 4 or 5 grams, but I'll be in Michigan on Wednesday.
Right on. Fuck. I told. Fuck.
Yeah, I gotta take my dad Tuesday to the VA for his cataract surgery on his other eye. And then since his other appointment is right out here, my mom's going to take him to that one. So I'm going to be able to leave on Wednesday.
You got insurance squared away, so now you're mobile.
I got insurance, but I can drive the van and everything like that, get it up to Michigan, get the plates transferred. Or they won't transfer the plates. They'll send me the plates again here at my parents' house.
Oh, the food. Oh my god.
Well, so how are
Because,
you back like a solid week now, right?
well, Tuesday, I got home Tuesday night at like 9 o'clock.
Enough time. So like, what's the thing you missed the most from Thailand or?
The girls.
Yeah, I miss the culture. I miss basically everything about it. I miss the fact that, you just can't kind of, do what you want. Here you have to play by the rules.
Well, like even my buddy Robbie, who's been the last couple of years been going to Europe a bunch. And then
Here.
been there the last couple of weeks, and yeah, he's like just when he's telling me how everything he's experiencing, what he's just like, yeah, people are like vibrant and like there's
Happy.
even in Prague or Berlin, the food is so much better and the vibe and the like overall life where yeah, like some of that's it wasn't like we didn't have a lot of that. We had that in the United States for a long time. But what's missing at the moment is a lot of that. Like we're in a yeah, like we're not in a good spot. Like happiness factor or whatever you want to call it. Like, nah, we're grinding hard. Where it like he's like, yeah, everybody there has like a nice car and all their average living is better. Where here it's like, yeah, everybody's just hanging on by fucking a thread, you know?
Don't get me wrong, everybody in Thailand has a nice car too, but they're all in debt.
Oh, wait, we have plenty of debt here too, but like that, like a lot of hanging on, you know what I mean? Like the math is kind of cockeyed.
Yeah, a lot cockeyed.
Yeah. There's certain studies or stories where it says like what it like, yeah, like what used to be, oh, if you made in excess of 100 grand a year, you were like really making money. Today, that's just what it takes to fucking have basics.
Hmm.
And that the very basics. Like like at that level, you're just like one month away from fucked.
In the late 80s, early 90s, my parents were hitting their peak at a monthly antique show here in Ohio. And during the winter, my dad was doing the one in Columbus or at Atlanta, Georgia, too. And with the Brimfield show in Massachusetts, they were able to clear between $60,000 and $80,000 extra a year, which allowed us to do a whole bunch of other things. And mom put it away to buy this house, her dream house now. My mom's talking about buying a new car, and I'm talking about buying her Mercedes. But I know my mom. She won't even give me a 2% deal underneath the dealer's price. I can't even pull the car out of the garage, guys. How's that? I can buy her a brand new one, but I can't fucking drive hers. I've only wrecked one of her cars, only one, where it
Well,
was totaled. Where it was totaled. The other ones were
whether they
minor.
found it or not, I'm sure she's got her reasons. Like
Yeah.
where, oh well, I was young and I was dumb and I'm not that guy anymore. But you know, sometimes your reputation precedes yourself. That's the way it is. Well, now she's got Alzheimer's, but yeah, like when I deal with certain things with her, I'd realize, oh, things from the past that are so far in the past, I like don't even think of it anymore. Oh no, those are still right there that are
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Nope, you're not driving my car.
Well, yeah, cars are kind of personal. Some people, everybody's different about it. Like some people like aren't that way. But a lot of my cars, yeah, maybe when they're like 5 years old or something, or I had it for at least that, and then like, oh, okay, hey, can you move the car? Or, oh, yeah, take my car and take the truck or whatever. But when it's like, there's like a certain period where no, I don't want anyone to touch.
So the weed ain't indoor that I've been smoking, but it's outdoor, but it's stony as shit. It was sticky as shit.
Ooh-wee.
I don't know the name of it.
Local Ohio stuff.
Yeah, yep, yep. From out last year's outdoor harvest, it's still around.
Yeah, well, I mean, all the
A
years
lot
I've
of
been
light
farming
depth
weed,
too.
there was like, I remember even in the 80s, we'd meet heads, young deadheads on tour. They'd be like, "Oh, we're from Ohio." There was always like people from Ohio, and yeah, they're like, it wasn't like they didn't have some people from Ohio from way back had good weed. They came from Ohio. Like being on Dead Tour, we went to all the states, and there's people from all these states. There were some states even way back. I mean, of course, California had its reputation, but way before there was any of this legal stuff. Yeah, if you met people from like down south, sometimes, yeah, there was people from Kentucky that had killer ass weed. There's like a few states there'd be hippies and shit that had weed from their state, but most states
Hillbillies.
it wasn't. It was the other way around. Like
You
those
got a pretty mouth.
find weed to bring back to their neck of the woods where there was no weed.
No.
Exactly.
Ohio was
Paddle
always
faster.
like a player. They were like even way back.
That's why I'm hoping some of these seeds pop and they're not the CBD strains, but the THC strains. And I hope it's that black purple because I think that's what they term as the black Afghani. But this would be a trimmer's nightmare because it hardly has any hair to it. It's just all like, it looks like you took a bunch of like Lay's potato chips or Pringles potato chips, but kind of wavy looking, and took a needle and thread and made a big long string of them to make a cola. And that's what it looks like. So it's just like all leaf, but it gets you fucked up. But yeah,
Well,
Bud's trimmers would look at it and walk out of the room and say, "We quit."
even though the customers by far like the apples and bananas, that's like a rock and grain.
Yeah.
For the whole time, the trimmers like it's not like they say anything directly. Things like the one argument with the one trimmer was bitching that the other one is like controlling, like, oh, she's trimming all the easy stuff and giving me the hard stuff. It was because, oh yeah, he was like stuck with all the apples and bananas, which is like a little bit more work to trim. It just is. Like some strains hardly need any trimming at all at this point. Like, and that's part of like when you look at all the boxes that get checked, whether you're a home grower, legacy grower, or even a big commercial grower. These are the, the dynamics of the game. Yeah, how high it gets you. I'm always surprised because that seems to be like
The lowest one on people's list.
get down there, like a lot of these other things, like oh how I mean there's things like oh how long it takes to finish. Okay, that's a parameter. The look, the overall look, that's part of trimming and all that, and how it holds, like how it you know, stays for the period of time, like, you know, present the way it presents over time, you know, not a long period of time, but, you know, a month or two. Yeah, all that shit's way more important. And it is. I get it. It just is. And I think even over the breeding, the choices of the directions we've gone as a community is checking those boxes as more important for like a pretty long period of time now, long enough that, oh, it has effect in what's available in the market as far as strains, right? Yeah, we're really used to be like, why does anybody really smoke weed? For the effect. But
Mhm.
even on YouTube and Instagram, a lot of people are very versed in like describing herbs and taste, flavor, all that. But
Yeah.
hardly anybody ever talks about the little, all the different parts of the hot, the stone, and the effects. The effects. Like
I do.
there's some conversation, but I notice like, especially within the heady hash people, they never really talk about effects. They're just talking about flavor and all this other technical part of hash. Never like, oh, if this one gets you really stoned, or you know, for the most part, yeah, I get high off of dabs. I smoke fucking the top dabs all the time, but I don't get like, I could never like go, oh, I just want that kind of high. I'm gonna never smoke flower anymore, because like the
Yeah.
real full effect, and I
There's
notice
the
a lot of
flower.
strains that I think are really good flower, you talk to hash people like, oh, it doesn't wash good, it only like, yeah, and a lot of those are the strains that are like super stony, like the best highs. Like, I know myself, I've been around a lot of weed. If there was like 20 pounds on a table and it was like, oh yeah, go through there, pick one and just try that one out. And I'd open a smell. I wouldn't go for the fruity ones, even though they'd be enticing as fuck. Oh man, those things smell like fucking great. Like what I know about getting stoned. Oh no,
Everybody
one
must
of those
get
like
stoned.
deeper, just like more like a weed. I don't even know how to describe it. Not like some designer flavor, more like just good weed, like the dankness of weed smells. That would be the one that I'd choose, not the fucking super impressive exotic smell. Because most of those don't get you that high. They don't. Or they get you high. They get you high. They don't get you stoned. They don't get you stoned. Not me. Maybe other people.
Or Factor One, Captain.
Baked.
I'm
I've
really
been
not.
up since 6:32.
Yeah. Well, 8 o'clock's pretty early for me because my dog went to the groomer. You have to get him there at 8. So I had to be up at 7.
It's kind of hard to do when you go to bed at 4.
Yeah. I mean, I sleep enough over the length of time that when I need to tap it, I think of it as like a battery. And yeah, I'm good. I can always tap into the reserve.
Yeah. My life has been so stressed out and everything for basically the past 3 months. I need like a week's worth of sleeping and not doing anything to get recharged, but that ain't happening. Like last night, I went to bed at midnight, but I was basically up 3, 4 times before I finally got up and said, fuck it. Because no matter what, like you, no matter, I start laying on my butt back. Next thing I know, my right shoulder's hurting. So I'm moving over to my left side, and then my left shoulder hurts. Getting old sucks. Having a torn rotator cuff fucking sucks.
I don't know what age. I
Ew.
can remember I could sleep like 12, 14 hours straight. I mean,
No.
straight.
Okay.
No, I'm good for like 6 hours. So if I go to bed at 10, then I'll wake up at 4 in the morning. Like, not that I won't be able to go back to sleep a few hours later. Like, I probably sleep 2 6-hour uh, uh, periods a day on average. Some days, oh, I'm too busy. I don't take a bunch of naps and like even weird. Like sometimes I'm so burned at like 10, 11 o'clock. I'll take a nap for like 45 minutes and then get up around midnight and start working till 3, 4. But yeah, like in a 24-hour period, I'm not tied to like any framework of time that, no. I, the only time I'm tied to that, oh, the vet says you have to have them there at 8 o'clock, or business hours are these hours. And even the Walmart, God, that Walmart for like at least 10, 12 years with 24 hours. Me and my wife we wouldn't even go there. Like, we'd leave our house like, oh, let's go to Walmart. It's like 12. Sometimes they'd be stocking and be a little like a mess, but then mainly COVID, they fucking close at 10 at night. Like, that's fucked. Cause like, that means you got to go there. Like, yeah, I never get there then. Like, I like to go to Walmart at late at night, 24 hours. There's no more 24 hours around here. After COVID, no one open. Grocery stores close at 10 too. We're like, what? Grocery stores used to be open 24 hours. Not all of them, but most of them. Not anymore. So for like a night owl person, yeah, they've made it harder to do that.
That is one thing that is close to my parents that if I needed to like walk there, I could actually walk to a 24-hour place to get something to eat.
Yeah, no, not in San Diego. Maybe a couple spots in LA, but not really. Like the majority of places have like hours.
Very good.
Well, this is a gas station, but it has a different type of restaurant in it. Not everything is microwaved and steam heated and shit like that.
Well, around here there used to be like not only Denny's, which that was always the worst, but there was Caro's.
Yeah.
There were 5 different brands of like coffee shops that were open 24 hours a day. No, all those other brands are long gone, right? Uh, it's just Denny's, and I won't ever like. That's like
No.
I'll actually like I consider it like bad fast food, where every once in a while I'll eat fast food, but I'll never go into Denny's. No, it's the worst. No. Like, I don't even know how you fuck up
Exactly.
eggs, or you make eggs so bad that you're like, oh, I don't know if I
But
want
they
to.
do.
Yeah, that's my experience with Denny's.
The last time I got an omelet there, I literally put like my fork underneath one side of the plate and let all the like whatever they used on the griddle to cook the omelet, let that pull up on one side of the plate because it was just dripping wet, like your mama.
Ah,
There, I even got that one
like your mama.
in.
And a lot of the places that are like concentrated on being a good breakfast place, they're just breakfast and lunch. They close by like 1 or 2 o'clock. They just do the breakfast crowd to lunch, right?
Yeah, they're smart.
And yeah, there's not like at this point, if I was like, oh, I'm coming back from a show or something, oh, let's stop at a coffee shop and eat before at 2 in the morning. There aren't any of those places. Benny's, but that's it. That's all who's left. All the other ones aren't in business anymore. There's no one. There's nowhere to go. Like you have that choice or Jack in a Box. It's 24 hours. The rest of every are closed. A couple of them, In and Out has like 1:30 on the weekends or something. One, I don't know. But
We
other than that,
used to
yeah.
have like
go.
6 Denny's within 15-minute drive of here. There's only one left.
Well, even though there's only Denny's, like hardly anyone, you never see the parking lot. It's not like, oh, well, that's the only place left. That's where everybody has to go if they want like breakfast at whatever time or whatever. No, Denny's are dead too because yeah, it's bad.
Mm-hmm. It's shitty food.
Waffle houses are still 24 hours,
Yeah,
or
they
most
don't
of
have
them, maybe even.
fires.
Your mom
That's
is
about 9 miles from the house.
24 hours.
It's hard, except in the big city, to be open that long all night. I think like Walmart used to do it because they would just be open, stocking shelves anyway. Well, people would be there, so they just stay open anyway.
A
Tim
lot
Hortons
of
works
places
24
in
hours.
a lot of places in Bangkok would close down at like 1:30, 2 o'clock, and then reopen at like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the reality is those companies made those decisions, and I'm sure there's areas that they still are 24 hours due to what they saw in the books. Like, oh, well, we stayed open all these hours and only made X amount of money. Our overhead's this. It ain't even
Yep,
worth it.
cut it.
If it was worth it, they'd be open. If they made money, it made sense in the big picture of the way they run their fucking stores and business, they'd be open. That's why they used to be open. Okay. And they looked at it as, well, we're open anyway, we're stocking. Because, like I say, if you went there late, sometimes they'd have a whole section where they were doing the floor or whatever, where, sorry, not tonight. You couldn't get something you wanted if it was in that section. That was just sometimes what happened. But yeah, I liked it. Like there was a certain vibe by being, oh, there's tweakers and weirdos and all the night crawlers that are out at any 24-hour establishment. But I can relate more to that sector of humanity than the 9 to 5, the daytime. Sometimes when I'm like out and about in the rush hour or the normal commute or whatever, I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. I'm not with that.
Come
Yeah.
on, that's fun to be in.
Some people are up early. We got up kind of early today. Went to the bakery. The line was way too long. It was like out the door, like 2 stores down. You know, the line was like in front of those stores. Even though it moves quickly, I'm like, nah, not doing that.
Yeah, I've lived this way so long that I have like a second wind. It's natural every day. Like right when it gets dark out or in the evening, like then I have like what would be the normal someone's productivity during the day. That doesn't come to me till it's night out. Like if I got to do shit in the day, it's like no, dragging ass. And I sleep. It's not like I say, I get my sleep in. Um, but yeah, I have like a different clock.
Yeah, that's crazy how some people are just night owls like that.
A
And yeah,
lot of it when I was 15 and started being a deadhead, it wasn't like I was at a show every night of my life, but for a lot of years that was the basics of my life. Yeah, shows used to end like at 12 or 12:30. Like bands wouldn't even come on. The ticket would say 8 o'clock, but they might come on at quarter to 9 and then still play like a 3 hour show. Like now, I don't most venues you're like walking out, it's like 10:30 at night and shit, like but back in then it would be like 12:30 and shit. And then unwind and shit it'd be 2, 3 in the morning. And that was like what you did. Like and then mainly because in Southern California, uh, yeah, you run your lights at night. I mean, I guess there's some places that do it the other way, but no, you run the lights at night with 8 to 8, 9 to 9, and okay, well then that means you start to do your work around that. Even my veg sleeps between 2 and 8, so it comes on at 8. Oh, you can like still see, and you can wear a headlamp and use a flashlight if you had to, but ultimately, yeah, the lights are on at night. So when do you work at night?
yeah, yeah, but you're just naturally that way too. Night owl,
Well,
probably like me,
but
like me.
like when
But
this
the
was my
electricity is
daytime
cheaper.
thing, I was already in my mid 30s, right? Early 30s. I'd already like lived like this nocturnal life, mainly with coke and rock and roll and all that. And then it was like easy transition to like now I have friends and partners. Oh no, they're the opposite. Like
Yeah,
they'd be like, I'm like, yeah, can you come and help? I got this project. As long as I'm like done at like 9 or 10, dude, I cannot. There's no way I can like stay out at your place till 3, 4 in the morning, dude. Right? We got to get started earlier, shit. Because and I had workers like that too. Like they were
Oh
not
yeah.
everybody like nocturnal. Like some
Mm.
people stay on sleep by like whatever. Yeah, then their system doesn't work right. I get it.
yeah. No, I never checked. Even I had to get up early for when I was doing a regular job, and it was like 6:30 or so, or 6. I had to get up, and to me that was just crazy early. I just couldn't do it. I had to like keep like some kind of fruit or something next to my bed. Sometimes for some days I just have to like eat that while I'm still laying in bed and like, okay, get up and like, and then yeah, just have to take a shower, like, you know. And the best thing was like, oh, just get into the car and like I had like a half hour or 20 minute half hour ride. Like, oh, that was the best. Like, just get in the car, and then it was like,
'Cause
oh,
basically, I only sleep 6 hours.
and that
I'm
was then I
I'm
could kind of
up,
relax in the car.
I'm up and functional somewhere between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning. Right? I never. It's not like, oh, because I'm up till 4 or 5, I sleep till fucking 1 or 2. I wish I could, but no,
Yeah.
I only like sleep like 5, 6 hours and then I wake up. That's it. I don't try to force myself to sleep. Like I used to be able to sleep longer. My metabolism, because I think it was in my 50s. All of a sudden I realized, yeah, I only really sleep like 6 hours and then I wake up. Some of it I think is addiction to tobacco and uh, caffeine. Because like a lot of times, yeah, I wake up and pretty much make a cup of coffee and smoke a cigarette. At that time, I'll have a second cup of coffee and it's still only maybe like 8:30, and then I'll go back to sleep till 1 or 2. If that's what or other times I'll stay up and then around 1 or 2 I'll go to sleep till like 4 or 5. Like I definitely take naps. A couple hours here, an hour there. They're like part of like smoking a lot. They're like little resets. Like you can only get so stoned, and then you need to.
Yeah, it's
Like,
hard. I go through stages. Sometimes I fight it. Sometimes it's like, oh, don't fight it. You know, I feel like taking a nap or laying down. Yeah, I do it. But then other times it's like getting up. I don't mind taking a nap. It's like trying to wake up again afterwards.
Yeah.
For me, that's hard.
I'm having like a couple cups of coffee, hoping to get like a caffeine jack, and it does the opposite. It knocks me the fuck out. Like now, never used to do that, but I've been like pretty hard on caffeine and coffee for 30 years. Your metabolism's changed. Like there are these times, not always. Sometimes I'll like in the evening have a couple cups of coffee and get the engine going. There's these other times I'm like, oh, it didn't work that way. I fucking not. I take a nap. Like literally get drinking a coffee, a good amount of coffee to get up and going and get a project done. Somehow the coffee knocks me out.
Get you some of
Yeah.
this Thai coffee I've been drinking.
No, I think it's just like the effect. Like I have like my partner Sam. He says like if he had a coffee past like noon, right? He drinks coffee.
Speaking of that, guys, I gotta go. I don't drink coffee. I've been up since 5 in the morning, and it's already whatever time it is. I gotta go to bed. I'm freaking tired.
Yeah, 5.
Later,
Woo,
Robert.
good going. All right. Have a good night.
Peace out,
Peace,
guys.
Peace.
Man. It's hard to get up before the sun for me. That's really hard.
Nah.
And if it's cold too, no, I'm just not that kind of person.
My body tells me you hurt. Get up, move a little bit, have a cigarette. Half an hour, come back to bed and try it again.
Well, I do that like in the middle of the night. I'll do that. There was a time when I wouldn't, but you wake up and just lay in
3
bed.
times a night.
Yeah, no, try and go back to bed. But then I think the best is just get up. Right, just all right. I'm going to be up for a while. Just might as well get up out of bed, smoke some pot, do something useful, and yeah, an hour and a half or something. Yeah, I'm usually tired again, ready. Like, yeah, I want to go to sleep again. It's usually what I do. They're like, you could be rolling around bed for an hour, like trying to go back to bed,
Yeah.
tossing and
Oh, my
thinking
other
about
phone
if you're
battery
thinking about
died.
something, Yeah,
It's
hey,
Hang on,
just
look back.
easier to get up.
Yeah.
have it plugged in.
If you got pot to smoke and stuff, like that, if you don't, I mean, if you don't know what to do, that'd be another thing, but always smoke pot and get on nowadays, just get on internet and something.
Unless you're like me and you got to ration your pot out still.
Yeah, that sucks. No, the old days though, yeah, it might not have pot. It might not be on anything on TV or the radio. Oh, you could listen to a record. That's about it. Maybe, look at a book, read a book. Yeah. Tell people I don't do the book thing. My wife does. She does the Kindle.
Yeah. No. I started reading certain things lately and I've just been falling asleep. Like I said, I basically need to sleep for a week.
Yeah, you probably do. That happens.
Well, I mean, yeah, beyond the time change, you're like changing whole like environment, the level, the energy, the vibe.
This schedule. I'm on a schedule now.
Well, I mean, life in Thailand was way different than anything here, right?
Yeah. Except one thing, it's cooler here than Thailand. Even though my parents say it's humid as fucking really hot, and I'm outside and saying, this is really nice with the breeze.
It's been
I've been
cold
out
this
here
week.
since 8 a.m.
It's so weird. Yeah, it's actually been
We're
cold this week,
we're
past week
supposed to get a cold
at times.
streak next week. This week was the hot one. We're supposed to get up to like 98, 99 tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to
Uh,
brag too much, but yeah, we had like our normal June gloom, but that pretty much broke about a week ago. And it's been like perfect sunny and 82, 83 at the peak of the day, cools down in the evening. Today I had to go, I guess maybe 20, 25 miles down to Temecula to meet somebody. As soon as I got up over that valley, over the hill, the end of the riverside, it's only 20 miles. It was 103. And I got out of the car and I was like, oh shit, fuck this place. Right? Because just 20 miles over, but that's 20 miles closer to the ocean.
yeah.
Makes all the difference. Even though I've heard all this heat dome and all this, no, that's the beauty of having what they call 70-degree annual average. Yeah, no, we're like immune to a lot of that shit. There'll be a few days, like in late August, where it might get up to like 98 or 101 in the peak of the day. But no, perfect weather here.
Yeah, my birthday's usually hot that
I
whole
don't.
week.
I guess there's like I only know because I see jokes about it on TV, where the heat dome or something, where the country's experiencing some kind of heat wave or some shit. I don't.
Yeah. Hey, D, you still awake?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's the weather up there?
It's rainy and
Still
wet today. Not
just
too nice.
cold, kind of cool. You'd rather have it
Yeah.
hotter.
Last couple of days is nice and warm.
Uh-huh. It's kind of like it was. There was cold days. Yeah, it was one day I was wearing a winter hoodie, sweat all day with long pants and just like a hat. Also,
Yeah.
Damn.
it was one day. Yeah, it was like not all day long, but for a lot of the day it was like in the 60s, low 60s.
Yeah.
Well, that would be cold to me.
Yeah. Me too.
And you never know; it changes because it could be hot. So you put on shorts, and after a while you realize, "Hey, I'm getting cold, and
Mhm.
got to change. Put on something else, jacket, something."
Snowsuit.
I'm sitting in a pair of shorts and a button-down shirt that's almost 3 buttons buttoned, and it's 8 a.m. I'm sitting out on the porch. 11 o'clock, take the shirt off, sit on the porch. Why? Because it's cooler than upstairs here.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I had this picture. I wonder if it's on this computer of the Rockies. Yeah, here it is. Let's see if it has a date. Yeah, June 7th. So maybe I can pull this up. Did you see all the snow on the Rockies in June 7th?
No thanks. They can
Let's see if
have
I
it.
can switch this. Yeah, it's crazy though. You wouldn't think and you can just see it here from south of Denver here where I am. It's like tons of snow.
And depending where you live in Alaska, you can see Russia from your house.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
I
haven't looked
don't
recent. I
think
mean, you
I'd
still
want to
might be able
live
to see
that
snow
far
in
out.
July. Yeah, Alaska, that'd be a trip.
I lived in Thailand. Yeah, I couldn't understand them. They couldn't understand me, but they were people. It wasn't just
Yeah,
moose, squirrel, and raccoon.
yeah, it's really isolated up there.
But I still wouldn't mind going up there and doing like some little sluicing out of a little river and a little metal detecting and shit like that, just to see if I could find something on top of the ground or, a couple grams of gold. It's just something on the bucket list to do.
Uh-huh.
It's not to go up and get rich or anything. It's just to go up and say, hey, I went to Alaska and I did this for 2 weeks. It's like going to Thailand saying, hey, I lived in Thailand for 7, 8 years.
Yeah, it's good. It's hard to do, but in life you gotta do some stuff like that once in a while.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but that's what life's about. This you've done a lot, actually. You've done a lot of traveling. And I was gonna say, some people have like traveled like places like you only hear about.
Yeah, I took
Seeing
you
seeing
guys
things.
there.
Yeah.
I took you to Vietnam. I've taken you to Cambodia a couple times. Chiang Mai. I've taken you on coffee shop tours in Bangkok, which, you know, they suck just like the ones back home do. As you see, now I'm out of the country. I can say shit like this. Man, all those fucking coffee shops, I wouldn't hit a dead dog in the ass with most of them. Holy shit. The pot was all old. I mean, we're talking 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 months old. You open up the jar and all you smell is like old pot. And I can't say anything in these people's stores. It's kind of against the law that's like slander. So I can't say anything talking to you guys. That's why I got to say everything when I leave the store. And I really couldn't say much. You know, I wanted to say a whole shitload, but it's not the right thing to do in Thailand. But yeah, the
What's the
best.
saying though? Like, if you got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all.
Well, that's
Like, that's
been a
usually the
saying
way
for
I
years.
approach things. Like even with all these packs of different seeds I sprouted like over the last few years, yeah, there were a lot of ones that were like, what the fuck? But like, yeah, those were just the ones I just never said anything about. It wasn't like I took a picture and said, oh, look, their fucking bullshit was all mutant and fucking Hermie or fucked up or they didn't germinate. Yeah, whatever. But then if something was the opposite, well, then I might say something, let's talk about it. But if it's negative, then I just never say.
Yeah.
Military Boy Poon old fashioned coffee pot. Military Boy Poon. Beta.
I had a friend stop over today and we were talking about seeds and stuff like that, and I pulled out all the different Thai seeds and then all the little packs of, you know, a couple seeds here, 20 seeds here. Man, I got a shit ton of seeds. But they're like a lot of couple here, 3, 4 in a pack, and a cigarette cellophane. Some have 10 or 12.
Just remember, seeds don't last forever, and time goes by quick as fuck.
Yeah, and those are long flowering plants. But I do have a 40-foot ceiling in the garage.
No, but just like germination rate of seeds, like that's my experience. Like even most of the time when you have seeds that will germinate in less than 24 hours, those are usually like, oh, that in my mind, that seed was like produced that year, like less than a year old. Oh, seeds that take a day or two. Most of the time in my mind, those are like, oh, a year to maybe up to 5 years if they were stored good. Seeds that somehow will like take like 5, 6, 7 days even to just crack open. Yeah, a lot of times those are the ones that are old. And a
Yeah,
lot
they
of times
usually don't get going.
they might crack, but they don't go. It's just, yeah, saving seeds.
With
Yeah,
those,
I get it. I get the idea of it. And there's numerous breeders I know for years have told me there's a certain portion of their customers that are like collectors. They don't even grow. They just collect.
With
Right?
seed packs.
And yeah, some of that shit's really impressive. But like I say, time goes by quick, dude. Next thing you know, oh, fuck, you dig through your stuff a year or two later, it's really 5 or 6 years later. And oh, yeah, the germination rate falls off. That's just reality. So, breeders don't really like want the people that are collectors to think that. Like even when someone pulls something out of their butt and was auctioning it off when that was popular at some of those fundraising things, and they'd say, "Oh yeah, it's from whatever year, 2009. It's a pack of seeds from 2000." Yeah, like as much as there is this intrinsic value to it being, oh, that's that pack from so and so it turned out to be that. Right. Seeds that old, I don't know if I'd want to pay like some huge price for them. Yeah.
How high did you say your ceilings were, Captain? 20 feet?
40.
40? Damn, you can get yourself some, oh, some Tyler.
A lot of these
roll-
commercial guys, it's all about doing tiers, like 2-tier, 3-tier, 40-foot ceilings.
Yeah.
I don't know what tiers that would be, but that would be, you had all the money to invest in that and the lifts to get up and down.
That's the thing. A lift would probably get me 3 high.
Yeah, and the cost and the
Then the metal
insurance
racks.
and like did somebody couldn't get like you have that
Insurance.
protocol.
Somebody. There ain't
Like
no one coming in this area. It's all me.
well, that's what makes having a system like that a little trickier. Cause yeah, that's kind of dangerous work when you start getting three up and especially the way they're designed. A lot of them aren't really designed with a walkway and all
No.
the structure. It's
It's
oh,
just
you
a tray.
lift up and yeah.
But no, I'm just gonna have a 4x8 here with 12 plants. And every 7 days, actually 6 days, a plant's gonna come out. And the one's gonna replace it. I am not growing more than the 12 allowed plants. My mom said I could put a couple out in the backyard. And I said no. And don't even talk to them about they know I smoke, but just tell them people give it to me or I go buy it at the club. I don't grow it.
Well, okay. Well, how about stick to the better golden rule? Don't tell anybody fucking anything. It's none of their fucking business.
Exactly.
But I know sometimes people want fucking, especially in whatever little social groups. Oh, they ask a million questions. That's part of their little social.
My mom's the one that got me ripped off from the people that stole from her while they were redoing the house because she told them that, oh, yeah, he's been growing cannabis this long. So when they see me with that toolbox, they knew exactly what to take.
Yeah. Well, those are some of the golden.
So my mom actually did that to me.
Well,
I'll get me
you're
through
gonna
the rest.
grow like the plants from your tied genetics and stuff indoor. Yeah, I guess you need 40-foot ceilings because some of those plants will get like fucking 20 feet tall if you let them.
Yeah, 20 to 30 feet tall. Grown properly.
Oh, family trees. Tyler, family tree seeds. He has seeds like that. 20-foot plant. 20-foot plant.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I tried to grow in my grow room, but it didn't germinate. But it was pretty funny. A 20-foot plant in like a small room.
Well, what you do is you try to grow the plant as tall and as long as you can. And then you literally take like a 6-inch clone and root it under 12-12 and flower that out. And then you're still going to end up with 12 to 16 feet.
Yeah.
The only time I ever grew a Tide plant, someone gave me a clone, and it was a Tide plant. It was close to a year in this big, like 100-gallon pot on the patio of our other house. And I don't know if it got 20 feet tall. And I used fucking every kind of thing to keep stock. Had this whole thing built around it, but it never really like even finally it was raining and it just was like 11 months later, and we cut it down. But it smelled like some kind of Thai weed. It grew like that. It was unruly. I have these pictures because my cat used to go on the patio and get up in the pot. She used to love to eat bottom leaves, and I have these pictures. But then it shows how tall this thing was. Holy fuck! The stock was like so fat. It just grew and grew and grew and grew, flowered forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. Like I even had clones and like never really ran them inside, flowered them because the way I saw it grow outside, I was like, oh yeah, that's not going to work inside.
And the whole thing is you were probably looking at the top part of the plant where you should have been looking at the bottom part of the plant, because if you took it that long, you probably could have harvested the bottom half of the plant
Well, we
like in two
harvested that plant,
sections.
and I probably gave it away to my other customer, like, because it was just one plant on my patio, like that. At that other house we were at for 17 years, and a lot of that was during Prohibition. All of that, most of it, I didn't like. I felt like the dumbest thing would be if one plant that you had outside is what led to the demise of
Everything
that
else.
great indoor operation, right?
Yeah.
That's why I used to like, oh, as much as I wanted to grow plants outside, I felt like, yeah, that's because now today you different. It's different today. I wouldn't think that would be such a worry. One, two plants on a patio uh, up in the hills. But back then, yeah, that could be, yeah, that is how whatever started. That next thing you know, your whole fucking indoor thing got fucked over. Which, like, even that one, it went 17 years, like a little over that, just humming along. It wasn't
Damn.
that big. It was only one veg and one flower, but it was pretty big. It was enough at that time. Like in today's standards, no, that's like a super. I mean, I think I had 8 lights in flower and 4 in veg, like 12 lights total.
So you're pulling like 8 pounds.
Yeah, the pounds were like 4,000, and would sell like the day it was done.
Yeah. Not even dried.
Like I
We'll
look
take
back
it
and go,
wet.
yeah, how did
That's
and
what
how
she said.
how at that time did I feel like I was fucking so rich? And I was like cash rich, right? Like, yeah, I only grew that amount, and it was sold right away. I always got the money. It wasn't like, oh yeah, no, I got that money. And there was a time when it was one room. That room had 3.5 trays in it, 3 4x8s and one 4x4. After about maybe 5 years of running it this all at once, I started where it was one tray, and then 1 week later the next tray, 1 week later the next tray, and the half a tray would go in with one of the other trays. So there was 3. When I say a week, sometimes it'd be 7 or 10 days, and then we'd harvest that amount, and juggle it that way. And a lot of that was because I at that point, probably 6 7 years, I had the same couple workers, and it used to be like they'd come around for 3 4 5 days, do all this work, and then I'd be like, yeah, I'll call you in a couple months, we'll do it again. Where when I changed it to that other way, it was like a little bit of work every week. And that was like better for them and kept them like in the game longer. And it was just better for the whole business. Because even back then, keeping that price had to do with supply and demand. Yeah. I always keep saying this, but like somehow it seems like the whole cannabis industry that's, you know, the talk of the town and all this, whether it's legal or otherwise, has just completely forgotten like the economic framework and rules of a supply and demand product and the economics that that creates, which is
That's what fucked Thailand.
no, that's what
Supply and
fucks
demand.
cannabis. Like overall, like there's never any consideration that like for the benefit of all, then if only X amount was grown that made some kind of supply and demand thing instead of just excess so much that they destroy more than they sell through and shit like that. And it just seems like, okay, well, that's like pretty simple. That's pretty simple. Many crops and many industries surrounding those crops have faced this same thing throughout history and have like set up structures or come to agreement, have associations. Sometimes it ends up being a commodities market or there's different ways, but for the health of any of those things, too much supply is bad for everyone. Or, you know, like everyone that drives the price down. Oh, that's not good. Even who makes the most money on cannabis, Uncle Sam or the state, which, oh, as the prices go down, their tax percentage goes down. They, more than anything, understand supply and demand. That's why they have, what do you call it when they give like farmers money? Because like the crop price is lower than the cost to grow it, they give them
Subsidy.
subsidies. Okay, that some of that subsidy thing and all that. Yeah, like wheat or corn, those are major crops. If somehow some other fucking guy comes into the game and then says, "Yeah, I'm going to build 3 million square feet," like that's glass house, more canopy than even the whole state market could absorb. That would be bad. Like, so if some corn farmer is like, yeah, fuck it, I bought all this land. I'm the new guy in town, and I'm just gonna produce way more than all you guys. And I don't give a fuck what happens to the price and all that. Yeah, that would be a bad thing. Like they have like a I don't know what they have, but the way the market or the business or the levers of business work, yeah, they they know that if you grow too much wheat and that bottoms down the price and a bunch of it has to like and everyone loses. They know that. It's happened to them. Somehow cannabis is like flying into this industry or this $1 billion a year thing and completely ignoring like
A
economic
crash.
like of like commodity, ag, perishable, like even you throw the perishable part in there. Oh well, now you got a real issue, right? Unlike our counterpart, alcohol. Oh, the longer they hold their shit, the more it's worth, right? Whether
Yeah.
it's wine or spirits, whatever. Old bottles of shit, 12-year-old shit's worth a lot more than the 1-year-old shit, right?
Yeah. It's
Now
hard to
that
it's
would be
hard to
really
bring
great
in
in cannabis.
into.
Somebody could pull out a pound from whatever year and it'd be that, right? What we all remember and covet, and it's still in its like pristine, preserved state, a 20-year-old pound, a 10-year-old pound, a 15-year-old pound, whatever, of the shit that used to be the coveted shit at that time that went for $4,800 a pound, right? That would probably be worth $15,000 a pound today. Like if well, wait,
I wonder, like a pound of
like, wait,
skunk.
if it was like
Yeah,
alcohol,
skunk
it would
number
be
one.
because like a 12-year-old bottle of scotch, like
Would be.
from what that
Mm.
could be worth if they sold it the first year to what it's worth if they hold it for 12, they make a lot of money on holding it for 12.
But it's probably, certain strains that would, be
Um,
good for, like
Well,
skunk number one or something.
even maybe there's like a certain thing to preserve it that we haven't quite. Oh, they've thought of freeze drying the freeze and the standard ways, but maybe there's another way that technology or innovation is going to find that, yeah, you can actually take something and, it's not going to cost so much money, right? And like freeze it in time, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. The other thing that the liquor industry has is they charge like just a lot for a drink in a restaurant or a certain venue because it's hard to bring in a drinks, especially cold drinks.
Well,
But you can do
they
that
charge
with
an
pot.
extraordinary
It's hard
amount
to
of
keep people from
profit
bringing it in.
in establishments, meaning a lot of establishments that profit ratios, yeah, they could be a restaurant, but the only reason they make money is because they sell X amount of booze, right? Yeah, because even at expensive price per bottle and ingredients, oh, the profit ratio on like a drink, holy shit. Like even think about a beer when they get like up to 18 or even $20 at like events
Yeah.
for a beer.
Yeah.
Holy
It's a
shit,
lot
dude!
now.
What is that like?
Yeah.
Like, is that like a few cents? Like, is it like a nickel's worth of beer coming out of the fucking keg thing or whatever they serve it out of? Right?
I remember when they had beer was a bar by me. A bottle of beer was $4, or like $4.10 or something like that. Now it's
Yeah,
like
I mean,
ridiculous.
it's one of the most profitable fucking rackets that there is, right? Selling drinks, alcohol drinks.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the thing of where if cannabis was like a way that they could make those kind of profits, okay. So if a good gram of weed is $10, right? Right? $10 worth, right?
Mhm.
Okay, they buy a bottle of booze that's even if it's just cheap the cheap shit they pour, which that's what most people buy anyway, right? They probably pay $10 for that bottle, 10, right? Just to make the math easy. Out of that, if they make X amount of drinks out of that bottle, that's this amount of profit. If you took a $10 gram of weed and tried to like break it up into issue, you couldn't come close to the profit ratio they make off of booze, right? What would they do?
Yeah.
Have to charge you like
Yeah. They'd have to be growing it.
dollars for one hit, right? And there'd only be so many hits off of a gram. I know it'd probably come close, but they'd have to charge a good amount of money for like a hit of weed, right? Like, because that's what they do for
Yeah.
alcohol. They charge a good amount of money for like a teeny bit of drink of alcohol in a drink, right?
They do now have like for like say like alcohol, they have like a wedding, like for example a wedding, they have an open bar. Now they have what they do is a cannabis bar now. I don't know if you guys heard about that, where it's like an open
Well, see here, we're
bar.
still fighting
Yeah, it's
the
pretty cool.
whole consumption law part, right? Public consumption, however you want to call it. Like whether it's to be able to have a club, like an establishment, or just for it to be able to be consumed anywhere outside your personal household and shit, right? Yeah, they like even in California there was
California.
both parties agreed in the legislature for a consumption law package that would be the beginnings of the framework of this. And on the 12th hour, the last hour, Newsom vetoed it, right? And it was in the news for a second, but like when you really think about it, the legislature has been gridlocked in California my whole life. That's where that term comes from. So for it to have gotten to the governor's desk, that meant that both sides fucking said, okay, let's put this in play.
When it comes to my desk,
public consumption thing. And somehow the fucking governor, like at the last minute, vetoed it.
when I blow the whistle, get the toy.
What's the play there? Like what political money is the governor receiving from what company that made him make that decision?
Oh,
right?
I'm gonna pump you up.
Most likely, his alcohol lobby contingent was like, "Yeah, veto that shit for sure. Veto that. We can't. We're not giving up not 1% of the bar business to cannabis bars, right? Like, and for whatever reason, they don't want to sell it alongside alcohol. And that reason probably dates back to one of the like funded federal things that you can read about from like 50s, where there was like a study of the effects of cannabis on people that drink alcohol. And it showed way back in the 50s that people drink less alcohol when stoned on weed. Like
I'm green again.
Yeah, I believe that too.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're mixing the two, you most like even if you're a pretty good drinker, you're gonna drink less with the cannabis high combo, right? And so that's a fact, right? Matter of fact, some people won't even drink, right? The only reason they drink is, well, it's a social thing and that's all there is. All right, sure, I'll join you for one. But if they could at that same time say, oh, let me order the cannabis bong kit. That's what I want. I don't want a Bloody Mary or whatever, margarita, whatever, right? Yeah, the alcohol, they're threatened by cannabis. They're threatened that they'll lose market share. And ultimately, even if it's just like a couple points over, like, we already show in stats, that if you offered it openly, just like the bars, alcohol bars, why couldn't there be cannabis bars? There'd be like a percentage of less business at bars. And there'd be less already. They say that more people smoke weed than alcohol, or these crazy, polls or stats. I don't know how factual they are, but cannabis, especially legal cannabis, is now starting to take a hit on their like pretty much with laws. The only way to catch a legal buzz in the country was alcohol, right? Like that. You can get as fucked up as you want in alcohol. That's fucking legal as hell. But if you touch anything else, you're a criminal.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not healthy and causes fights, accidents,
Yeah, but
stupid things. Stupid things
like where's our resistance, or who are we really fighting, and why does it seem like there's some resistance to the laws or the thing, getting national support, like national legal, or just being accepted? Yeah, I think it's I think it's the lobbyists from the $1 trillion business, which is alcohol, right? That has big time lobbyists that donate money to every fucking politician up and down the roster. That's how, yeah, that's why they don't seem to have any, we don't have any movement in the system that we have is all fucked up. And because that business, just like with the electric cars and everything, you think the gas companies are all supportive of that? No, they're threatened by it, right? And especially now that it seems to be getting more popular, they're even more threatened by it. Yeah.
So Jack Beanstalk says in the chat, if your city or council denying it, we have several cannabis lounges here in Santa Barbara County, had for a couple of years. Some have even closed down, not enough customers.
Well, that is a thing. Like, I'm not sure. I smoke weed where I'm at, but like, it's never like, oh, I'd stop in at this place and have a, like, even though people do that with alcohol, right? A lot of it is, a lot of the places that people drink alcohol also has food and usually pretty good food, right? Yeah, I like, it's not like that space wants to share the money with a new product, whether it's whatever it is. And that's how I look at it. Like,
what are you doing over there? Like, Moo's being a little shit tonight.
Now you could have drinks. Yeah, they're just not alcohol drinks because I mean people love to eat and consume, drink and eat when they smoke. So
well, now it seems
you
like the
could
only
have
place
in between
left
courses
Starbucks.
smoking. That'd be.
But it used to
We
be
used
a
to do
lot of
that
like
at this one
coffee
place.
businesses, like little places that have a Wi-Fi and kind of like some of them are independent, but like the Starbucks model. To me, that seems like the perfect place to pair cannabis with coffee. I mean, that's what Amsterdam did at the beginning, right?
Yeah. Coffee's perfect.
It's perfect.
That's the beans.
Hey, if you want to get a beer or something, there's different levels of service when it comes to alcohol, right? So, you don't always have to have a full bar to serve alcohol, right? But yeah, that to me always been that's our foe. That's like if the weed industry has a competitor in the world of economics, it's alcohol. Cigarettes, not so much. They would love to just make it one of their products. It fits right into their whole thing, right?
Welcome to California.
Alcohol, they're threatened. They're threatened. That's what I think.
Jack Beanstalk, when I brought you whistle, get the toy. Welcome to California. There you
go.
And ultimately, the place where there should be a lounge where people can consume and do that is the shop itself, right? Like, yeah, a shop should be able to have like, the shop, there's no smoking in the shop, but we have this little building next door or attached, and that's our little lounge. Feel free to go in there and do whatever, right? That to me would like, why shouldn't it? Why should that not be a thing, right?
For some people, like all of us, it'd be fine. Like it's almost like you need a license. Like, you got, you can handle. Okay, you can go in that section.
And because I
The
know
smoking section.
experience and have friends that are my brother's heavily involved in like the farmers market thing, which is a solid thing. It's spread to pretty much everywhere has like a weekly farmers market, right? Some of them more legit than others. There should be no reason, right? Oh, you'd have to have a certain area in the market where, oh, you have to be 21 to come over here. Just like you have to show ID to buy booze, okay, right? That under the same guise that a farmer can grow some artichokes and some tomatoes and this and whatever he can come up with week by week and have his little booth and sell what he grows, right? Why wouldn't someone be able to sell their cannabis there? Like what? Why?
Exactly.
Like what? It's a farmer's market, okay? And you don't have to be like all those people. They fit under a different thing. They don't have to have their shit tested and this and that, and have weird fucking stickers on it with Q codes and stuff because they're farmers market. Because I owned a fruit stand for like 20 years. There's a whole bunch of laws that are not very modern because they were put on the books like hundreds of years ago to like protect farmers, like give a farmer like a right to be able to sell his own wares on the market, not be completely trapped by like the middleman or whatever it was. And they've never changed them. You know, that like, so there is this like framework. Even you don't pay taxes because it's fruit and vegetables, food. And yeah, like even back then, when we were humming along, we needed like a front, right? Even though it became a passionate thing, mainly for my wife, the fruit stand, like my accountant said, yeah, dude, if you open a fruit stand, you only have to do this, 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 and this. And there's like tax benefits to the way you can run a fruit stand, right? And you have like certain protections from these laws that protect like farmers, basically. Which at the time I always thought, because I used that business, it never really made money, but there were a lot of years that on books we paid a lot of taxes on other money we made that we funneled into that. Like we weren't even open half the time, but we would say we made X amount of money, X amount of money, X amount of money. And then I would file taxes and pay taxes on all that money because I was trying to establish what it would take to be able to buy a house with stated income, they call it. Like you don't have a job, so then you have to like prove your worth to them through years. Like they don't want to just see that you did it for a year. They want to see that this is like, yeah, like, and then they'll give you a loan. You could have a job and only make 20 an hour. They'd give you a bigger loan right away. But when you're stated income, self-employed, oh, they put you through the fucking ringer, dude. At least in California. The fruit stands were good for that.
Yeah, right after the housing collapse, they were like super strict too.
Well, yeah, they've been up and down, but when they were loose with it historically,
Yeah, they were loose before.
if you bought during that time, you're upside down because that was
Oh,
at
yeah,
the peak of
didn't
a
matter.
market that fucking long since crashed, right?
Yeah, that was the time for people to get a house like who had trouble to get in the house. Like they were giving it to anybody.
Well, once again, it was Wall Streeters, and they figured out a fucking way to work the fucking system, and they worked it so fucking hard it just about collapsed it, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
They did
exactly. I
collapse
mean, the
it.
fucking government had to bail them out. Whatever happened, I don't know, but I know a lot. It left everybody upside down, fucked over a lot of people. Oh, we just reset. Oh, on with life we went. But
Yeah,
that
bailed them
same
out.
group of like sharks That's who are the investors
Yeah.
that make this
Yeah.
cannabis industry what it is,
Flipping
right?
houses became a common thing.
You know, like Wall Street and once Wall
Oh,
Street
yeah.
and that kind of money and the kind of plays that these guys make up and invent and
Yeah.
figure like, oh, they're the ultimate shysters of the whole planet, dude. Because they
Yeah.
like you can just go through history of how many times the same story.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they did it to this industry, then they did it to this industry, then they did it to this industry. That's what they
They have
do. They
money and
use
they
it
and
for
they have
everything it's
lawyers.
worth.
It's kind
And
of what
they're
it took with
smart
the housing.
motherfuckers.
You know,
That's
they
all
made
they
those
do their whole life is think of
those
like
other
ways
instruments.
to like come up with an instrument to make money off of somebody else's money.
Yeah, they were packaging up the housing and selling those.
Yeah. They say that if
And
you
they had that
like
whole
make a bid on a house and there's a counter bid that went over your bid, chances are that's not an actual family or a person trying to buy that house. That's one of these Wall Street instruments that is out there just like plucking away because the one thing, regardless of what, you know, the economics go up and down and all around and there's cycles and this and that. When you look at any long haul of it, even though real estate's had a few downturns, oh no, real estate is the long-term investment, right?
yeah,
That's the safe play. That's
yeah.
like, right? Where with all the laws they changed, with the way they can play all their games, yeah, there's a huge amount of investment in Wall Street in the world, the investors that is just saying, yeah, let's just buy up all the real estate, buy every house, buy every fucking everything. Don't care what we pay
Or
for it,
just land even, like
right?
Bill
Because
Gates.
the property and the value of that is just going to go up, right? And so yeah, and then a lot of those they rent out or they just hold. There's like a whole bunch of stuff that yeah, no one lives there because oh,
Rent them out.
investment instrument owns it. They don't even care to fucking rent it out because that's not that costs a certain amount of money and has a certain amount of wear and tear and issues. So just let it sit.
Some small towns, they almost have a monopoly. And like if you're a bad tenant and you get kicked out of one apartment, it can be hard to find any other place, decent place to rent because like that one group owns like just about everything, and you're like blackballed.
Yeah.
I'm out of here, guys. Everybody have a great night. Don't forget Tuesday, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Pacific.
Have a
All
good one,
right.
Steve.
You too,
Cool. Yeah,
guys.
we got
Have
some
a great
co-hosts.
Wednesday.
Cool. Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, see you guys
Peace.
next. Oh, whoa! I'm gonna make
Saturday.
Captain. I'll make Captain the host.
Make someone else. I'm
Okay.
using a hotspot to do this.
All right, Bud's the
So
host.
there. Thank you.
All right.
I'll
Take
make
it
sure I
going.
stay charged. Wow, I'm already charged on my other
Charge. Or Saturday night. Oh, it's like, is it like the solstice? There was like a
Yeah,
party
the
today, the
summer
solstice party.
solstice.
phone. That was the 21st, right? So that was a couple days ago. Tonight, I think, is the full moon, official full moon,
Strawberry.
strawberry moon.
Nice. Never heard of that one actually. Strawberry moon.
Well,
No, and it's
it
not
has some
red or
significance.
anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's always significance. This longest day is the
It's
longest
like the
in a
long.
couple hundred years. I mean,
Yeah.
Huh.
there's cycles within cycles in this whole thing. Something like that. One thing about Instagram and social media, I mean, I don't know. They're interesting facts. Like, but in today's world, things that happen somehow in the day that it happens, you hear all these things that you wouldn't have never, maybe useless information in a way, but interesting information in another way. Like every fact on anything, somebody's going to make a post on.
Hey, Floor.
Yeah, fun.
Yo. Okay, rock buying up all the houses. What you're talking about, buddy?
Huh?
Because BlackRock's the guys that have been buying up all the houses.
Yeah, well, isn't
Oh,
that
yeah.
BlackRock the same like private military company that came into
That was
existence during the
Blackwater.
Iraq War? Where
Is BlackRock's like a hedge fund or one of those
yeah,
Wall
then
Street
there's
place?
another thing. What was that thing? Remember, there was the guy that led it. Seemed he was a little crazy, but somehow they had all the subcontracts with the Iraq War for all those years. Maybe
Blackwater.
that was called Blackwater. Yeah, whatever happened to
Yeah.
that evil ass company?
Same thing that happened to your cut.
Is are you back in the United States, Captain?
Yeah.
Feel good to be home?
Yes and no.
Mixed feelings, huh?
Yeah. No rest for the wicked, but I knew
When
that was
you
going to
went to
happen
Walmart
as
to
far
just
as.
buy some basic items that he expected to only cost X amount, and it cost over $200. And I was like, "Yep, welcome home."
Yeah.
What for his luggage or are you talking?
No, for
Paper
like
towel.
toilet paper, paper towels, and Kleenex cost me like $35-40.
Yeah, well, a lot of inflation here or two.
Yeah, we're in the peak of inflation. Like, yeah, things got jacked up in the last year or so, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
either pay it
Restaurants
or go without.
crazy high.
Even McDonald's, you go there and like the cheapest meal is like $13-14.
Yeah, no.
And that's McDonald's. That's not even a good restaurant.
I'm gonna pull up my McDonald's Thai app and say it don't work.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is you could pretty much just a few years ago eat like a burger fry or whatever, like that for like $10 or under $10, right? Oh, if that was your lunch budget, you were all right. That has changed to where it's basically almost $20.
Yeah, you have to go to like a cart, a truck, to get some like $10-12, some tacos.
Yeah,
or
or even like, because all the prices went up, pretty much everybody went up, right? Yeah, that's just the way. And they're not making that much money selling it for that because they're paying whatever for beef and this and that and blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
I can see it. Yeah.
Like minimum wage here in California for fast food went up to $20, right? Like you have to expect, like if they raise minimum wage to $20, a Big Mac's going to cost $20 eventually because of money.
That law needed to be like, but that would make it. We live in a free capital society, but that law should have been like, yeah, you got to pay the workers $20, but the money to cover that needs to come out of like the upper management outrageous wages, not the
Yeah.
customer, right? And all that seems to happen with the $20 wage increase in California. Every one of them raised the prices right after that to oh, you want a $20 person at the drive-through? Well, now you pay for it. Like, yeah, like that's it.
Now,
Matter of fact, accumulatively, they're probably
You're getting
making
$20
more.
service now. Yeah,
Yeah,
better
like
service.
a
they
lot of
have
the
probably, like the upper echelon, the shareholders and the CEOs are banking because they raised the prices more overall than what they needed to cover the difference in the wage, right? Considering how much volume they do, right? Yeah, so yeah, they're gouging hard, dude.
yeah.
Even they used to do things where like, oh, 2 Big Macs for $5, or they all had their little burger wars or certain dollar menu and this and blah blah blah. Oh, they haven't had any of that either. It's like
No.
straight gouge prices, take it or leave it.
Pretty much. What's weird though, I guess it's an election year, right? So our gas price has gone down a little bit. Have you noticed? Like, I paid $4.35 for gas today. Last week I paid over $5.
Well,
Yes.
but like
And I got good gas.
I forget when, but like we gas used to be like 3 to like, oh, now gas is always going to be around $5. Okay, it's going to go down to mid 4s for the teaser little run to keep the fucking rats in line, but it's go back to 5.25 when it's the summer or this plant, whatever their story is, right? So we're basically paying $5 a gallon, right?
And when do you get in your
Never like, oh, we're going to get back down to like 3 something a gallon. No,
what do you
they
what kind of mileage you get in that Dodge? It's got to be $80 to
no,
fill it up.
yeah, no. That's like I'm trying to in the midst of selling that car, and even earlier last month I've had my friend manages Avis and gives me like, if I get the Akana $41 a day car, and then he upgrades me into pretty much anything. I had this brand new Tesla like a month ago for a weekend. Oh, I do like a weekend rate thing where it's like only 100 and some odd bucks. I get the car Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bring it back Monday. A lot of this is he's an outlying Avis in Escondido. Oh, they're a vibrant business. He's worked there for 17 years managing it. There's like this mothership, the airport, where like if they're premium cars that you're not renting out wherever you are, they have like a team that they'll send a car out there with a driver and bring that car back down to the airport, like the premium cars, right? So you got to keep them rented if you want to keep them in your place. Where
Yeah,
having good
in your fleet.
cars in Escondido is a part of the business, right? But if they're not all rented out, like literally, if one's there for one whole day, oh, they'll send the return chain on all the premium cars, right? So I had this brand new Tesla. I took it to Vegas and back. I liked it, but it was a little chintzy. There's pros and cons. Then yesterday, I got it's a Genesis. It was like the most luxury electric car. I It blew the Tesla away. It leather and fucking drove like smooth like a Cadillac. Had like it was big. It was an M80, but like it had every gadget, super like high end car basically. Today, I had it yesterday. I was like, this is killer. Because I have to pick up my friend in LAX tomorrow. It was supposed to be today, but flight got delayed till tomorrow. This morning, somewhere, all of a sudden, the the driver's side back tire low on pressure. It was down to 21 pounds. I was like, fuck. I went and I put air in it, brought it up to 35 pounds, and man, it was only about a half hour. It was back under the light came back on. I had to go deal with something first, and by the time, when I call my friend that runs the thing, he's like, well, here's your options. Discount Tires, which now is called American Tire. We have a contract with. Take it there. They have to put on a tire. They just bill us, whatever. Otherwise, you can come in and exchange it tomorrow at the certain window of time, which doesn't work for me, or you can go down to the airport and exchange it 24 hours. Well, I got to the fucking tire place because, it turned out it was on the inside back wall of the tire, so they couldn't patch it. And then somehow he couldn't, because it was like I got there at 5 minutes to 5 and they closed at 5, and but they were gonna do it. But when he went to process the thing to the Avis billing thing, which is like this other whole thing, they have to call in. Oh, you can't. They were closed. So then it was like, we could charge you, and then you can just get the money back from Avis. And when I call my friend, he's like, no, dude, that's gonna not work. Just take it down to the airport and exchange. So when I get to the airport, one, I didn't smoke any weed in the car, but I smell like weed. My backpack always smells like weed. When I got out of the car, the guy checking it in for the exchange at the airport, which is like a whole other operation, no friends there. It's like, dude, it smells like weed. I think he marked the thing or something. Because I said to him, dude, I didn't smoke weed in that car. I smell like weed. My backpack has weed in it. I waved it in front of him where he could smell it. Because I get it. You can't smoke weed. And look, some crazy old lady might be in that car and wear the nastiest perfume that makes you want to gag. You're going to hassle her because her scent got left behind. Like, it wasn't smoked weed. Like, he agreed it to smell like weed. Like, weed's legal. I'm not allowed to have weed on me? Like, wait, I could have perfume on me. Matter of fact, I could have BO on me. I could put whatever food in here and leave it in here and it'd stink up the car. That's not a problem. Leave the sample in there. Right? So then, okay, no big deal. I didn't make a big deal. I don't care what he does. My friend manages the place where the contract's out of. That there won't be no fucking charge for that. The only reason I didn't smoke at all in the car is because this was this brand new car that is like on the high end thing. It had all leather interior. And he asked me specifically, don't smoke it. And I've rented cars from him for years. He only said that a couple times. Other than that, he don't give a fuck. What? As long as don't leave a fucking obvious trace of it. Because cars just get, they're there 1 minute, they're gone, then they go some other state. Who the fuck knows? It doesn't matter. We just rent a car. But they gave me this one that's like a Mustang. It's more like a SUV. I don't know, like electric. Because I like EV cars. Like I could get a gas car and all this. I'm trying out. Like, it seems cool. Like I know they're the future. I like them. They're quick. This Genesis, that thing was badass. That's like I guess it's Kia or one of the company's high-end brand.
It's a collaboration between Kia and Hyundai, and it's like their high-end line. They stole what they did is they're real crafty or dirty, depending on how you want to look at it. They stole the guy that designed the M series BMWs and the guy that designed the S series and A series Audis. They took those two guys and made the Genesis.
Okay, it was pretty cool. I miss it, right? Because they didn't have that one, and they gave me this Mustang one. It's a Ford. Oh, it doesn't have like every trick in the book that Genesis had. It had AC in the seats. So like, yeah, you want to blow cold air in your out of the seats on yourself. It had
Yeah, but what's
like
like 40,000?
every
Like,
gimmick inside, which in an electric car, yeah, real cameras, and like when you put your blinker on, it tells like sensors telling you whether you're clear or not. It had all that shit, just like the Tesla, but even like more refined luxury, right? Um, it had like privacy screens that like if I put it in reverse, it would lower the privacy screen in the back where I could see through the window. But other than that, it was like all privacy screens, which kind of made you could see through those. But if you trust your cameras in those cars and you trust the sensors, then you don't need to yeah, we've been taught to drive this certain way. Look in your rearview mirror, side mirror, double check before you turn, all this stuff. At a certain point, when you're in one of those cars with all that sensors and way it's working, and you trust that it's working, which okay, it seems to be working, right? Then you just rely on that. I realize that, like the first hour or two you're driving it until you figure out what it does. But once you realize that, oh, this is what it does. Why do I need to look behind me when this camera with these lines pop up when I stick in reverse? And if I get close to anything, it's going to beep, right? Um, okay, you trusted it works, right? Because they trusted it works enough to sell it to you, right? Now, things can always fuck up. I get it. But
it's
what
gonna
I've
most
realized in the 3 experiences driving these different ones and having to get used to each company's tech, yeah, they're the easiest things to fucking drive, dude, because like they have all that stuff.
you know what car I think you would really enjoy is a Rivian.
Yeah, I've seen those. You know, it's really weird. I think they're Kias. I had to take my dog to the groomer at 8 o'clock in the morning. There's this empty, like, dirt part of one of the neighbors' properties, right? At 12:30, I had to go pick up my dog. I think it's about 100 fucking Kia. They're like these boxy little electric cars, all brand new with the sticker on the window. It's like they made some deal with whoever, because I know where the car lots are. They're not only a few miles where all the brands are. Yeah, they made some deal and just parked a bunch of brand new ass fucking cars on this like kind of unusable part of this warehouse district's uh, properties. Like pretty good.
Tesla is having a hard time selling a lot of their vehicles right now, and they've been known like they're doing it back east, like they're renting out malls, like abandoned malls, and
Well,
parking
I'll
all
tell
of the
you, Tesla had an advantage when they were pretty much one of the only games in town. One thing,
yeah.
just from the little month of being in those cars, and also being on the road, I now can spot all the electric cars because if you look at the front grill, there's no grill. They don't have air or nope. It's always solid, right? Every brand has electric. I mean, I haven't been in them, but I imagine the Audi, the BMW. Oh, it's how much are you willing to pay? Because imagine, yeah, even that Genesis. I don't know. I bet you that's like by the time you paid for that one, you might as well just pay a little more and get the BMW or the fucking Audi or ones that like. Now, hey, those ones could probably have more upkeep, whatever. But
Maybe, maybe
in my
the Genesis
experience,
is a luxury line, and it's
those are like usually very fun. When they make a vehicle and they charge that much for it, it's usually pretty nice vehicle. right? With some of these other ones, like a Tesla, yeah, I can't explain how I feel it's chintzy, but it, like, even the suspension, the mm, road noise you hear, even this one was fairly new. The driver's window, sometimes you had to go up and down twice to make the right seal when you were like on the freeway, or otherwise it was like a whistle noise. Yeah, when you buy like a BMW, nah, yeah, that's you don't have shit like that.
That's fucking that's fucking hilarious. And this dude's sending rockets to space. And he's building cars like that.
Well, I get what it is. I get what it is. And when you go and say, "Oh, well, that car's only this amount of money," the BMW model and this model, well, they're a lot more, right? Like it gets into, well, what do you want to pay? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, when you're talking $100,000, it should be perfect, right?
Yeah.
Like the
I
seams, like
mean,
on the Cybertruck, it's got
you really have
parts on the
that.
middle.
And if you people that really buy cars like that, even if they have a lot of money, the resale value of cars like that still stay high enough that yeah, they have that for a couple years, put out, and then they might have paid 100 and some for it, but they trade it in for 70 some and get another new one, right? Right. So they hold like better value. I mean, even though losing 30 grand on a car seems like a lot, well, okay, it's all those numbers come out like the same. Like, oh, how much did he lose? Oh, about what it would have cost to have a lease payment every month, right?
Yeah.
Like it just costs what it costs. You know, and if you want something really nice, well, yeah, you got to pay it. I mean, I think the interesting thing in California, and like, yeah, I don't know, like, I know that uh, the people that own the cars are like up in arms, but like, there's a situation where they want to tax everybody that has a electric car a certain annual amount for how much miles they drive, right? Which is pretty much data
I don't
that's
like that.
easily like accountable, which comes out to a pretty hefty amount, but it's really about the same amount that a gasoline user pays annually because a certain amount of every gallon of gas goes to the road. And even though that whole system's corrupt and who knows where all that money goes or whatever, yeah, electric cars aren't really contributing to that at the moment, right? That's a big issue in a way, right? I mean, and they're saying that has to be on how many miles because it wouldn't be fair just to say, well, you all pay X amount of more in registration to counter this
Why
deficit.
do why do they care about the miles? Don't they just charge you a flat fee on registration?
Or like, look, the reason gas is $5 is because a dollar of it's going to the state for this road fund or whatever. Maybe I'm just making up numbers. I know in the few times like the Tesla one, it was easy to see. I haven't had to go to these other ones to charge yet, but I know that the highest I paid per kilowatt, and that made sense, was when I was on the strip and just decided to go to the one hotel over where they had a Tesla charging station. That one was like 52 cents a kilowatt, whatever. Where when I got it in Victorville or in Baker, those are the two other ones driving back and forth. These are Tesla charging places, which is totally separate than the other ones. Um, it was in the low 40 cents, like 43 cents. So, well, it's just like whatever the percent of miles, average, whatever, then you'd add that tax to the thing. Most people that own electric cars, they don't even, unless they're traveling, don't use, they just charge it up at their own house.
Yeah, trickle charge it a little bit.
So, okay, how do you put a tax on? Okay, that they can't, right? It's not like, oh, I'm a renter, so I don't have the right wires, all this. I just go to these places and most likely pay more. I mean, if I understand it right, yeah, you're paying basically 50 cents a kilowatt, right? Where here, San Diego, we have the highest kilowatt charge in the nation, which we've surpassed Hawaii, who for decades had the most expensive power, understandably, in the country out of all the states. Now, and that's 37 cents a kilowatt. And that's a high price. So these stations probably, yeah, they're buying that's all they are, is a station or a gas station in turn, a power station. They buy it or can, get power for 12 cents a fucking kilowatt, and they're charging 43 cents a kilowatt for you to take it from them, right? And a lot of those places were the cool old roadside food places that, I've been to Vegas and back 1,000 times in my life. They were like the burger joint over here, and those places like boarded up. The businesses have failed. Like it looks like, like it did way back in the days. Somebody got old or just faded out. But they don't care about the building because they don't use the building. Tesla Power and these other companies, they buy that or lease the property, whatever they do, and then just use the parking lot and put power stations there, right? And it seems like, yeah, most of the places I got power at on the road were like that. It was like right off the freeway where used to be the burger place and this place and that. Yeah. Oh no, that burger place is now shut down. They're not there, but they're parking the powers.
You know what this seems like though? This seems like the equivalent of having the payphone. Like this back in the day, you could buy the payphone. You could buy one.
As I
like in a
couple of my friends that they could have whatever they want. And I'm like, dude, I love these electric cars and shit. And both of them live a busier, more hectic life as far as time goes. And they're like, dude, yeah, but what about when you have to charge up for 40 minutes and you have to this and yeah, like if unless you're willing now, especially if you're just gonna have the 200-mile range each day, your local little routine in town, and you charge it home, okay, perfect. But if you're gonna use that car to like go to Vegas or fucking go up the coast or do anything that's you're gonna need, yeah, not only is it cost whatever, it takes X amount of time. Oh, there's fast charge thing. Oh, I think they charge more when you use that than if you like. Of course, This is all about making money. Even if it's like, oh, it ain't $5 a gallon, it's 50 cents a kilowatt.
That's some of the Rivians, or some of them were like up to 500 miles of range now, though.
Well, I mean, I believe at one point they'll have like a battery that's size of a small engine that's can do a hell of a lot more than like, yeah. Now, just like anything, let's say that somebody invented such a battery that then you could charge it full charge and it could last a week or so, put thousands of miles on it before you even had to think about charging. Oh, well, they wouldn't make any money off of like even this. All of a sudden, the state now saying, oh, and it's a huge amount of money when you add up the amount of electric cars on the road that at this point are not paying their percentage that gas people pay to the road fund. And how are we going to, like, oh, they have some bill to do this thing that sounds pretty crazy. If you own an electric car, you're like, what? I got to pay this? That, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
hey, who do you think pays for the fucking roads? Now, is that money being used properly and our roads being kept proper? Okay, that's a different story. But uh, that millions of
Yeah, we can't.
electric
You can't
cars
blame.
on the road and aren't
You
really contributing to that. Well,
can't.
that's
You can't blame what Caltrans does on the electric car. Caltrans is their own entity. You know, they do bullshit all the time, right? And whatever agency is in whatever other states. You know, us from SoCal.
like all the sensor technology or camera technology that these cars have, especially
Well,
Teslas and the high
incredible,
end.
yeah.
If over the years, as these become more popular, even if you use all that stuff inside of a gas car, which, okay, and you put things and sensors and made the roads also cooperate with it, right? Yeah. But most of this, the car's having to overcompensate to do what it's doing because it isn't getting any help from the actual highway. Where, oh, just like we put those little reflector in the thing, right? At bumps, or the paint they used to do the line. Oh, if you added something that then was easily detectable and made it that those cars were able to grab onto that and use it as like a data point. Well, and over time, I think there will. I think if you were building new highways somewhere, there's probably things you do now that are really for the future of these cars that can pretty much drive themselves like they do. If there's enough uh, data points they can get. But ultimately, even though it seems like fractional in the Tesla, I remember when you sit at these charging stations, you're just sitting there, your AC in your car's running. Like you don't turn the car off to fucking charge it because they know you're going to sit in it, right? There's like a certain screen you can go to that basically
Oh,
shows you where all the power went to, categorized
you know,
to
at
the
a Tesla,
drivetrain and tells you how many miles you went and then what percentage went to like the AC and the environment shit and the this shit. Okay. Because, oh, you had the AC on and oh, you had driver assist on. And okay. All those things are like, and for these cars to do more than they're already doing, they're going to have like almost quantum computers in them to be able to run all this stuff. And even the computers they have in it are using X amount of power and X amount of cooling, like the same old computer problem that ever. Because when all those things are in, you're used. Oh, you want to make your car go farther. When one of them gets below a certain amount in fuel energy, it cuts out all that stuff. If you wanted to get the most miles out of your charge, yeah, you turn off the AC, you turn off this, you turn off that, because all those things, your phone, the the,
add up.
the whole thing is like, oh, even though it's only a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, oh, it all quantifies, right? And that's what I realized. Like, oh yeah, you're really only getting like 88% of the miles that you could go. Like, oh, why didn't I get that many miles? It said when I full charge, I was going to go this far because that calculates it without like how much shit you're going to use while you're getting that far. The AC, the this, and all that. Because there's like in a
have you
combustion
driven the
engine, we have systems that sort of use that combustion and convert it into energy, right? To run the system with belts and shit like that. Well, an electric motor, no, it's the electric motor, and then that quantifies energy. Straight. Same thing. If you
Yeah,
wanted to
which
get the
would
most
make
mileage out of your tank in a combustion engine, yeah, but driving with the AC on, you get less miles per gallon than without it, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that's just physics, right? I mean, basically, that's physics. Like maybe there's some
Yeah,
weird one day
but
some
on a
scientists will figure
but on a
out.
gas car, but on a gas car, you have a compressor, and it's being turned by a belt, right? That's where with the electric car, you got to run an electric AC, basically a small mini split, right? A little miniature mini split has to be made for that car, right? Because there's no belts to run a compressor and stuff.
No,
Heater, right?
and
It's got to be electric also,
there's
right?
also the cooling fan. So like when you get out of one of them, you turn it off. Oh no, it's still going. You hear it, right? Because yeah, you got to keep
Well, you
all
got to keep
those
those batteries.
batteries like
Well,
and
you know, those batteries have a threshold too, where they have to be within a
cars
certain temperature.
sometimes have that. Some cars have a thing where the the fans still once it's beyond a certain degree run even after the car's turned off that help it cool or whatever. Yeah,
The
but
coolest,
energy like that's you know like I was saying when I talked about it earlier. Like ultimately, my vision of like it's not like one thing's just going to replace the other. It's not like electric cars are going to replace petroleum, right? No, but a better way to gauge this is if there's like multiple things. Oh, well, there's a market share of EV, whether it's hydrogen, this, that, or the other, and there's a market share of petroleum that still exists, and it, it's going at a rate of whatever. And if some new innovation comes in, then it's added to the pie, right? The having petroleum be 99.99% of our transportation uh, energy isn't sustainable,
or
right? Like,
look at all the shit around you. It's made out of plastic, petroleum byproducts
no,
too.
all of that, and
I don't
then
get, I
like,
don't
oh,
think
that
those
plastic leads to like, I read a thing that they're finding microplastic in the hearts
semen.
of chicks,
No,
like,
they found it in male semen, like amongst all ages right now.
yeah, and like it. Some people, I know some crazy hippie people that have been like pretty anti-plastic forever, right? But for the most part, yeah, I mean, even California, oh, we did a big thing and banned the plastic bags and that and whatever. But like, oh no, like we're plastic. Like if you were to say, oh, this is a problem, it's so we need to ban plastics. Oh, that, I don't even. No, that's not a reality. Holy shit! How many packaging and products utilize plastics and what else? Oh, they can go back to glass.
I wish glass
Well,
stuff tastes better.
would be then we'd pay for it, right? And like some of like why you can get a tube of fucking Clorox wipes that are pretty handy to have because it's in this plastic thing. You had to market that in glass. Well,
I don't know. I like getting my crackers in a tin thing in the 80s, and I liked drinking out of glass Coke bottles.
yeah,
And I'll pay a little bit more for that if that was an option.
like I said it in chat. I don't drink a lot of sodas, but at this point, I only drink Mexican sodas, and not only the just Mexican Coke. I like Sprites. At certain places, you can get these bottles of Mexican Sprite. Of course, they have Seven
I've
Up,
seen
they
it
have
around here.
Crush, they have like,
Birds.
and the Mexican brand called are we something with a J, right? They make like a pineapple fruit punch, mandarin, lime.
Oh, the Doritos.
They make a grapefruit one that certain
Yeah.
places have.
Yeah, Doritos is amazing.
Yeah,
That's a really
that
good.
company. Like, and then what I don't understand is, okay, the soda market in the U.S. bottling, distributed, all this, which is fucking massive industry, have seen over the years that there is this certain demand and this certain thing for these what we call Mexican fucking sodas, right? And when you understand why, it's a simple thing. They're using the formula that is like 40 years old, which involved like real sugar, right? Or like a realer sugar by far than what is in the mixes in the US at this point, right?
Oh yeah, which is funny because
Well, why
America.
wouldn't like Coke USA or Pepsi USA go, yeah, hey, guess what? Because you have to pay like $1 or up, dollar to $1.50
Yeah, I'll
for
tell you.
sometimes those Cokes are like $2 each, right? The Mexican Coke, right? So okay, and fuck, they sell them at Costco by the fucking double case, right? There's a huge amount of these Mexican drinks being imported. Why wouldn't
Buddy,
American bottlers go, oh, if that's what the customers want, okay,
buddy.
let's take one of our things and let's pull out the recipe from fucking 1970, whatever, right? And
So
put it out. We why why not?
Pepsi has done that, and this is the product right here, made of real sugar.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it's really good. It's the only ones I buy because it's like
Sometimes,
Mexican, but
like
it's
with
American.
things, how much of the reason you think these Mexican drinks are so much better because it's a preconceived notion. Now, a
You're right
lot of
about it.
it started with Coke because I still don't like the tall one, but for the longest time since I was like a kid, there's these like, I guess there's 6 ounces, there's these small ones that used to come from Mexico. Yeah, 6 ounce maybe, 6.5 ounce, less than 8, because 8 I think is a can. Um, yeah, that shit was like the best. Like,
Also, when you go up to Canada, they just like Mexican cola, the Canadian cola is also with real sugar, and so all the people along the border states of Canada also drink the Canadian cola like we drink the Mexican cola in California.
well, this tells me that the profits in the end, like, oh, what they would have to spend to to do this to compete against their own product, basically, that yeah, and that they got a huge part market share that buy their product by the shitload and don't really care that.
I just think it's the countries also don't want high fructose corn syrup, right? It's the main source of a sweetener.
More and more
In America,
people,
it does.
there seems to be a growing amount of people that are willing to pay a little more for things that are
Real,
like real, legit, or like, you know,
real.
not the modern recipe that has been honed down basically at the cost of the quality of the product for more profits. Like every company, the bigger they got, the from the candy companies to the chip companies to the soda companies, all those food brands. Yeah, over the decades, everything they did to change their product, because everything changed, has been at the
Chip
way they
companies,
make more
a lot of
money,
stuff.
not, oh, we want to keep our product the same as it always was, right?
Yeah,
And a lot of that
chip companies.
was a lot of things the way it always was. Well, that had bad shit in it. It did. But oh well. Like French fries have never been the same since they like changed the deal on the oil they use, right?
What the hell's
I don't
hardcore?
know. Once in a while, I wouldn't mind having fries in that old oil.
Well, the whole thing was is that they were frying them in beef tallow, which made them taste better. But the what was it? The Hindu people didn't like that, right? They're vegetarians, or right?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's always something, right? Humans are like insane when it comes to all that.
Yeah. No, that's ridiculous. But no, I'd say chip companies are worse though than maybe some of the soda companies because the chips, like you look at the recipe like on like Frito Lay's or something, right? It's this huge list of stuff, and a lot of those words you can't even pronounce. It should just be like a few ingredients. Like it should be like potatoes, sea salt, and maybe like avocado oil.
Well, I'm
That's
old
all you
enough.
need.
I grew up in the '60s when I was first as a kid, got introduced to all these brands. The same fucking brand's been around forever. Yeah, it's hard to really like, just like with weed, you always remember the old days and think it was all that, but whatever. No, like a Dorito or any of these products, all of them, Hostess, fucking name them all. Yeah, like an Oreo, like I don't know, like yeah, somebody can probably even point out the exact cycle and the year they changed and what they actually changed inside the recipe and the product. But yeah, I think most things have like far from what it started because most of those started as like pretty simple products, simple brand. Once you scale to some like massive beyond, well, and then what always happens, the product end up you're selling the brand, not the product.
Yeah.
Like even with candy, I realized all the like American Snickers, Milky Way, Baby
Yeah.
Ruth, $1,000 bars. I've loved all those my whole life.
Yeah, they
The
don't taste the
only
same.
I've been basically buying M&Ms and different. I like the peanut M&Ms, the peanut butter M&Ms, and the regular one. That candy's changed the least. Like a Snicker or a Milky Way, that's nothing like what a Milky Way was like when I
The
grew up.
chocolate's not chocolate.
I don't know
Not
what
the same
they've
chocolate.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It tastes like wax. It's like it's not the same chocolate.
yeah. And so like in my memory bank, and that's what I live on. Yeah, I noticed that the M&Ms, they probably are not as good either. The chocolate insides, but maybe because of the icing thing or the shell that it covers it up. But like they don't seem to have changed much. But the rest of them, a lot of my experiences. Oh, I hadn't had old Henry. I like that one. I like certain candy bars, all of them really. I grew up on that shit. Yeah, sometimes I'll buy one at the grocery right there, pay the fucking dollar something, which is like what for a candy bar? But it's always the same experience. Oh, this isn't like it used to be. It's not as good. Almond Joy, Mounds, you name them. I love them all.
But yeah, it's definitely a lot of stuff's changed even from the 90s.
Yeah, well, it's all like bottom line is changing as we're speaking because they've got people on their staff that are food fucking chemists.
Like
They're
for
trying
instance,
to
like
figure out a way to make them whatever more money, basically,
yeah,
ultimately.
right? Like Taco Bell in the 80s, you'd go there, it was like semi-real food, right? But now like Pepsi owns them, right? They all these food scientists, they got that shit's
Well, I
fake
mean,
as hell. Like none of it.
I don't know what they call what he called it. I can't remember. But so many months ago, Biden in some fucking speech of his was talking about the shrinkage in the candy bars, the Snicker, what do you call it? Like the
Oh,
president of the United States was like, whether he was who the fuck knows? He didn't like candy or whatever, but he was saying that all these brands have like shrunk the shrinkage inflation. He called it shrinkflation. right? Because he was
Yeah.
ruling that these, mainly the candy companies, but it's across the board, have like lowered the, oh, you're only getting, oh, did you look at the package? Oh, it's less ounces. You know what I mean? It's a little bit smaller, and the price went up. Shrinkflation or something like that.
Like, look at the size of the cereal box, and like you were a kid, or I was. You don't
Yeah,
get
and
nearly as much cereal, right? It's like shrinkflation is real. Like, I agree with that one.
yeah, that's for sure. And then you go into a place like Costco and it's like the other way around. It's like, oh, no, you pay for it, but like, oh, you want a bunch of this? Here you go. So much of it, even if you like it, if you eat that much of it in a short period of time, you're burned out on it. Like, that's what happened
Yeah.
with macadamia nuts. I love macadamia nuts, and they're always expensive, and that Hawaiian brand, it was more like a splurge thing. And then for a couple times, for months, I'd go to Costco and I'd go through the nut thing and I'd go like, whoa, I forget what it cost. It wasn't cheap, but it was a big ass thing of really good, fat, salted macadamia. And I'd put it right on my fucking living room table. And oh, the first few weeks, oh man, I'd fucking be in heaven eating macadamia nuts by the fucking handfuls, right? Then after about the fourth or fifth one of those jugs, I realized that I didn't even eat the whole jug. It was like third still full, but they were old. They like I had to throw them away because I bought a new fresh one, right? And then that one I never even ate a
Yeah.
half of it, right? Because I was like, I'd been at the trough eating fucking unlimited, something that like was sort of like coveted or was like a treat like since I was a kid. Like macadamias were expensive, and you only got this little jar or whatever the fuck, right? Sometimes people would come back from Hawaii with this little amount of them, right? But I loved them. I could just eat them like crazy. I mean, I ate so many of them. I haven't had them in like so long. Like I still go to Costco. No, I'm not. I'm not ready yet. And if I did, I just buy the small amount, okay? Because that big old jug will
Mm.
fuck you up, dude. And that's how I think it is with Costco and a bunch of their items. Because sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I like that. Oh, I gotta buy this amount of it. All right, but and next thing you know, you're like, holy shit, I don't like this shit anymore. Now, if you had a household full of kids, that's a whole different story. For the longest time, me
Yeah.
and my wife went to Costco. Then we came home. We would use those same boxes, and we would split up. Like we'd say, fuck, we don't need three things of milk. We just need two of them. And we'd put it in my, and we'd go, well, we only need this amount. My wife would do all this. And then the, at that time we had two workers, Zooey and Rick, but at the time, Harmony, Rick and Harmony, same person, went through a big change. Uh, yeah, they'd be like the end of the night, get paid and this and that. Be like, oh, here, here's like, because otherwise it would just be wasted. Like, because it was just me and her. And like, that's when I realized, yeah, Costco, all that is only if you have like a house and a family and like mass consumption and kids growing up, then that's perfect. But and now that it's just me, there's a lot of things I'd like to go get at Costco, but I don't need that much of it. Except paper towels. See, that's why like 'cause you can get their paper towels, their house Kirkland or quality ones. You're gonna have them. You better be good ones. And yeah, they're not cheap, but you get a lot for a decent price. Certain things, even those dog pad things, they have them there cheap. But then I go through the aisles and yeah, I've learned over the years.
Yeah. How often do you need, 5 gallons of mayonnaise?
Yeah. Even in
Like
yeah,
never,
no, like
never.
up there. Now there's that I've learned over the years by wasting shit over the years. That means, yeah, a lot of the food stuff, no, I don't need that much. But other things there, yeah, they got stuff. They definitely got stuff.
Yeah.
And like, I don't, well, now there's summer, I'll probably start barbecuing more. I've kind of been on a break from that. And I don't like make steaks that often, but like, I'm going to spend X amount of money on steak, and then oh, you go to Albertsons and it's like 15 a pound or whatever it is, and it's like doesn't even look that great. Then you go to Costco and it's like holy shit. And if you only eat steaks once in a while, yeah, I pretty much like cooking them. Yeah, that's you can't. There's no like other butcher at the groceries at near the same level Costco has as far as their quality, especially that you can't even get like true prime, like the blue package shit at Costco at grocery stores. They don't even offer it. It's just all choice or whatever they call it. And if they had prime, who knows what the price would be. But at Costco, yeah, you you pay. They're expensive, but you don't even need a knife with those. Some of those, they're like butter. They fucking barely have to chew it. Like that's the best like grade of meat. If you're gonna splurge on yourself like that, a couple times I've been at Costco. I'm not a crab guy or any of that, but I was looking, and then they had these crab leg packages. Like they were like $300-400 just for like didn't even look like that much. I'm like, oh, people spend that much on some crab legs? Holy shit!
Crab legs.
Well, I for years I don't watch it anymore. I don't even know if it's still on, but I love the crab catcher show, whatever that was called. What was that show called? Where the boats would go out. With but
Yeah.
they would go after the king, or I forget all the different kinds of crab. They would say how much per pound they were getting at the packing house, or
Well,
where
king
they
crab was up.
king crab. And I remember thinking, holy shit! Like, yeah, they would hold up a crab and be like, yeah, that's like $300. Like they make, and so no wonder it costs so much. Uh, and the amount of like
Yeah.
work they did, and the amount that fuck. I've heard. Well, I remember the last couple of seasons there was no quota for this, and that that business would had like changed, and those same people that were doing so well over the years were in uh, uh, jeopardy of losing their boats and everything because yeah, fishing ain't a steady thing. It never has been. But I don't have sea legs, so there was no fantasy like, oh wow, fuck, be on a boat like that. I would die. Like I've gotten so sick on every kind of boat I've ever been on in the ocean, seasick, that's driving
What
me. I
about
don't give a
ferries?
touches, and nothing works. I get sick as fuck. But man, when you saw that footage of those fucking, I was like, oh no, these guys are fucking crazy, dude. And they'd be fishing in it. They'd be trying to bring in those fucking those pots in like 50-foot swells at night, and it was snowing. I'd be like, these guys are fucking tough, motherfuckers. Now, granted, they made good money, definitely. But I imagine like the physical toll that would take on you after so many years. I don't know if there's enough money in the world to compensate that, because that's got to gnarl you out. Like that's just the way that is.
Yeah. Where did the captain go? Gone?
He said something. He's the he. I think he's the host, or maybe I would. I don't. He's D signed off.
Yeah, D signed off. I don't know where what's his face is in chat, but he's not on here for some reason.
Who?
Hardcore.
Oh, well, I miss hardcore.
Why aren't you on here, Hardcore?
But I imagine he's in chat because he has a
Yeah, D signed off. I don't know
Ooh. He has a persona in chat, and I imagine, let's see who's in chat with him.
Yeah.
So what's been happening out in the desert? It's hot out there. Because today I was in Temecula and it was fucking 100 and something around 2, 3 o'clock.
Same shit.
Where over here in Fallbrook, coast, yeah, we've been in like 70s and 80s. Nice and sunny, but not that hot. Even though I've heard on the news that whatever they're calling it, heat dome or whatever, has some of our countries, I don't know. I guess there's heat waves. It seems like the
Yeah,
media were like they make
it's
up
just
some kind of name like heat dome or atmospheric fucking cyclone or all these things, and it's like it's a go-to story where they try to like, yeah, all right, it's a little hot, but they try to rile it up into like a crisis. I mean, isn't it always hot in the summer?
it's
Maybe.
basically we basically have like 8 months of hot, 7, 8 months of hot every
Well,
year.
some places are, and overall, it's ticked up. On a whole, it's hot. All right, I get that, but that's like on a day-to-day basis. That isn't even like it's a very small percent. But accumulatively, like even what they say, like 1 or 2 degrees would have catastrophic effects across the planet to like different environments and different species in those environments and all of it, right? Not that nature hasn't gone through crazier and more abrupt things and does always take some losses, but already figures a way to around it, right?
Yeah.
Nature. Somehow we're man, and now we've made nature like less of the equation, where it's like nature's just there for profit, really, for the or for resources, which mean money, whatever. Even though all the answers to our problems are right in the basic laws of nature, those aren't in our financial interest, right? And whether you like it or not, our systems on that, the financial thing is most important. No one's given any of that up for any reason. Like I used to say to some of my friends, if God appeared, actual God appeared to every human on earth with an appeal and said, yeah, I'm God. I'm here to give you warning. If you don't do da, you're gonna like the earth is doomed and you're doomed and da, and left. I don't think the powers that be, which is the money power, no, they'd go, yeah, I'd rather live another 25 years or whatever with these billions of dollars than to do any of that shit. Like even if God himself said, yeah, you have to do this, 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 and this, all very big things like sacrifices. Nah. What? We got to give up? What? Nah. I think that's where humans are at. Like we already know this. It's science. It doesn't take like too much education to see. Oh, whatever you believe in, that's beside the point. Oh no, somehow we're not right with nature, right? Which ultimately for the earth to be the best it can be for as long as it can be, we have to be in line with nature. I mean, doesn't it come down to that simple?
Yeah, but also like raping the earth to build lithium batteries for electric cars is that not exactly
Yeah.
fixing the earth there.
And sucking every drop of oil and polluting it back out. There's none of these
Yeah,
things. Everything has a pro and con. So then ultimately, most likely, God would tell you, and the Bible had said some crazy shit, and crazy shit happened during that time. Oh, 8 billion of you? No, you got to get that under a billion in the next so many years. And live this way and this way and this way, and then go forward with these principles, right? Yeah, that would be impossible too. Like that could be part of the thing. Like ultimately, for all this consumption and all this economy behind every product and phone and this and that, for billions of people, billions in India, billions in China, hundreds of millions here and everywhere else. Yeah, like, oh, how do you do it any other way? Like, wait, food supply, this supply, the toilet paper supply, for God's sake. Like, if COVID touch anything, holy shit, the whole supply chain could shut down. But what really fucking was like a hottest item was toilet paper. Like, I always thought that was kind of like I don't know, it wasn't funny by any means, but it like, I don't know, I guess looking at it, yeah, but out of all the things, that was like the one that seemed to have the most drama behind it. I remember there was people like fighting at the place for the last pack, and then there was other people that filled their whole cart up with like 10 years worth. People are like, yeah, ultimately the human race has got some issues, man.
Agreed. You know anybody with Granddaddy Purple? We're still growing it?
Not like offhand personally. I know
No.
I know Mace had a bunch because a year or so ago, Ken came over to Mace's spot and gave him like a whole bunch of certain varieties, and then Mace, I think, did a few projects with it, but that was a year and a half ago. He probably still has a couple of those things on his menu, but I haven't. I don't know. I don't know what he really. I'm hardly in touch with him as I used to be, but um, he had some. His stuff is around. I mean, that is one of the building blocks of like the.
Yeah. Yeah, I lost it a while ago, and I've been looking for like a legit cut. Like there were some named phenos of GDP back in the day.
Yeah,
There were some really amazing fucking cuts, and I'm sure they gotta be out there still. People couldn't have just let
I
those things go.
imagine certain people saw the value in a lot of stuff and are just holding tight. Like one thing about cannabis, like cannabis community online, is really relatively small, right?
Yeah,
YouTube, the different content compared to the actual cannabis community at large, where so many people that are deeply involved, old genetics, been around forever, or even not been newer, are aren't at all social media or YouTube anything. Like they're just doing their life. I know a bunch of yeah, like they kind of know it exists, but it's not not part of their existence. And I imagine, yeah, there's a lot. Even the people that probably are the ones that we're looking for the most are like, I'm 61, kind of old. No, guys older than me that just happen to have held a couple things because that's what they like. They're they're just doing their thing like they always have. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I think over time we're losing those type of people.
Where is everybody?
I'm not sure.
We got no Fumi. We got no Captain.
It's a D takeover, and then a lot of times D fades out at a certain hour because he's out in the east, and then me and Captain babble till, or sometimes there's other people. Tonight it seems a little quiet, but there's it always
Quiet.
amazes me. It's just nothing, and you and me, but there's 30 people somehow in the thing.
30 people are watching us.
Yeah, and at times I've seen that, and it was me and Captain, and like we were done. We could have signed off like 3 hours earlier. We were just like babbling for the sake of babbling. But one thing I know about I'm a total nocturnal cannabis grower. Not all cannabis people are night owls, but there's a decent percentage of people that are like night owls, like, and
It also
Even
depends on
when there was like a lot more shows and content, there was like, I remember Eagle used to go way late, especially Michigan time. I'd be like, holy shit, it's 5 in the morning where you guys are at. And they were still, wasn't a huge crowd, but there was like, and there were these, in that, there were certain people that like, I didn't know them personally, but I realized, oh, if it's fucking 3, 4, 5 in the morning where you are, yeah, you must be pretty fucking nocturnal type. Yeah, there's certain people that are like night owls. A lot of the content, more people are not night owls, and once it gets past whatever time, they're fucking talked out. I'm not one of those.
Yeah, I don't really stay up till 5 in the morning anymore. Like, but I used to quite a bit, especially during the COVID time.
Make it to 5. Like a lot of times, I wish I started work a few hours earlier because, like in my weird world, I call it the 3 o'clock roadblock, and I'm like 3/4 of the way through whatever I finally getting done after procrastinating. And right around 3 o'clock, I hit this wall where I realized, well, I better stop now because I still got to clean this up and this and wrap up because that's it. I can tell I'm like, I'm done. And usually, sometimes I go to sleep 2 or something, but no, most of the time 4 in the morning. I'm like, calm. And I wake up like 8 or 9 or 10. Do it again. But that's my normal. Now, if I started at 10 or 11, oh, no problem. But when I really look at it, I'm like, yeah, I didn't even start till whatever time. 1 o'clock. No wonder I'm fucking burnt at 3 o'clock. And then there's other times where the deadline and the schedule and no, just keep going. Some of that's because I procrastinate. So I give myself X amount of days, have it done by this day. Instead of like doing a little, oh, nope, I wait till that last day, to the last minute of the last day. That's just my nature. That's why I make like certain, oh, I'm going to have the room reset by Monday. I took the plants down on Wednesday. So that gave me X amount of days to do all the different things, which isn't that much. We used to like flip it in one day. But okay, the plants are a little out of cycle, so they need a little more veg, and it's good to clean the room, let it dry out, do maintenance, clean it, scrub it, all that shit. No, did I do it on any of it Thursday, Friday? No. It was Saturday night. And then I only made it so far because I bit off too much. And then Sunday, oh, but sure enough, my first flight Monday, oh, the room was reset on that date. Yeah.
Sometimes
Now,
it can be hard to find the
that
energy.
room has 8 trays. My partner Gary, he has it all figured out. It's estimates, but it's close enough of what that room is value each day. It's not set. So that was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So like 4 or 5 days. Okay. And then if you say, oh, all year long, you're 4 or 5 days every cycle. Then you do your math, you're like, oh, I gave up almost a fucking run or a run, more than half of the time of a run easily. Where now these are all like spokes in the perpetual wheel. Currently, just due to life, our cycle, the veg cycle, clone cycle, yeah, probably like 10 days, 7 days behind. Okay, this time we fixed it, half of it. And normally we take clones from the clone, like the plants that are getting turned back, because that has the most vibrant, freshest growth. Not the moms that we also have that I'm constantly chopping back because over time they fucking go crazy. But those are like backup that we have the genetics. Because when it comes to taking clones, we don't take them from those old plants. We take them from the fresh plant. This time I had to spend a lot of work to fully clean and chop these things down to like, holy shit, the whole took off most of the whole plant. And then give them like another week to then make healthy lower clones. And then those were culled and threw away. Because to catch up, we had to take clones off the moms because if we were waiting for the clones to the other plants to be big enough, oh, it's not as easy to get that time back in a perpetual, right? Like even when the partner, I brought this up that I think our timing's like we're falling. Hey, we've been doing this a long time. Here, 10 years. So when you have like gears of a fucking thing to keep them all in this precise thing, okay, that sounds good. It looks good on paper too, but there's going to be links, and then there's sometimes it can swing the other way, right? Like because the bigger problem is if you let them get too big in beds, and then they're too big in fucking right? So yeah, but there's like and then we have 2 flowering rooms, 1 bedroom, so there's these cycles, right? And yeah, it's been a couple months that we've realized, we're behind. We need to catch up on the veg part, right? Which from the time that we take the root, take the clone to the time they're turned back is like 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. That's the time it takes them to root in the clone, get put into a Hugo, and then get big enough to turn back. They only need 2 weeks of that. They're small. They're like not that big when we turn them back, but they end up 4 feet tall by like week 2 of flowering.
You're still doing the Larry?
I kept the Larry as like a mom plant because I only had one. I kept the I-95 and I kept the Topanga Kush, got rid of this Bubba Kush. What's the other one? Thing is, like there are all these things are like competing to replace one strain in the core 4, which is grape gas, cheetah piss, slaps, and apples banana. That in this size place, in this business, this model, yeah, 4 strains. That's the way. No more, no less. Well, from the same guy that comes up with these other verified fucking killer clones, legit, of apples, banana, slaps, all the ones we got. He gave us this one a couple months ago, Sure Crasher. Not Sure Banger, but Sure Crasher.
Yeah.
And during the same time, I'm going through these 12 varieties, mainly legacy strains, and deciding if any of them are worthy, any of them are going to meet the boxes, growability, everything. Yeah, even though that I-95 has like this certain legacy sour thing going on, and what was the other one was pretty good. Like they, the modern strains of today have way more boxes checked, and yeah, I haven't made the final call because you have to run things a couple times, really, see if it's gonna if it's worthy to do full trays of it, right? And that means have units of it, full units of it. Is somebody gonna the same guy that pays X for these gonna pay the same for that, right? Because like those guys don't give a fuck about no legacy bullshit. They don't even some of my well, my guys smoke, but I can imagine a lot of those guys they don't even smoke, dude. It's just a thing. Has to look a certain way, smell from it. Okay, great. I'll take 5 of these. I'll take these other ones too. Like that's how they buy them. um, uh, yeah, you can't. The legacy strains aren't like they don't. A lot of these strains of today, they're here for a reason, and they've been refined and 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 we've chased a certain look, a little bit of purple, a lot of terpy, look a certain way, right? Even the bud sizes a certain way. Like where I remember pounds, where I had customers that if they opened the bag and there weren't like a couple like obvious honking tops, like where you trim the fucking top real good, but there might have been 2 grams or something of stem inside that top, right? There weren't those in the bag. They would say, yeah, we're the top. What's happening? We're the heady nuts, right? Hey, the customer buying that amount. If you present a bag with that, they're going to tell you to trim that off. They don't want them. They just want the piece, right? And like guy, one time he took one of those heady pieces and he went and knocked off like the 6 or 7 little fucking nodules, and then showed me the stem weighed like almost 2 grams. And he didn't want to buy it. Like, because he takes that and then as a delivery service, he basically sells eight or smaller amounts. Okay, like 5, 6, 10 grams of stem in a bag. They don't want to have that. And even if I would have weighed the thing over, he doesn't want to have to spend the time. And so the market changed is what I realized like a few years ago when I had that situation with that customer.
Yeah.
Right. And I get it. He's been my guy for a long time. I respect him and he'd tell me the way it is for him. And what other products he gets from other people are already that way. And would show me that. Now that was like a thing because I thought I was doing you a favor. Way back in the day, when I took things off the stem, I'd have these big jars and I couldn't help myself. If the spread looked a certain way and I've been behind that particular bag, that bud in particular for months, it went in my jar. Even though I couldn't even smoke that much. And sometimes I would end up like selling a little back. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't even keep that much. But when I first would do the sort, yeah, I couldn't help but keep what I call heady nugs. And sometimes like, yeah, I would leave a lot. This was in a whole different time.
Your trimmers,
Like it wasn't like
did your
I'm selling.
trimmers ever
I definitely
those?
all the like super headies out of it. Today, they don't that bag doesn't they don't want to see super headies. No. They don't want to see like a 5 or 7 gram head nut. No, no. They want like whatever.
I think Captain went to sleep on us, huh? Is he snoring?
That's probably, he's only been back 5 days. He said he feels like he needs for a week earlier because and that's him snoring.
Can you mute him?
Let me see.
Can you mute?
Wait, let me go to the part of it and see who's actually the host participant. All right, I am the host, so I can go to Captain and mute. All right, did that do it?
Yeah, that worked.
I've never used any of the whatever you call it, functions, I guess, functions of host, co-host. One time I let my battery die, and that meant that even though no one was on the show, no one ended the show. And then Fumi got up like the next day, and the thing was still just running because
Yeah,
like,
that was last week because basically you guys were talking
well,
and
that one it happened another time. Like, yeah, I can't let that. Once I knew I was host, I kept my phone on the charger because if the host uh goes out, even if I have another phone or I even put this on same phone on a charger, you can't come back in.
oh really?
Or yeah, because you were the host. That whatever. Like, yeah. When the one time it happened, I realized I was froze out. Yeah. So don't let your battery die. Or it was connection.
I need to smoke some more here. Just a second here. Smoke. Oh, I missed the 20 by 20.
Yeah.
You think in the future, like the way weed is so cheap now, like you think people are ever gonna buy grams of them like they did back in the day? Or even eighths? They're probably gonna buy like halves, right?
Like the certain stores, because I mean, some people only have like enough money to get a gram's worth. They still sell grams, some stores. I think what needs to happen
Yeah, but
first, like
California.
here's my memory of buying weed. Before there was ever an eighth in weed, even like from
Yeah,
Thai weed to green weed was still under 200 an ounce, like in the early 80s, like 175, maybe if it was really good, it was 200, right? And you wanted less than an ounce, it was a quarter for 50, right? When we got like closer to 400 an ounce, that was when I don't remember. Somebody that's more of a historian could probably point to the exact fucking months in the season that eights became a thing, right? Because yeah, that same $50 or now $60 was an eighth. An eighth isn't that much weed. Like even if you're go into the store and you're buying, oh, it's something pretty good, so you spend the extra money and you get this jar and it has an eighth in it. You're pretty much running out of weed from the first fucking toke. Like it's not quite like an eighth in your pocket. Oh, when you have a quarter ounce, you got a couple days of weed. Like that first day, you can even splurge a little. No, with that little eighth, like you got like a couple joints, it's gone. A couple sessions, bong, it's gone. It goes quick.
I
That's
try to
also
do
part of the
a
marketing
blunt.
because, like, ultimately, you're like Yeah, you spent your money, you got that. You're ready to go spend more money and get another one of those little amounts, right? Where I think they should do away with the 8, keep the price where it is, and sell people quarters for that same amount. Because that's a proper amount of weed. That's like, oh, okay, I spent $50. I get 7 grams of weed at a couple days worth or more. An 8, like I've gotten those little jars in wheel 8s. And sometimes that was some pretty good weed. Fuck, it was like so little. It was like, damn, I fucking, it's gone before you even fucking know it. It's not that much weed in 8, let alone what a gram of weed is. So if weed's less expensive, then that's the way to change it, I think.
Yeah.
And considering that any way you cut it, the price they're paying farmers or producers, growers for a pound, and the amount that they're still charging on average for retail for good stuff. Well, if there's who's, yeah, like they're still charging, 6,000 a pound basically on average, if it's 50 and 8 for weed that they're trying to
That's
buy
so
for 1,000 or 1,200, all right, or even less, right? Like,
yeah,
okay,
that's
if there was fair equity in the thing, well, wait, why are they making all that? And the guy that actually grew it and put the effort in and went through all of that and the time, oh, you're going to short him? But that's what happened. That's what's happening. So like, oh, and there is cheaper stuff, but usually you get what you pay for. So it's not like, oh, they got some $80 ounce. Oh, it's so good. No, that's not what we're talking about. And there's a lot more of that.
$80 ounce might have been grown outside.
Yeah, or whatever it is. But if you really want something that's premium, whatever you want to call it, and even most of the legal market, it's questionable, like, the quality of what they consider that. Like sometimes I've gotten, yeah, it looks pretty good and smells pretty good, but I never was that impressed with some Jungle
Doesn't
Boy
smell
8
pretty
or
good.
some, I've had a few of those. I never gone in, like, dude, I haven't gone into one of those places. I drive by, like, I realize where I get uh, gas and cigarettes on the place across the street. I'm always wondering, what the fuck is going on there? So many cars all the time. And oh, it has like a green pillars. And then I realized yesterday I saw a green cross thing on the side, LED thing, but it's called Off the Charts or something like that.
They're one of the most they're one of the most popular dispensaries in SoCal. There's a
Okay,
chain
I'm
off the
telling
chart.
you, dude. Like I also go by Urban Leaf. It's right off the freeway. I see a couple of these other ones. I never see a fucking car in the parking lot. Okay, I'm like, what the fuck? That place is right off the freeway. Never. I'm like, oh yeah, the 3 cars parked in the back part. Those are the employees, and the security guard stands out front. I never see no action there, dude. Right? This weather place. Holy fuck, dude! Yesterday was Friday, and I was getting gas right across the street. I couldn't believe the amount of fucking people in and out, in and out, in and out. They were lined up outside. I was like, oh, that place is fucking doing business. Most likely,
Well, they
yeah,
probably got, they probably got the good stuff.
good stuff, good price, treat people right. Boom, there's plenty of cannabis business. Up the street, where's some bullshit, an Urban Leaf. It's a fucking brand. It's got multiple things. Um, yeah, if you got in the circle and talked to the people that were at the other store and said, hey, yeah, why don't anyone, what about that other place? Oh, no, that place is bullshit and they charge this and their shit's all bunk. And I'm sure it's like that. And any business, I mean, once that somebody that has like a good business model treats customers right, good price point, all the things,
can't succeed or isn't successful, then there's a big problem. But there's still places like, yeah, if you build it, they'll come, right? That kind of thing. Where a lot of the, whatever you call it, statewide brands or multi brands, they might have been that when they first started, but it's just like with a restaurant or a fast food thing. And once you become like whatever you, a franchise basically, right? It's hard to still maintain that. I think it's customer relations, like ultimately that makes the difference. Like how you actually treat the people, how they feel. There's a certain loyalty you can build. Dude, a shoe store practices the same thing. Like this is American business, entrepreneurship. Some of the whole practices at some of the bigger places, I mean, I don't really frequent them, but I've seen them. Yeah, it's impersonal. You know what I mean? They hire some bud tender. It's just in and out, right? Even though, hey, this place is busy, so I could tell there's no fucking around there. Like they got other people out in line, but there's a way to do all that where somehow the people love you.
Yeah, I pretty much myself, well, I have nothing to do with the recreational industry for like about a year, a little over a year now, year and 2 months.
Now,
So,
the thing that I miss, I mean, from like 215 to now, yeah, that place can't, under the system, like it's not like, oh, some local grower can bring them his wares, and because it's so good and it's a good quality, and even if you had to have it tested to better do that business, and oh, be given a 1099 or whatever it is to be accountable for it, like other businesses, right? Um, yeah, they can't. They have to get their stuff through whatever the metric, right?
it
Which,
all has to be through metric.
yeah, which, from what I know, not all places fully follow that, but, and they risk getting in trouble. And
You're always gonna have your outlaw out there somewhere, but
well, I
but
mean, the
yeah, the
whole metric,
metric.
like maybe we should question like it, because every state has adopted it. It's basically a software accounting tracking system,
Track and
right?
trace.
Does this whole thing, but it isn't
Before
effective.
metric, we had biotrack.
Yeah, okay,
It
but
has
like now that
biotrack.
it's so many years old, I know plenty of people at big scale. Not plenty. I know a couple people. Dude, that thing is weak to say the least. That's all I'm gonna say. Like there's people that have licenses that basically
Oh, there's
go up
definitely people.
and buy like dollar fucking bullshit failed hemp uh pounds and then turn that in as a failed crop, as the whole crop that was tagged, was this, was everything, went into the black market at X amount. And then they turn in all these pounds of some failed bullshit. And then the taxes they paid that year, they get like rebated toward the next year. They just, oh, now you can't do that every year and fail, but oh, you can do it enough, right? Well, wait, this is supposed to be this perfect track and trace, this whole system. If so many years later somebody can do this at like 1,000-pound scale with tags, with and all that, with no fear of fucking getting his license or anything, boom, he does it because other people told him about it and how to do it, right? That's then metric doesn't work at all. And down south with the indoor thing, that I don't, but my one customer goes down to LA to the big fucking black market broker spot, right? He says in there, is for sure legitimate brands. I'm not going to mention names that are legal brands. Their weed, their extra, their smalls, their this is in the black market. Right. So it's going out the back door there too. Wait, I thought
I can believe it.
Metric was some impenetrable thing and had video and this and no, it isn't. And if it isn't, well then and you need such a system,
I think the
which we
first couple
already
years,
have.
people kind of. I think the first couple years, people kind of stuck to the rules, but then after that, people found ways to
Yeah.
manipulate
I
it.
think at the beginning, and a lot of what they were saying seemed like, oh, and you got to go through this, and there's cameras, and even if a crumb is on the counter, you can get fined. That was just all propaganda bullshit, right? Because once it really got going, and the amount of manpower and the amount of dollars it would take to do it would be more people, like more spot checks, more this, more whatever. Well, that all costs money, and oh no, they're not. Whatever money they get, it's going to the shareholders, not to more employees. And they don't even aren't the employees. The cannabis board of the state are the employees. Like the whole system is ill conceived. Even if 6 years ago you started with a framework, the only way it's going to work is if as it develops you and matures, you adapt and make the changes to keep it healthy. Whether everyone agrees with those ideas or not, that's a different story. But at least have that. No, ours is like stuck in some broken thing that basically has been exported to every other state that goes legal with this company metric. I think we have to question that. If you want a healthy cannabis industry, at this point, if the legal market's not a healthy thing, then it affects it's all one, but on both sides.
Are you smoking over there?
I'm having a cigarette right now, but tonight I was smoking Crasher.
Jerk Crasher is good. I grew that a while ago. It was really good. I bought a cut of it in LA, I don't know, 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been around and like it, it might work in the grape gas was one, it comes out different batch to batch. It stretches more than the others, which sometimes is a problem. Um, Sometimes it grows where it's more hairy and not as crusty, but bigger. And then other times it's smaller, but it's super. And then as it cures or as it's ready, oh, it's great. When you cut it down, it's great. When you first trim it, it's great. The first few days in the bag, it's great. A week, 10 days, a little longer in the turkey bag, the grape goes away, and then that's when the gas comes. Like, oh, and same weed, but it's like, oh, you want the gassier shit? Because like some customers are like, yeah, dude, what you got more of the batch that's like gassy? I'm like, oh, the old shit. 'Cause when it gets to be like, sometimes we have the batch from before still around, there's different amounts, and then the current batch. Yeah, with grape gas, that's what I notice. It's like the beginning, it's grapey or dominant. You can't like you. That's what you smell. That's what it seems. Just great. It's like, where's the gas? Oh, the gas is under there, but after the grape wears off a little, then the gas shows up. But just because it's like, I don't know, semi finicky. Like I could show you in the room where, yeah, they were all set the same height, and that grape gas got higher, bigger. So we're like looking to take that one out, even though it's like a weird thing. It's happened before, but like customers love grape gas. They're not like it's not going because they don't prefer it. That's not the thing at all. And when you
Shit.
take something
Gas
out,
is phenomenal.
all of a sudden it becomes a thing where what? There's no more of that. Oh, like it's a weird thing. I think it says people want what they can't have. So all of a sudden, when
Yeah.
you're like, oh, hey, we only have Sure Crasher, this, that. Oh, what happened to great? What? You don't have great gas? But that's what I want. Like that happens. That's just like how people are. How people. Yeah. Now somebody else will be like, oh, fuck, good, you got something different. But then there's like these other customers. It's not no. Like my couple delivery guys, as much as they're into different, they're also into like, oh, having a certain thing because they have a certain customer base just calls, that's it. They found they like that. And every week or whenever they call to buy whatever, they ask for the same thing. And on the counterpart to that, and then there's other customers, oh, they want something different every time.
Yeah. Used to be people just wanted good weed.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be curious. I I I could have. I might just because I want to see what they actually have and the prices. Why I don't go into a place isn't that I don't want to see what they have and all that. And I mean, if they had something stupid, I wouldn't be adverse to buying something that was something I did never have or like like and I don't care if I had to pay whatever, right? But no, and I don't want to waste anyone's time. It's like I'm not going into some like high-end jewelry store to like window shop. Like I don't want to waste their time. You know what I mean? Right? Like, yeah, I'm not like, well, just ask you a bunch of questions and show me a bunch of things, and then I'm like, thanks, I'm out of here. Nah, that's not. I don't do like that. I don't want to waste their time. Yeah. So like, it's been like probably 10 years. The closest I came was my friend Fred, who manages like these bands, like he's Warren's manager, whatever. They were in town for a show that night at the Wiltern. And it was one of these days where there was an event at Mace's, which was on Fairfax. So he came over uh, with his now his wife, but his girlfriend, right? And she's like a New York socialite chick, basically. She's a cool hippie chick, but she was married to a guy that owned the Yankees and then got divorced. And fuck, she's got a lot of money. And all she wanted was like a pre roll that had like Keef on it or whatever. When she came to LA the last time, someplace they went to had these. She just wanted those. So it used to be
Probably
Shabinsky.
smoke heater.
It used to be Shabinsky's store that was right next to Mason, but he long
Yeah.
since in some other brand, just a generic dispensary, made a store there. So when dude came over, I'm like, yeah, you want one of those? I had weed to give them and hash and the usual kick down shit, but no, his old lady, he wanted these fucking, I don't fucking, it had everything. It had hash in it, fucking keef on the outside, one of those. Thinking, oh yeah, they must have that at the store right here.
Here, let's walk down there. And then I looked in. I said, "You guys go in," and I didn't go in, right? Because like I don't know. I like the fact that I haven't stepped foot in one of those places. Well, 10 years. The legal shop's only 6 years old, so at least that long. I've never been in an actual one of them. No, I've looked in them. I've seen them. Not really looked in them, but like I've seen them. Pay attention to where they are, but no.
You went into medical dispensaries before, though, right?
Man, I used to cold call those. Holy shit. You go on weed maps and then, a lot of times they were always in the same area. I lived up in Fallbrook and in San Diego, Mira Mesa, which is like really the Asian neighborhoods of San Diego. It's like middle residential Mira Mesa. They also have the Air Force Base there too. That's where there was all these stores. I managed the warehouse for a friend of mine that owned one of those stores. He's still my friend, Danny. He was like he's a professional poker player, but he took his money or whatever, invested him in his girlfriend, now his wife. And they had one of these stores right there in Mira Mesa. They did a lot. I used to sell flour to them for a long time, first year or so. And then this opportunity, we were like a mile away. They had this warehouse. What was weird about that? It was like this commercial warehouse thing, but it was called the way it was like it wasn't like you lived in them. It wasn't like that, but it was like a fuck. I forget the name of it, which just meant there was like, well, we grew for like a year, and there was a common wall to this business next door that had multi phone marketers. They'd have like dozens of people in there, like during like all day at these little booths. And no matter what we did, like we did everything we could. That neighbor complained to the ownership that, yeah, in the morning when people came to work, they could smell weed growing. It was like the way that building was built, we couldn't keep the smell from going to the neighbor next door.
That's terrible.
And so after like a year, and that neighbor ended up like calling the fire department. So then we had these notices where the fire department's asking for access or whatever. And we just ignored it. We went like, got kind of sketchy. And then finally shut it down. And yeah, that was really the end of my dealings with stores. The first so many years of 215, it was worth my time. But then, other than him, and he still had his shop and we did things, but it was only a small part of my business. A lot of those other places, they wanted fronts, they lowballed you, all these things had already like sunk in, like after years of whatever 215 was, Wild West basically, right? And
yeah, it was the Wild West.
Okay, this is kind of how I built my business after that. They were starting to lowball me. I forget what the numbers are. I'd love to get those numbers now, but okay, they were lowballing me. And then I had like a range of custies that really just bought a little for themselves, maybe got one for somebody else. They were like my friends. And I would charge whatever. Like I had like a different pricing for them than what I would be moving whole ones to these 215s for. And I remember being frustrated one day with it all. And then driving back home, I'm like, yeah,
call so and so and offer them my stuff at this same price that this asshole just offered me, right, per ounce, and not care if they bought 3 ounces or a whole pound or whatever. And over time, a few of those people expanded their thing, right? Because, oh, they got it at a number that enabled it, make it worth their while. They were middlemen, right? And for a long time, maybe seems longer than it is, but for years, that was really the model. Because I was like, yeah, if I'm going to sell for that low, I might as well offer it to these guys and let them make the money, right? And that's what I did. And it worked great. Then over time, yeah, that Prop 64, that's the first thing we lost 5, 6 years ago, was all that. The people, the middlemen, now the labor's getting hit. Like, basically we took the pie of the money of cannabis and added Uncle Sam for 30-some% and then took out everybody else. All the way to the guy that sold joints on the boardwalk, to the guy that sold dime bags, to the guy that split up a half pound and, made a few $100, and all those people, they got replaced because some of them I still see all the time. They just buy an ounce or two for themselves, where they used to have all these people that were bought weed from them. And then over time, no, it just died off with the changes, right? And I look at all that and I think, yeah, this dude, I know he's a family man. He had a real fucking job. But like once a year when he had his vacation, him and his kids, they had this extra money that he had made from all the weed he sold all year to all the other dudes at work or whatever he did, right? In his business, right? And a lot of that was because, like, yeah, whatever these people were going to offer me, these lowball things, which at the time was like now you look back and be like, holy shit, I was like pissed off that they were trying to only give me 32, but it was a whole different time, right?
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
But then I was just like, yeah, and the game was different and demand was different. That's like, I keep repeating it. I hope that somebody in this whole thing hears. This is a supply and demand perishable economic model. Okay, you can go to like so many products on the planet for 1,000 years that have had to abide or learn and follow certain parameters and rules of what a supply and demand agriculture product is. You can't grow, the first rule, you can't grow too much because then it crashes the market for everybody. That's like the first rule. Somehow cannabis producers from Canada, everywhere, Thailand, California, every state, somehow licenses this whole thing out and creates this model where all of a sudden there's warehouses with totes and totes and totes of all kinds of weed that is just rotting away because there was no supply, no demand for that much in the first place. Then crashed the price and changed the whole model, right? Because even back in the old days, yeah, there were those times if they could have been created by the players of the day where, they knew to keep that price up, there had to be this little drought for a week or two to just make everybody remember how precious it is, right?
Yeah, I used to
That's
I
how
used
it
to hate
works.
August. August
Yeah.
used to
Oh,
suck.
and even with the Mexican weed, no, it wasn't just weed 24 hours a day. Come get as much as you
No,
want.
they'd be like the end of August, early September every year.
Yeah.
Big
There was
drought.
all kinds of different things, and that was like supply and demand things, and that's what kept a value and a certain
edge to the business. Today, we've completely, for 6 years of this rec whole thing, there's this huge industry, but there doesn't seem to be any like organization, association, even people at that level saying, yeah, somehow we got to come to grips with this because as long as we're all producing too much, we're all losing. And you can go through history, wheat, corn, fucking so many products in so many different circumstances in human history. This is a thing. This is like this isn't something new. Supply and demand, agriculture, perishable. These are like, okay, join the club. And you can look at all those products and see that there's certain framework and cooperation basically amongst the players to not overproduce because that's when the price crashes. And you know what I mean? Like that's I only went to school in ninth grade, but like, yeah, I'm smart enough to understand that. And somehow I look at this huge
Yeah,
cannabis thing
well,
and I'm like,
but the whole supply and demand thing is like that actually comes down to the state issuing licenses,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Like the one guy that sort of rails on is that guy from
glass
Catalyst.
house,
I
glass house.
sometimes,
What you say,
yeah,
glass
Glass
house?
House is an example here of that.
They have enough shit for like all of California, but yet we have all these thousands of other licenses out there.
Yeah. Well, now you'd have to figure that the government and the whole power structure that has set up these licenses, they understood that before we ever came along. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This isn't like, oh, we didn't see this coming. Okay. Like this is reality and like everything that the Apple producers, every fucking commodities had to go through the same thing or something like it. Somehow cannabis is like full steam ahead. Just keep growing more shit. If we don't even have a market for. We can make it in edibles. We could do this. We could whatever the thing is. I get it on the spreadsheet. If your margins go down and you're not realizing the profit, well, let's produce more. And then on paper, oh, it looks like you have more value, even though it's a storage building that costs X amount, and you have it full of totes of product that just like I was explaining with you get the credit back on the tax. Yeah, if you look at all these places, they report at the end of the year how much they destroy. Some of that's because it's over a year old, didn't sell. Some of it's like I'm saying is failed crops. You turn back in. All that is like back, like, oh, that's asset. You get your tax money forwarded. Like that becomes, I forget the term for it, but yeah, when you turn in that, then you get the credit on the taxes you paid on that because you never sold it. You never. Well, when these guys have these $1 million and $1 billion investments and all, they're crafty how they work the books. So as much as that seems like a big failure, that for a company at a certain point, oh, that looks like they have X amount of value, you know, on paper. Until that whole thing runs out, like it did with what was that one company, something man? They went bankrupt a couple
Medmen,
months ago. Yeah, and they were
Medmen.
$500 million in debt the day they went under. Now, oh, 500 million, 474 million, that's some big thing, but oh no, that's a lot of money to have racked up to be in the hole when you were one of the like premier or first ISOs or brands or had potential.
I think, I mean, not that I really hate on him, but man, I'm not down with like what he represents. But I remember when it was a big thing that Bernard said he turned down some like huge amount of money to sell
$1 billion or something.
cookies. Oh, right. Yeah, I think the
He
ironic
said it's
part
worth
of
$1
that
billion.
story is going to be, yeah,
I think it was 500 million, and he said no. I think it's worth $1 billion or something.
yeah. I think, not everything always gets realized. No, in the end, he will probably end up selling, but he'll wish he took that. Like it'll just be devalued over time. Because even now, like, yeah, what a couple years ago when that happened, it maybe seemed like it might have even been worth that much. Is it really?
You know what though? People
With
like
all the
you and me.
lawsuits?
Yeah, but people like you and me, like we're not gonna wear we're not gonna wear or buy cookies t-shirts, right? But I see a lot of them in around. Like I go in the
Okay.
grocery stores
There's
and
been fads.
see
There's
people
been
wearing cookie
fads.
shirts. People that are you can never think would smoke.
Okay, it's a fad. It's definitely a thing. Oh, you're gonna be able to keep that as that thing for decades? No, it'll lose its thing. Oh, it'll get new people. Yeah, Jungle Boys in him are kind of like, oh, look, every year there's new millions of people that turn 21 and they're gullible to certain branding, certain thing. Like I think if you really looked at the demographics of it, you'll see that, yeah, a lot of people when they were a certain age were into representing these certain brands. But then as they matured and got older, 5, 7 years, now they're in their getting close to 30. Nah, they moved on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
And
same thing is true for
and
you or me. I mean, when
and
when, when
like
you're a teenager, you
also
get a
have fads and like, you know, they don't all stick around.
we go get another Pepsi, drink a Pepsi, smoke a couple bowls, and then I think I'm done. I'll try to go till like the we're only 1 minute to 20. Let me
And
load up
actually the real 420 somewhere. It's 119.
yeah, on the East Coast.
Yeah. I still like that. Yeah, I still got a little bit of work that I should have started. Not really. I just have to plug the rest of these clubs.
Some dude gave me some old school crumble a couple days ago, and I've been like, I don't know if you see it, but it's like I hadn't seen stuff like this since like the medical days, and I've been afraid to dab it. I'm like, I don't know. Old school days, like some of those dabs were pretty gnarly. People didn't know how to purge back then, and they weren't using closed loop and all that shit back then.
Yeah, I have all that stuff. Distillate, rotovap. Actually, in our freezer, I have like jars and jars of diamonds and sauce from like
Nice.
2020, 2021.
That's crazy.
We have jars of
Wow.
distillate too in the other freezer, but I don't know.
You get high forever.
I did a couple dabs of diamonds and sauce a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I I stick to rosin. I'm kind of like picky that way, but
The
it was
amount
all
that you
right.
show. Well, I like the rosin better. It seems like it's smoother, more natural,
And
but
you get more of a high, like, or
more of a
stone,
high.
like the entourage, more of it's there. Where even though that saucy shit's tasty and THCA's fucking there, it's like I don't know, it's a boxed in high. My opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely a different high. Like
But
with the
it's
flower, you can get high, like it's like a
I
high, like a
think
full
it
body. You
usually
like
does, or
forget.
there's still like a market for that. I don't know. Like I don't really look at menus at stores, but I assume if at the store people would just buy rosin if it's only like a. Because when I heard rosin prices flattened quite a bit too, right? So rosin's only a little bit more money than
I
plastic
see it for
shit.
like I see it for like 30 a gram at dispensaries like all the time now. And it used to be 50
Yeah,
plus.
yeah. Well, that changes the whole dynamic of that market too.
Yeah.
Like ultimately, my buddy Robbie that has over the years, probably been 6, 7 years. He has a spotted warehouse in Ukiah, right in Mendo. I don't know, 7 or 8 big freeze dryers, washers, Bolden. He contracts with big outdoor grows of different light depth Mendo guys. And like over the cycle of his business, when he first started, they would cut the tops, like the part that they were going to trim and sell flowers. And then they'd contract with him and he'd come out and take the lower part of the plant, freeze it, and do deals like that. And then over the next couple of years, some of the bigger guys, just due to the changes, went to like, yeah, dude, no, we're not even going to take the flower. Oh, we can't afford trimmers. Come out and take the whole thing. And oh, since that was their whole thing, they would even get these trucks that were frozen trucks, come harvest at like 3 in the morning till dawn, put it all straight in the freezer. Then at the warehouse, yeah, I think he has like close to 40 or 50 different size. Like fuck the little chest freezers, you need bigger ones, but freezer to hold all the products and then do the work over the next few months. Then this year, for sure this year, but it first had signs of this starting to happen last year. There's guys that are just paying monthly to keep their stuff in the freezer because they don't want to run it at the where the market is now. Or run it in the bubble and then keep it frozen, but don't press it because the market's so low. They're waiting for it hopefully to go up.
I don't
I
think
don't
it's
think it's
gonna be
going up.
it's not gonna be nice and white and everything, right? When it after that many years.
Yeah, there's that. That's why they take it to bubble and then that prolong. But yeah, you're. But even for my friend to make what he makes to do all that work and that now that the price really gets down to it wholesale, it's more like under 15 a gram. You're selling kilos or jars, pounds. Like I can get 3 pounds. If I buy three, I get them for 3,000 each. Well, a pound of top rosin is no joke. It's the good shit. At 3,000, that's only like whatever a gram, dude. That's pretty cheap. They're not happy at that, but that moves it, right? And then when you equate that math, yeah, that makes the game, yeah, not what it was a few years ago when people were invested and they they over the same thing. They overproduce. I mean, look up the definition of connoisseur, which most of us
Oh
are,
yeah, yeah.
aren't really heady into weed or consider ourselves connoisseurs of weed. That would be something that, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. The definition of connoisseur, like it that is a thing where it's in short supply. I forget how they word it, right? Like um yeah, like, and that market is like kind of what died in cannabis. Like in the legal market, they act as if they got the goods, the real goods, but for the most part, they don't. Right? Like I've said this a bunch of times on here because I believe it. I believe this from like the 80s till now, 40 years. At any given time, there's X amount of weed on the planet that is like what you call A plus weed, dank, top shelf, real top shelf. Even though the amount of weed growers and the amount of weed produced has exponentially grown over those 40 years, the percentage of actual top shelf dank hasn't changed any at all. It's still elusive. It's still like, um, oh, a pretty good high level mid is kind of what the legal market has like settled in on, right? Because I've also like even that warehouse with in today's scale wasn't that big, but we had close to like 80 lights and the whole thing. And at that time that was huge, right? I was the first
Yeah.
time when I like did all the same things I had done for so many years before and thought, well, if I just scale it up to this, right? And this was so many years ago that a lot of the tech and uh, examples of what scale involved weren't there. So you just copied what you did at a smaller scale, bigger. It didn't scale. Like it wasn't like, oh no, it wasn't that easy. I remember telling that guy and my to this day my partner at that time was my worker, Gary. You can't scale things, right? And I think that could be like the saving grace of the cannabis and the cannabis legacy industry or the cannabis breeders or true cannabis connoisseurs. As much as they're going to try and they're going to spend a lot of money and have like the most beautiful grow rooms and have all the best equipment and all the best tech, now at a certain point, like you can't scale things. Like, oh, you can grow pretty good weed at scale, especially with all that tech. But what is truly, because I think some of what makes weed dank isn't just what it's the environment and the genetics, it's the energy of the people who grew it. Also, is part of like what makes something that good. And that comes from like love and attention and passion for growing, whether it's you or the people you have working for you at that scale. Once you go to this bigger scale, it's impossible. There's no way you're gonna be able to
That stuff is like machine. That's like machine weed, you know. It's like
yeah.
production,
Even
automated
though,
fed.
oh yeah, with
You know,
all the tech and all the money they have
be right back.
invested and have had the ability to hone in that the scale of what they're the craft of the scale of what they're doing. But like I've never gotten one of these like eights out of the legal thing gifted to me, or I've had maybe a dozen over the last 5 years from people. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't all that. Some of it was pretty good. I have to say, pretty good. If you were just a custody and went to your local spot, you were just buying your $50 worth, then okay, it's pretty doing good. But for someone
Method.
that's like lived and breathed weed for the last 40 some years, now tank is always this elusive thing, like really
Yeah,
top
but the
level.
commercial, like the commercial weed, not only is it, like you say, it's scale, massive scale, but another issue is that like it's not like grown by a person, right? It's grown by like you got a team that's like, all they do is
Yeah,
pluck leaves. A team that just plugs in clones into cubes, and a team that just trims. A team that just cleans. It's like it's all compartmentalized, like really production, right?
and
It's like
fairly low wages. So like no one
yeah,
really has the passion to do
minimum
anything
wage,
with the job,
minimum
right?
wage or right above.
Which
Yeah,
okay, so then there's some of that you know I now the problem is the current market in general is fine with what they got. They're not like ready to pay like a premium price for a premium product. There's really no market for that, right? But
I think so.
I think
But
that there will be like it's just a matter of time before that comes back around, right? To where
I
yeah,
think some of those. I think so. But like you said, right? There's a new generation of 21-year-olds every year. And now we're like, what, 6 years into it in California? So that's
yeah,
possibly like 6 years of people that have never smoked connoisseur grade weed in their life, never even seen it because all they've ever had was what they can buy at the store, right? Like
yeah.
the
And
connoisseur weed, like
like
that was
when I
heady
was
stuff. That's like your
13 and
buddy.
first
That
had
was a
access
buddy.
to weed in the 70s, yeah, as teenagers, dude, the weed that was like somebody's brother sold that like you could get or what was like the beyond the worst weed. We were like idiots. Like we'd buy whatever, right? Today, a
Yeah.
13-year-old kid, he like for the most part starts like way above where as a 13-year-old in the 70s, we were like smoking like stems and seeds and the lowest grade of the commercial shit that was like
And he's
somehow
smoking
sold
gelato.
to teenagers from some adult. You know what I mean? Like times were
Yeah.
different.
And now the new
Today,
kid, and now the new
13-year-old
kids grow
kid,
smoke gelato and
brother
cake.
is already at the dispensary or whatever, and first weed he smokes is like some pretty dank shit, right? Right from the first time. Like, like I know our government, our the DA puts out numbers every year and has this giant amount of number, tons and tons of weed that is supposedly smuggled in from Mexico. Like as much as it's never gone down,
Why
right? Like
would we even smuggle weed from Mexico anymore?
okay, okay, so those numbers could not be right, all right? Because like if you look at these numbers over the last few years, you'd be like, yeah, as weed legalized in America, the demand for commercial bullshit bricks of weed drastically went down, okay? It could not have stayed or grown, right? But to keep the bullshit propaganda going, yeah, they put out these numbers where it's like yeah that like you think that like massive tonnage of brickweed still coming over. No, I matter of fact, I'm in San Diego. I think if I looked hard enough, I could probably find Mexican weed, but it's not. I remember you didn't even have to look hard. That shit was everywhere. You never see that anymore. Who
Yeah.
buys it? Like I think even the, the the city in the most illegal state doesn't even still buy Reggie anymore. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's like some huge, I don't know. No, like you're talking about, if you look at their numbers over all these years, it's not like they show this giant dip in the amount of cannabis that they say is coming across the border uh, daily.
Well, you know what? It's possible. It's possible. Possible those numbers have always been fake.
Well, that's
Like,
what, yeah, for sure. It's all part of the drug war. It's like, I mean, that was like one of the biggest scams ever, dude.
Yeah.
And even though we're like somewhat unwinding it a little bit with cannabis and mushrooms, a couple things, the effects that it really had over the 50 years of whatever. I guess they say it's Reagan and Nancy, just say no, or no. I mean, actually Nixon, it goes back to Nixon, was when it really became the drug war. Yeah, the more you get into it, the more you see, wait, like the worst thing is our own government numerous times was like in on it at a huge scale, whether it's the Sandinistas and Freeway Rick and the crack fucking thing. You can basically, if you date when all that crack basically wiped out LA, which I witnessed, was a part of, and listen to Rick's
Oh, in the
story.
80s?
And, in the hearings, they admitted, okay, this isn't some conspiracy. This that it was our own CIA that due to like them helping some other fucking thing, political group in El Salvador, like unloaded or helped unload the hugest amount of coke that then created the dollar a hit fucking crack epidemic, right? That then wiped out a whole fucking city basically and parts of the country. So many people got fucked over by that and and everything. And then before that, Iran Contra, that had like they were up to some bullshit in that too. And numerous times, right? Um yeah, there and then you throw in the pharmaceutical cycles of the all the way back to the 50s with the diet pills. So basically they got everybody all hooked on speed and then weaned them
Well, yeah,
off.
they basically had the
And then,
methamphetamine.
the opiate epidemic, they repeated the same thing, and our government sat right there, right alongside of them, and over and over, like the cycle repeats itself. Um, and they're supposed to be the one supposed to be protect us from all that, right? Not so much when you like dig a little deeper, you find and in some ways they're still, even though it's obvious that the propaganda is finally over, like reefer madness, the lies they told for 100 years about cannabis, pretty much. I mean, there could still be some like old holdouts and religious zealots and stuff that are anti-cannabis, but for the most part, even people that don't use cannabis or like not stoners in any way have realized that cannabis isn't some fucking bad drug and detriment to society and all the things that it was. That was all lies, propaganda, or
Yeah, which is kind of wild
misinformation.
that it's kind of crazy that it's kind of crazy that Anslinger and Prescott Bush were even able to do that stuff because they had cannabis like pharmacies and stuff in like the 1800s, late 1800s, right? It's like they already knew it was a medicine.
The money and the corrupt, the everything that led to it, and
Yeah, but
just
to be
they
able
were
to fool
just
public people like that.
pressured by who? Rubber, like the industries, wood and paper. They that there was a lot of reason, not just that people got high off of it. They wiped out the hemp industry, right? So that was like that meant that they no longer had to compete with hemp. If you were rubber If you were, alcohol liked the idea. All those industries that were hubby bubby with the political power, yeah, and with a bunch of propaganda in a short period of time, they took something that was like ingrained in humanity for 1,000 years and just like made it vanish for the most part. They wished
Yeah.
they did everything they could to eradicate it. Like I'm sure at some point they thought that if they were successful, they could make it that there wasn't any more weed on the whole planet. They could just get rid of it once and for all, eradicate it, right? Burn it down. Put what was the chemicals they used to spray on it?
Have it?
Like no, like Mexican weed had this other shit sprayed on it.
Oh, Paraquat. Paraquat.
Paraquat, like that was like an absurd concept. Yeah, well, we're just gonna go down there and spray paraquat on everything, and even though it's still gonna make it to the marketplace because we have no way to stop it, that's okay. Like today, that wouldn't fly. If our answer was to go down there and put cancer products on something that was still going to make it to our country, I don't think the public would go for that. But back then, it was a
No.
thing.
It was Nancy Reagan's war on drugs.
Yeah, I mean, instead of just our government,
Between
which
that,
is
like the
up
crack
to do
epidemic.
that, and
Crazy.
just admit that we had it wrong. You don't even have to admit you had it wrong. Like something we've had wrong, whether it's science or this or that, and then over time, new thought, new technology, new things we learn replaces stuff that we had wrong. Somehow with cannabis, that's not how we're doing it. We're just going, yeah, it's good for taxes, it's good for we're gonna allow it, but we're not like admitting, or we're not gonna like acknowledge that all this bullshit that we believe was wrong. Like that's all you'd have to do. But they're never gonna do that. So as long as you don't do that, we're like in a history repeats itself cycle. Because the only way history doesn't repeat itself is if humans learn from history. And there are a bunch of things humans have in cycle, and this is just my bullshit. That yeah, because we never learn from our mistake, like we never admit our mistake even or our wrongs, then we just keep repeating them, like in this like vicious cycle. Like we seem to be trapped with that, with a whole bunch of core issues that, yeah, we could probably make progress and actually do away with some of this if we actually admitted the wrongs of our past and then learned from those in the future. But as long as you deny the wrongs of the past or not even deny them, just like ignore them, then you just keep repeating the same thing. That's like the pharmaceutical drug habit thing.
Some of the
They've
some
done the same thing like numerous times, like basically, right? And then
some of
they
those
get
things some of those things you can't look at through a 2024 lens because the world was just so different back then, and the way
yeah.
people thought and did.
And a lot of the answers seem simple, but the problem is everything in the modern world is super complicated with so many levels and so much different factors that there's no easy answer. There's no like, oh yeah, this will just fix it. Things are way more fucked up than that. Or even if they're not fucked up, things are just complicated. There's a lot more under the yeah. When you dig in, then you realize, oh yeah, well, what about this? Seems to be, and that's what keeps status quo alive.
Because
You
ultimately,
know,
people don't.
it's crazy
People
to
are
think.
afraid of change and risk adverse.
It's
Like I
crazy to
know.
think that you were like a teenager or early 20s or something, right? During the like crack epidemic in like, 85 in LA.
Yeah. Well, me.
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
like full adult
I
at
was
the
like
time,
right in the middle of that. I was already a
right?
coke addict and doing freebase when I was like 15 with some of my dad's friends. It was my first exposure. But then by the time the crack epidemic, I was already like a full blown coke addict from the early 80s. And then it was like, oh, there was just drive-throughs on like every street in the valley and
Would
Hollywood.
you would you see would you say crack is like the equivalent of like dabs are to weed?
No,
Crack to cocaine?
no, crack is like something whack.
I'm
Like
just
it
saying
hits.
like the potency difference from
No,
regular.
because it isn't a potency thing. It's like the effect is like on this whole level. It's like full euphoria. Like bam, the first crack kick. Oh my God, this is pure euphoria. Weeds, yeah, there's this high. It's a little more concentrated in a dab, but it's not like weed. So dabs are definitely like a concentrated thing. Like I take small dabs for the most part, just because I don't like coughing my brains out. And I realize, yeah, when I see different people that take these huge ones and they try to take it in and then blow out as much as they like, how much of
Yeah.
that actual, like a lot of weed went into growing that much. I think it's very wasteful.
Yeah, it is wasteful. But
The idea of taking
sometimes
like,
you gotta waste it to taste it.
yeah. And if you don't cough, you don't.
The whole thing too is like you want a low dab hit, a low temp hit, high temp you're gonna burn it faster, but it's not gonna be as flavorful. Lower temp is gonna be more flavorful. A lot of times a smoky, thicker smoke. There's a whole art to the dabbing too. But yeah, you're right. Some of these people they take these hits that I don't even know how I don't know how they even have lungs to take those fucking hits. Like when I was down at Mace's and those guys were taking dabs, I was watching a couple of them. I was like, fucking crazy. How
Yeah, I
much?
mean, but I remember in my era when I was young and had lungs like that. There used to be these different kind of bong bowls you could get bigger, and there's people. It was like a kind of like a machisto type of thing amongst us as boys, basically. Oh, who could take the biggest fucking bong? I remember this one dude, Mitch, in the neighborhood. Like, no, I was in crazy, and he would hold it in. His face would turn fucking red. Like he was the envy of the crowd because like no one could take a bigger fucking snap all the way through and couldn't even come close. Like, but we all tried. Fuck, here, big pack. Look how much I'm putting in there. And this was half the time like Colombian or Mexican weed. Fucking wasn't even like the kind of bowls we were using back then. Like some of them were glass, but they were like metal and like yeah. But we were always trying to take the biggest bog hit. Wow. So wait,
Yeah, like
this
the
weekend is
six.
the 20th. So 4th of July is close because like, oh man, they're having like it's just out in the neighborhood across from me. They're lighting up fireworks.
Yeah, I remember like the 6 foot graphics bong where you have to have somebody else light it.
Yeah, all those type of things.
Yeah, and
And
like all those fucking graphics bongs. I remember the first time I got a graphics bong and I cleaned it. I put alcohol in it and I went back to touch it and it's fucking incinerated because I didn't know how to clean it, right? I was like, fuck, it's plastic. It's like a lot of shit back then. But no,
you
4 footer was my 4 footers were I always
like,
liked the 3 to 4 footers back in the day when I was late teens.
but a lot of times when it was that much air, it was like so much stale. it was like really hard to get like smooth, good hits. Like but we still had them, and
I think I was just trying to get back then.
but
I wasn't.
like comparing that to dabs, it's like the same thing. Like it's just like how people are, right? Like so, if we had Instagram back then, there'd be people making videos of taking like the biggest fucking hugest bong hit possible, right? And
We don't want Instagram back then. We were all doing the wrong stuff.
like as much as I see people, few different people
Oh, it'd be kind of
have
cool.
like dab, they come online, they fucking do their dab. It's part of their little thing. I don't ever see anybody do bong hit like, oh, I just do bong hits here. Here's my. I think somebody should bring that back. Like, yeah, I got all these cool bongs and I do bong hits, and but there's a plenty of people that come on and do dab hits, big ones, like ones that are astronomical. Like, holy fuck. Certain part of that's like gluttony in a way. Like I can remember saving roaches, and when weed was scarce, like you had this certain value. You didn't waste any of it, right?
Yeah.
And now we've come like this full circle to where, yeah, being a grower, I still like I know like how much mass it takes to make a gram of rosin. Wow, like we're like that's a lot of weed for a couple heads.
Yeah, the saving up roaches and then making generational joints. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I used to
like
like. I was.
I haven't had any scarcity in a lot of years, mainly growing at my scale and all that. But I'll never forget the so many years of my life that yeah, and I'm still that way. I relight roaches and smoke. I don't save them anymore, but I won't throw like one away unless I usually in the morning because I'm lazy. I'll smoke like some of the roaches that were left from the night before, even though I could just roll a fresh one. I don't like to be waste not, want not, right? So, and then I have these containers, these mint containers, and then I usually forget, but like the other day, last couple of weeks, I went down to Oceanside for the farmers market, and if I ran into the right homeless guy, I would have offered them to him, but somehow I didn't. But then I was leaving, and where I parked was where the head shop was, and I just left it on the ledge outside the head shop where there's always these homeless people or somebody's going to find it. And yeah, sometimes when I'm pulling out of Walmart where the spare changers are, I'll offer to give them to them, right? Because I always figure if you were homeless, yeah, if somehow somebody kicked you down some roaches and you could go off in the bush over there and smoke a couple hits, it
Yeah.
would make your day better. Like that would be the
Yeah.
best thing, right? Not giving you a couple dollars to go buy some fucking whatever with. Here's some weed. But then a lot of times, because you have to ask, oh, hey, dude. Some people are like, yeah, cool, yeah. Other people are like, oh, no, no, I don't want any. I don't smoke weed. Even though they're like probably on speed or some other drug on the street, they don't smoke weed. I always think that's funny. And they act like they're offended. No, just give me money. I don't want any weed.
No, the bum situation is completely different nowadays too. It's like a few years, several. It's been several years now, but I tried to give this guy was walking down the street, and he asked me if I had any change, if I could spare some money. And he wanted to buy a sandwich, so I reached in my pocket. I probably had like $3 worth of quarters, and I handed them to him. And he looks at what I handed him in his hand, and he looks at me, and he's like, I don't want your fucking change. I want $7, motherfucker. And he threw the change at me. I was
Yeah,
like,
well,
oh my fuck. I flipped my shit, dude. I flipped my shit on that guy after that. It's like,
the
nah,
homeless
dude, I
has
was trying to
been,
help you out.
yeah, the certain homeless is like changed. I mean, at some point, it's almost like a zombie apocalypse at this point with a certain portion of them. I mean, there's true homelessness and people hitting hard times, but then there's this other sector of the homeless that is more like a zombie apocalypse.
Probably call it a night. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when if it's just you and me, then when I hit end, it will end the show officially. For it doesn't stay on all night for no reason.
So I guess we'll be back on what, Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday night.
Tuesday, yeah,
Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Yep.
7 o'clock noon
Noon
is the
Wednesday.
normal routine. And then tonight's like a
Yeah.
D takeover that usually ends up with, I usually end up on here till later than D takes over. Is the routine of the
Yeah, because
last.
he goes to sleep at. Because he probably goes to sleep at about this time, except that was 3 hours ago at his time.
Yeah.
He's like,
And normally I come over to the house to do work on these nights, and then yeah, I could put my phone on the stand and just do the work, but I never do. I just stay on the show and then all of a sudden realize, holy shit, it's 2 in the morning. I still got to do this and that. But oh well, there's a plenty of nights that there's no show, and then I I work at normal hours, or I get it done. Because yeah, my partner, yeah, he's in Mexico surfing until next Friday. Yeah, he used to run everything because I hardly came here. The last so much time, no, he's over it. Like if I didn't keep it going, he would just shut it down. He inherited money when his mom died. He don't give a fuck anymore about this. But like since I had to shut my other place down, oh no, this means a lot. So now I do all the work, which is fine. I like doing it. Some of it is work I
yeah,
used to hire out, but the reality is, wait, if I, oh, there they go again. Um, yeah, that would just be money that, yeah, the what profits are here would be a lot less because you paid to have people scrub the trays or defoliate or where fuck it, I just do it myself. I got nothing else to do. Sometimes I'm like, wait, I've been doing the same shit for so many years. What the fuck am I scrubbing trays for? But then I also realize if you want it done right, do it yourself. So
well, if you do it yourself, you know it's going to be done, the way you want it.
yeah, well, sometimes it's overwhelming. I'm like, holy fuck. But
But sometimes,
that's one part of
sometimes,
the what makes it good because then the days I sleep the best or the next day is when like, oh, I just powered through it. There's always that. You get over the hill. Like there's a point you feel overwhelmed and you dive in, you get to the point where you're on the other side. And then when you get it done, then you can, yeah, feel good that, especially me, I'm a stoner that has a huge problem procrastinating. I put things off. But when I finally get them done, which I do, that's the way I'm still doing this, then you can feel good about yourself, or at least think for a moment thing is with the perpetual, it's just like as soon as you get done with one thing, it's right back to the same thing again. Like in the other room, and then that room, and then it's perpetual. There's always work. All right.
Yeah.
Have a good
All right.
Sunday.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. See you later on.
Yep. All right. Bye.